Demon Slayer, the Wolverine Template. Chapter 101, Why Was I Buried Underground? Cold. A chill that seeped deep into his bones. So cold it felt like it could freeze the soul. That was the first sensation Takeo Minamoto felt upon waking. It wasn't just the cold, there was also a suffocating pressure, as if he had been buried alive. No. Not as if. Takeo opened his eyes, felt the weight of the soil pressing down on him, and caught the stench filling his nose. He immediately realized, he was buried in the ground. There was no time to wonder how he ended up there. He had to get out. If he didn't escape, he would die here. Takeo didn't want to die. His body, driven by a desperate survival instinct, exploded with every ounce of strength he had. Bit by bit, inch by inch, Takeo ignored the pain and the numbing cold in his hands as he clawed his way upward. How long had it been? He didn't know. But finally, his hands broke through the frozen soil. He pulled himself out and gasped as he took in the frigid but fresh air. Ha, ha. Lying on his back in the soil that had not yet been completely cleared, Takeo stared up at the dim sky, snowflakes drifting down silently. The cold seeped into his bones, and he gasped for breath in the frigid air. Slowly, his reason and consciousness returned, and he began to wonder, why was he here? Takeo Minamoto. Male. 24 years old. A sales trainee at a regular company. That was all he could recall about himself. His parents had passed away, he had no siblings, no home of his own, and at 24, he didn't even have a girlfriend. He was completely alone. The last thing he remembered was standing on the rooftop of his rented apartment. He had been leaning against the railing, sipping wine and reflecting on his life, when he suddenly heard a crack. The railing gave way. Then came darkness. The next moment he woke up, he was here. So. I fell. Then was buried alive 'cause the people thought I was dead, huh? No way, it's modern times, who even buries a young man like me without even checking a pulse anymore? Takeo figured he must have fallen from the rooftop and died, then somehow ended up buried underground. But something didn't add up. First of all, he worked in the south, and it was still summer. Even if he had fallen and was buried, there shouldn't be snow on the ground when he came to. Second. He seemed smaller. Takeo, who had barely crawled out of the earth, looked down at the clothes he was wearing. They resembled a kimono, and his hands, they were small, clearly the hands of a teenager. He turned to look around. An ordinary forest, somewhat desolate, but not without signs of life. In the distance stood a Japanese-style house, weathered with age. And behind him, a row of burial mounds. Takeo could see the raised piles of earth and estimated that at least 5 people were buried there, including himself. Rubbing his shoulders to fend off the cold, Takeo stepped into the dilapidated house for shelter from the snow and wind, all while trying to piece together his current situation. Did I just transmigrate? After sitting inside for a few minutes, Takeo started to form some guesses. If he wasn't mistaken, then he had possibly, traveled from modern-day Japan to the past. No, he couldn't say for sure that this was the past. But one thing was certain, he was somewhere that looked very much like historical Japan. And the person he transmigrated into had just gone through a tragedy. Judging by the damage to the house and the blood frozen black on the floor, it seemed this family had experienced something horrific, a massacre. Every member of this household had likely died here. The cause of death? Still unknown. Takeo checked himself over. Aside from a few rips in his clothing and some dried blood, his body was miraculously unharmed. Ruling out the possibility that the original owner of this body died of natural causes, Takeo suspected that his transmigration must have caused some sort of anomaly, possibly even healing the body's original injuries. As for the chance that he had become some kind of undead, he dismissed that idea quickly after checking his own body temperature. A corpse wouldn't feel cold. The fact that he could still feel the chill in his bones was proof enough, he was alive. Even if I'm not undead, I'll still freeze to death if this keeps up. No, I need to find a way to stay warm first. Shivering, Takeo rubbed his arms and forced himself to get moving. He needed heat. Although the house was in poor condition, the family that had lived here had left behind plenty of firewood and charcoal for winter. Takeo found a decent pile, but then hit a major snag. He couldn't start a fire. He had no lighter, no matches, and no tools for fire-making nearby. Having grown up in the city, Takeo had no idea how to light a fire from scratch. So even though he had wood and fuel, all he could do was stare at them in frustration. Ugh. I should have paid attention when my roommate watched Man vs. Wild. With no other options, he began rummaging through drawers and storage in the house. He found a few thick pieces of clothing and wrapped them tightly around himself. Then, picking a direction, he prepared to leave. This house was in such bad shape that cold wind blew in from all sides. If he stayed here overnight, he really would freeze to death. To survive, he had to move on. This home was clearly built on a mountainside. If he just followed the path down, he should be able to find other homes, or at least a village. After all, a household this large couldn't have lived in total isolation. Someone had to be nearby. Otherwise, even managing day-to-day needs would have been impossible. Takeo believed there had to be other people living on the mountain. And even if there weren't, there had to be someone at the foot of it. No matter what, he needed to find shelter for the night. Freezing to death on the very first day of this new life was not an option. Fortunately, his guess turned out to be right. Not long after he began making his way downhill, Takeo ran into someone. A middle-aged man was walking up the mountain, carrying a bundle of firewood. He noticed Takeo, and Takeo noticed him. Kamado Takeo. The man spoke in what sounded like old-style Japanese, but somehow, Takeo understood him clearly. The name registered in his mind instantly, as if it had been automatically translated into modern Japanese. Kamado. That must be this body's family name. Takeo didn't know how to respond. The man clearly knew him, but he had no memory of this person. He didn't even fully know what this body was called until now. Why are you coming down the mountain so late? Where's Tanjiro? The man approached him, concern in his voice, asking questions Takeo had no answers for. The man's expression was serious and solemn, his eyes full of scrutiny as he looked at Takeo, especially around his mouth, as if searching for something. Takeo wasn't sure if he was imagining it, but he had the strange feeling that the man seemed a little afraid of him. Tanjiro, that name sounds familiar. I'm really cold, and kind of hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Takeo didn't know how to address the man, so he relied on his current childlike appearance, put on a pitiful expression, and looked up at him with teary eyes. The middle-aged man looked startled for a moment, but when he saw Takeo's expression, his wary demeanor softened slightly. He walked up to Takeo, placed a warm hand on his head, and said gently. Did you get into a fight with your family? Never mind. Stay here tonight. I'll take you home in the morning. Thank you. Hearing that the man was willing to take him in, Takeo immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. He smiled and thanked him sincerely. Whoever this man was, it didn't matter right now. At least he wouldn't have to freeze or starve to death tonight. That was good enough. As for this body's identity and relationships, he'd figure those out later. For now, his top priority was survival. That thought in mind, Takeo followed the man into the small wooden house. By the way, before transmigrating, Takeo liked watching movies. But anime? Not so much. Chapter 202, My Cheat Ability. Your brother Tanjiro stayed at my place last night. You can use his bedding for now. After entering the wooden house, the middle-aged man took out some bedding and spoke to Takeo. Takeo politely thanked him, then sat with the man by the edge of the stove to warm up, all while sorting through the information he had gathered during dinner. First, Takeo confirmed his current name. He was now Takeo Kamado, the second son of the Kamado family, who lived in the mountains and made a living selling charcoal. Above him were his older brother Tanjiro, and older sister Nezuko, siblings of the body he now inhabited. Their father had passed away the year before last. Since then, Tanjiro had been the one supporting the entire household by selling charcoal, while their mother stayed home to care for the younger children. Altogether, not counting the deceased father, there were 7 members of the Kamado family, including Takeo. His mother was Ki, his siblings were Tanjiro, Nezuko, Shigeru, Hanako, and the youngest brother Rokuta. After learning all of this, Takeo was completely stunned. The actual fuckity fuck. What kind of superhuman is Ki Kamado? She gave birth to 6 children in an era when childbirth carried such a high risk of death. But when he thought about how the Kamado family might have been completely wiped out, except for him, Takeo's mood grew heavy once again. For now, Takeo set aside the question of why the Kamado family had been wiped out. The fact that they had been entirely slaughtered proved one thing: this world was likely extremely dangerous. This might not be the ordinary feudal Japan that Takeo had initially assumed. After all, according to what Grandpa Saburo had said, it didn't seem like the country was currently at war. Right, Grandpa Saburo was the middle-aged man currently taking care of Takeo. He was one of the few people living deep in the mountains and was familiar with the Kamado family. Last night, Tanjiro had returned too late and had stayed at Saburo's house to rest. Now, Saburo had temporarily taken in Takeo as well. To be honest, Takeo was very grateful to him. But when he remembered that Saburo planned to send him home the next day, Takeo began to feel uneasy. If the entire Kamado family, aside from Takeo, had really been wiped out, then once Saburo arrived the next morning and saw the devastated scene, and realized Takeo had come to his house asking for food and shelter without a word of grief, he might think Takeo was possessed by a demon and try to exorcise him on the spot. After all, Takeo's current behavior didn't look like someone whose entire family had just been killed. Wait a minute, wasn't the Kamado family supposed to have 7 members? Why were there only 5 graves? Lost in a tangle of thoughts, Takeo suddenly realized this discrepancy. But before he could think further, he heard Grandpa Saburo say, "Go to bed early. If you stay up too late, demons will come knocking." Demons? Are there, really demons? Takeo was startled by Grandpa Saburo's words and asked in a hurry. Since long ago, demons have appeared after the sun sets, Saburo explained. They feed on humans, attacking them out of hunger. So at night, don't go outside. And don't stay up too late, or a demon might come knocking. He said it in the same calm tone an adult might use to tell a child, if you stay up too late, a monster will come eat you. But judging from the tone of Saburo's voice, Takeo didn't think he was telling a bedtime story meant to scare children into sleeping. So, demons really exist in this world? Well, considering the fact that he had just transmigrated, it wasn't too hard to believe that demons were real too. Though now that he thought about it, was that demon? Saburo spoke of the same kind of demon he imagined. Lying in bed, Takeo let his thoughts drift as his mind wandered. It had been an exhausting day. Not only had he just experienced the bizarre events of transmigrating and coming back from the dead, but he had also trekked alone through the mountains for most of the afternoon. Both his physical and mental strength had reached their limit. So, the moment his head hit the pillow, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Beside him, Saburo, who was making paper umbrellas, glanced over at the now sleeping Takeo. After a moment of thought, he looked at the empty bowls of food Takeo had completely polished off, took a puff from his pipe, and slowly exhaled a long ring of smoke. At last, the lights went out. The night passed without incident. Tin. In the darkness, Takeo stood alone atop the surface of a rippling body of water. He looked down at his hands and realized, they matched the ones of the body he now inhabited. Even in this dream, he had become Takeo. Where is this? Fully aware that he was dreaming, Takeo lifted his head and looked around. The dim, shadowy space stretched endlessly in all directions. There were no landmarks, no boundaries, nothing existed except the water beneath his feet, smooth and still like a mirror. Takeo began walking across the water, hoping to find something. He had no idea how long he walked before he finally stopped, and looked ahead. A figure had appeared in the distance. Someone wearing a leather jacket, leaning against a transparent tree. As Takeo approached, the person came into clearer view, a man with a rugged western face and a full beard. From the looks of him, he didn't seem like someone easy to deal with. When Takeo got close enough to see his face clearly, he couldn't help but blurt out in shock. "Holy crap, Logan." That's right, the man sitting before him was none other than Logan, Wolverine from the X-Men series. And not just any version, this was the movie version, played by Hugh Jackman. But, this Wolverine looked a little older. No, a lot older. Older than even Grandpa Saburo. If Takeo hadn't watched the X-Men films so many times and formed such a vivid impression of Wolverine, he probably wouldn't have recognized him at all. Still, that begged the question, why was Wolverine in his dream? Puzzled and curious, Takeo found himself walking toward him, unable to resist. At first, Logan didn't react at all. Only when Takeo came right up to him did he finally lift his head and extend his right hand toward him. Takeo stared at the hand stretched out in front of him, offering a handshake, and pointed at himself in confusion. "You, want to shake hands?" Logan responded with a low hum from his throat, his expression unchanged. Takeo still didn't understand what was going on, but at this point, it didn't seem like he had any other choice. He looked down at the outstretched hand, took a deep breath, and grasped it. Their fingertips touched. Palms met. And in the instant their hands connected, something exploded inside Takeo's mind. Countless fragments of information surged into Takeo's mind through the connection of their palms, complex, chaotic, overwhelming. Within moments, the sheer impact caused his consciousness to fade entirely. Darkness engulfed his vision. His awareness vanished. When he finally came to and opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was the ceiling of Grandpa Saburo's house. The scent of freshly cooked rice drifted through the air, and the sound of someone chopping firewood echoed from outside. Cold morning air seeped into the room, fully rousing Takeo from sleep. With a quick turn, he sat upright on the tatami mat. The fragments in his mind rapidly began to coalesce, coming together into a coherent form, allowing him to finally understand what had happened. So this is probably my cheat ability, huh? As he sifted through the information in his mind, Takeo clenched his right hand into a fist. Sharp bone claws suddenly shot out from between his knuckles, still streaked with traces of blood, making them look somewhat grotesque. But Takeo didn't feel disgusted at all. Because this was his power, inherited from old man Logan. This was the cheat ability he had awakened upon transmigrating. Chapter 303, Regeneration. First, Takeo began organizing the information in his mind. Based on the information he received after making contact with Logan, it was clear that he had already transmigrated long ago. It likely happened the moment this body died in this life, either he arrived in this world then, or his memories from his previous life awakened at that time. However, simply recovering memories from a past life wouldn't have been enough to bring him back from the dead. What truly resurrected Takeo was the regenerative ability inherited from old man Logan. And this was his cheat ability. At regular intervals, within the space of his consciousness, a fictional character familiar to Takeo would be summoned. As long as he earned that character's acknowledgement, Takeo would gain all of their powers and combat skills. Ordinarily, receiving that recognition would require Takeo to engage in a duel with the character and defeat them. But for some reason, Logan hadn't made him go through that. Maybe it was because he pitted Takeo, or perhaps because he had no will to go on himself, but either way, he acknowledged Takeo easily, even allowing him to borrow a portion of his power in advance. The version of Logan that had appeared in his consciousness was the one from the movie Logan, 2017, Old Man Logan. Even so, his regenerative ability was very real. Even if weakened to its limit, it was still strong enough to bring Takeo back from the dead. Later, when Takeo returned to that inner world again, Logan entrusted him with the full extent of his powers. Super regeneration, bone claws, enhanced senses, delayed aging, and all the hand-to-hand combat techniques Logan had mastered over more than 200 years of life. All of these abilities now belonged to Takeo. They were his foundation, his key to surviving and standing his ground in this world. Looks like I didn't get the adamantium skeleton, but that's fine. For Old Man Logan, adamantium was basically as poisonous as it was powerful. Retracting his bone claws, Takeo muttered to himself. The abilities he had received from Logan were all innate, abilities that belonged to Logan's body itself. Things like the adamantium skeleton, which had been implanted later, weren't part of the inheritance. Or more precisely, physical materials couldn't be passed on, only knowledge and abilities could be transferred through the legacy. That's why Takeo's claws were just ordinary bone, not metal. But that was perfectly fine, in fact, it was probably for the best. In his old age, Logan's healing factor had significantly weakened. His passive regeneration was only slightly stronger than a normal human's. For more serious wounds, he had to consciously activate his healing ability in order to recover quickly. What used to be automatic had become manual, and when that happened, the adamantium, which was inherently toxic, became a heavy burden on his body. That same burden would apply to Takeo as well. In other words, if he had inherited the adamantium skeleton, it might have actually killed him faster. It kinda hurts. Takeo winced, glancing at the slowly healing wound between his fingers. The wounds caused by the bone claws piercing through the skin, in Logan's prime, they would have healed in the blink of an eye. But now, it would probably take several minutes, maybe even 10 or more, for a full recovery. Still, if Takeo actively used the healing ability, the speed would increase significantly. Looking down at the injury on his hand, and not wanting Grandpa Saburo to notice anything unusual, Takeo closed his eyes and focused, activating his regeneration. A minute later, the wound on his fingertip had completely healed. Aside from a faint trace of blood, there was no sign of injury at all. Looks like you're awake. Just as Takeo finished healing the wound, Grandpa Saburo pushed the door open and stepped inside. He was carrying an armful of firewood. Without much care, he tossed the logs near the stove and then sat down with his back to Takeo, puffing calmly on his pipe. Since you're up, come eat. Once we're done, I'll walk you home. Walk me home. Hearing that, Takeo suddenly remembered the situation he was in. He silently walked over to Saburo, sat near the stove to warm himself, and after a moment's thought, he said quietly. Thank you, Grandpa Saburo. But, you still have work to do, right? So how about I head back on my own later? Decided not to run away from home after all. Grandpa Saburo glanced over at Takeo, still under the impression that Takeo had come down the mountain the night before because he was trying to run away from home. Given the circumstances, Takeo couldn't possibly say that his whole family had been wiped out. So, with no other option, he nodded stiffly. Yeah. I thought about it, and I realized I was in the wrong. So I've decided to go back. I see. That's good, then. Grandpa Saburo didn't seem suspicious. He exhaled a puff of smoke, then pointed toward the rice steaming nearby. Go ahead and eat first. You'll need energy to climb back up the mountain. Okay. After breakfast, Takeo began making his way back up the mountain. He had left in such a rush yesterday that there were still things he hadn't done, and now, he could use today to take care of everything that needed to be handled. With his stomach full, a good night's rest behind him, and having awakened all of Logan's powers, Takeo felt completely refreshed. The path that had taken him half a day to walk yesterday, he now covered in less than a morning. When he returned once more to the Kamado family's home, he saw the soil he had dug through to climb out still left uncovered, as well as the 4 snow-covered graves nearby. He pressed his hands together in silent prayer, then began refilling the dirt over the grave that had once been his own. Whether Takeo Minamoto had become Takeo Kamado, or whether Takeo Kamado had awakened the memories of someone once called Takeo Minamoto, he wasn't quite sure anymore. Philosophical questions like that were no longer something the boy intended to dwell on. Since he had already become the boy named Takeo Kamado, then Takeo would live on under that name and identity. After all, his first name was still the same. As for the world he came from before transmigrating, to be honest, Takeo didn't have much to miss. His parents had passed away long ago, and he had no other family. He didn't even have a single close friend to confide in, at most, some old college roommates he had gotten along with decently. With such a simple and detached social life, abandoning it completely didn't feel like much of a loss. In fact, being transmigrated into another world, stirred a bit of excitement in him. After all, when he was working late nights and drowning in overtime, he often fantasized about ending up in a different world. And now, in a way, that wish had come true. Of course, that was largely thanks to his cheat ability. If he hadn't had that, Takeo suspected he'd be more desperate than anyone to return to the modern world. At the very least, modern society was safe. Sorry. I've taken over your body, but I swear, I'll find a way to avenge you. I'll also find Tanjiro and Nezuko. Please rest easy. After rebuilding the Kamado family's gravestones, Takeo stood in front of them and quietly offered his prayers. No matter what the truth was, whether this body had given him a second life or whether he was Takeo all along, merely having lost his memories, he owed a debt, and it was a debt he intended to repay. And if he really was Takeo, then that debt ran even deeper, and abandoning it was never an option. At the very least, Takeo had to uncover the truth behind the Kamado family's massacre, and find the one responsible, so he could avenge them. That was what he ought to do, as Takeo Kamado. From how things look now, Tanjiro and Nezuko, no, I should say big brother and big sister, they're probably still alive. I just don't know where they went. It's a shame I got Logan's enhanced sense of smell a bit too late, otherwise, I might have been able to track their scent. With his bundle packed, Takeo Kamado began thinking about what to do next. Based on what Grandpa Saburo had said, it seemed that Tanjiro, the Kamado family's eldest son, was still alive. And since Nezuko's body wasn't found among the dead, the chances that she had also survived were quite high. In fact, it was even possible that the 4 graves had been dug by them. Though why there were no gravestones remained a mystery. Still, Takeo had already made up for that, so there was no point in worrying further. And if the 2 of them were alive, then there was a good chance they knew who the killer was. That made it even more important for Takeo to find them. Partly so he could reunite with the family of this body, and partly so he could identify the killer and eliminate them, to avenge the Kamado family. As he planned out his next steps, Takeo descended the mountain from the other side, muttering to himself with a puzzled expression. Kamado Tanjiro. Kamado Nezuko, why do those names sound so familiar? Wait a second, don't tell me I've transmigrated into some anime series. Fuck. I don't even watch anime. To reiterate, Takeo was a movie buff. Aside from a few childhood shows, he didn't watch anime at all. Chapter 4:04, An Escort Mission. The morning air at the port carried a strange, bone-deep chill. Workers bustled about, shouting as they loaded cargo onto boats. Amidst the crowd, Takeo's figure stood apart, his small frame clearly that of a boy, made even more noticeable by the katana at his waist. After all, in this era, the Japanese government had issued the Heitoriai, Sword Abolishment Edict, which banned civilians from carrying swords. Only government-approved soldiers and police officers were allowed to wear them. Which meant the sword at the boy's waist drew even more attention than usual. But the boy, Takeo Kamado, didn't care in the slightest about the looks others gave him. He rubbed his shoulders and stared at his hands, red from the cold, white breath puffing out with every exhale. Even with a regeneration ability, he could still feel the cold. At most, it just meant he didn't have to worry about frostbite. Now then, a quick explanation of what Takeo was currently doing. He was working a part-time job. That's right. He was working at the docks of this coastal city, loading cargo. Before anyone judges him, let Takeo explain. It's not that he didn't want to immediately go searching for Tanjiro and Nezuko, or hunt down the killer who wiped out the Kamado family. The problem was, he didn't have any money. And no matter the era, money was always one of the most important things in life. In peaceful times, it was even more essential. You can't take a single step without money. That wasn't just an expression. It was painfully true. After Takeo left the mountain and traveled in a different direction for several days, he quickly ran out of the savings he had found at home. There wasn't much he could do. The Kamado family had never been wealthy, and when Tanjiro had left, he had likely taken what little portable valuables remained. What was left for Takeo was next to nothing. There was a good amount of charcoal, sure, but it wasn't like Takeo could haul that around on his back everywhere he went. So after burning through the last of his coins, he had no choice but to find a way to earn a living. He didn't expect to make much, just enough to keep himself from starving on the road. In the end, Takeo used the combat techniques inherited from Logan to get a job as a bodyguard for a wealthy merchant. Fortunately, old man Logan had mastered quite a few Japanese martial arts, so when Takeo claimed to be a samurai, no one doubted him. Especially after he defeated 3 of the merchant's hired guards at once, with nothing but a wooden sword. After that, no one questioned his identity as a swordsman. And just like that, he smoothly became one of the merchant's guards. The merchant even gave him a katana, and seemingly acquired an official sword-carrying permit for him through some special channels. Now, Takeo was assigned to help escort the merchant's transport crew. The job wasn't difficult at all. The merchant had already taken care of the necessary arrangements on all fronts, so it was unlikely anyone would try to cause trouble. All Takeo had to do was follow the merchant's caravan by river route to Mito, and his task would be complete. As a side note, it had already been over a month since Takeo had transmigrated into this world. And over the course of that month, Takeo had also come to understand what era he was now living in. Taisho Year 1. Taisho Year 1, that meant the year 1912. Takeo didn't know much about this era, but it was said to be one of the most peaceful periods in Japan's history. And based on what he had seen so far, that didn't seem like an exaggeration. Development was happening across the country, and there were hardly any signs of refugees or widespread suffering. There were still beggars, of course, but far fewer than Takeo would have expected for the time. However, beneath this seemingly peaceful surface, something else seemed to be lurking. Takeo glanced at a few of the other guards stationed nearby. They were chatting quietly among themselves. Their voices were low, but they couldn't escape Takeo's ears. Among the heightened senses Logan had passed down to him, smell was the sharpest. But his hearing and eyesight were also far beyond normal human standards. At this range, even a whisper was perfectly audible to him. "Hey, did you hear? Supposedly there's been demon activity in Nami Town." "Demons? Aren't those just old folk tales?" "I don't know for sure. I only heard it from a relative who came to ask for help. They said a whole family over there was eaten by a demon. They couldn't even find a single intact corpse at the scene. TSK, brutal stuff." "Yikes, that sounds terrifying." The 2 guards were quietly exchanging gossip, rumors of demons spreading through the towns. Legends about demons. This was the 3rd demon-related story Takeo had heard in the past month. The first had come from Grandpa Saburo, the second had been a children's nursery rhyme passed around among the local kids, and now, this was the 3rd. If the first 2 could still be dismissed as nothing more than folklore passed down through generations, then hearing a 3rd one was enough to make Takeo take it seriously. These rumors about demons were popping up too frequently. And considering how the name Kamado Tanjiro sounded vaguely familiar, Takeo had a suspicion, he might have transmigrated into the world of an anime. He had heard from one of the YouTube shorts that a demon-related anime was making billions. Unfortunately, aside from childhood staples like Digimon and Dragon Ball, Takeo hadn't really watched any anime. Ugh. I scrimped and saved, just to buy a massive TV, and for what? I binge-watched Avengers, Inception, Loki, The Wolf of Wall Street, and every goddamn Nolan mindbender out there. And now you're telling me I should have watched anime instead? Yeah, fuck you too, God. He didn't know anything about new or popular series, so he couldn't say for sure whether he had ended up inside an anime or not. Well. I died. At least I got another chance at life with Logan's powers. Yeah, I take back that fuck you comment. Still, for now, assuming that was the case wasn't a bad starting point. And if this was an anime world, then the existence of demons was highly probable. Even if yokai or other supernatural creatures showed up, Takeo wouldn't be surprised. From what he remembered, Japanese anime had plenty of stories involving yokai and the occult. Come to think of it, demons could probably be classified as a type of yokai, couldn't they? There was also a TikTok rant video about some big balloon devil schoolgirls with double D-cup breasts. As he listened to the guards chatting nearby, Takeo let his thoughts wander. In this era, without smartphones or any kind of electronic devices, his only way of passing the time was to zone out. He had recently developed a bit of a bad habit, spacing out and letting his mind drift. With nothing around for entertainment, all he could really do was either daydream or review the combat techniques inherited from Logan. But right now, during an escort mission, there was no way he could draw his sword and train, so spacing out was all that was left. All right. That's the last of it. You there, come aboard, we're heading out. The final crates had been loaded onto the large ship, and the merchant steward called out to the guard stationed outside the vessel. Takeo snapped out of his thoughts and boarded the ship along with the others. But just as he stepped onto the deck, a particular figure caught his attention. It was a samurai, dressed in all black with a long sword at his waist. He wore a black haori over what looked like a uniform-style outfit, somewhat resembling military attire. He looked to be in his early 20s, and the merchant was personally escorting him into the cabin area. A guest of the ship. Hey! Just as Takeo was observing the figure, a sudden shout rang out beside his ear, followed by the sharp whistle of something slicing through the air. He didn't turn around. Not even a glance. He simply shifted his body slightly to the side and reached out with one hand, catching a bamboo practice sword mid-swing. At the same time, he grabbed the attacker by the collar with the same motion. It's you again, huh? Young master. Still gripping the bamboo sword, Takeo stared deadpan at the tiny kid who had ambushed him. The boy had a close-cropped haircut and wore a kimono with black floral patterns, holding a bamboo sword in hand, striking the pose of a mini samurai. But right now, this little samurai just stood there, wide-eyed and shocked. You didn't even look at me. How did you know I was trying to ambush you? If you know it's an ambush, then maybe don't shout before doing it. Takeo let go of the bamboo sword and released the kid with a sigh, completely unamused. Who yells out loud right before launching a sneak attack? The kid, hearing this, tilted his head up and lowered his voice dramatically, delivering his next line with full-on Chinibyo energy. Humph. A true samurai fights honorably, even when launching a sneak attack. If it's honorable, it's not a sneak attack. I said it's a sneak attack, so it's a sneak attack. Damn it, just you wait. Next time I'll definitely land a hit, and then you'll have to teach me swordsmanship. The little kid waved his bamboo sword furiously, shouting with puffed-up cheeks. Takeo could only sigh in exasperation. People nearby glanced over and chuckled kindly at the familiar scene, and one of the passing guards joked. Takeo, the young master's been after you for half a month now. Just teach him a move or two already. Quit messing around. Go do your job. Rolling his eyes, Takeo waved the teasing guard away. Then he looked down at the tiny boy, who barely reached his chest, and also waved him off. You too. Go play somewhere else. My swordsmanship isn't something I can teach. He wasn't just brushing the kid off. The fighting techniques Logan had passed down included a variety of styles. Japanese swordsmanship was just one small part of it. Takeo could use it well enough himself, but if he tried to teach someone else, it'd be nothing more than passing on a mess of hybrid techniques. Besides, the little guy was probably only excited for the moment. If he were seriously trained for a while, he'd likely give up halfway through anyway. Chapter 5:05, Mysterious Ship and a Demon Slayer. Let's take a moment for introductions. The energetic little kid from earlier was named Ichiro Miura, the son of the wealthy merchant Takeo was currently assigned to protect. He was 8 years old, full of boundless energy. Ever since he had witnessed Takeo defeat 3 adult guards single-handedly over 2 weeks ago, he had been clinging to him, begging to learn swordsmanship. But Takeo knew his own situation well. His sword skills weren't particularly advanced, they were the result of adapting various other close combat techniques passed down from Logan. They weren't part of any proper or consistent sword school. Trying to teach that to someone else would only end up misleading them. Takeo had already explained this to Ichiro. He'd even told him that if he really wanted to study swordsmanship, he should go to a proper dojo and receive formal training. After all, his family was wealthy, enrolling in a kendo school wouldn't be difficult at all. But the kid had completely fixated on Takeo. According to Ichiro's logic, Takeo didn't look much older than him, yet he was strong enough to defeat 3 grown men at once, which clearly meant his swordsmanship was amazing. Why go learn from some old geezer when you had a powerful young swordsman right in front of you? Ichiro had no interest in making things harder than they needed to be. Takeo could only sigh at the situation. Since explanations weren't working, he had come up with another idea. He crafted a bamboo sword for Ichiro and told him, if you can land a hit on me with this, I'll teach you swordsmanship. And so, the little rascal began showing up every single day, waving his bamboo sword around and challenging Takeo. But to this day, the number of times Ichiro had successfully hit Takeo remained a solid 0. Seriously, Takeo could smell the kid coming from 10 meters away. If Ichiro ever managed to land a sneak attack under those conditions, Logan, who had passed on those heightened senses, might just come back from the dead out of sheer indignation. No matter how many times Takeo tried to explain things again, the kid wouldn't listen. With his chin raised in pride, Ichiro pointed his bamboo sword dramatically at Takeo and declared, "I don't care. You said that if I hit you, you'd teach me. Just wait, I'm definitely gonna land a hit before this ship reaches shore." He was full of confidence. Takeo, on the other hand, was completely speechless. Just as Ichiro turned to run off and strategize how to defeat him, Takeo casually reached out and grabbed the back of his collar, like picking up a kitten. "Wait a sec. I've got a question." "What kind of question?" Ichiro stopped and tilted his head. Takeo glanced toward the black-clad swordsman who had entered the ship's cabin with the merchant and asked, "Who's that swordsman? I haven't seen him before." Takeo had been serving as a bodyguard for the merchant family for over 2 weeks now, and he was confident he wouldn't mistake any of the other regular guards. Which meant the black-clad swordsman was definitely someone new. But what truly caught Takeo's attention wasn't just the unfamiliar face, it was the faint, lingering sense of danger the man exuded. That was his beast-like intuition at work, an instinctual warning of something potentially threatening. On top of that, the swordsman was wearing a real katana, not a regular blade, which only made the mystery more intriguing. That's why Takeo had asked about the man's identity. Ichiro also glanced toward the merchant and the swordsman, tilting his head in thought. "I don't know either." "You don't? Your father didn't mention anything?" Since the merchant had the influence to acquire an official sword-carrying permit, it wouldn't be surprising if he had connections with someone who looked like a samurai. Takeo figured the merchant might know something important. Nope. Want me to eavesdrop for you? In exchange, you teach me swordsmanship. Ichiro's eyes sparkled with mischief as he spun the idea on the spot, clearly proud of his own cleverness. Takeo lightly tapped the top of Ichiro's head with the side of his hand in a mock karate chop and said, "Eavesdropping is wrong. It goes against the way of the samurai. So even if you did spy for me, I still wouldn't teach you swordsmanship." Ugh, always coming up with excuses. Bleh. I'm off to train. The energetic little gremlin made a face at Takeo, then bolted off like a gust of wind after catching a glimpse of Takeo's pretend threatening glare. Takeo rolled his eyes at the kid's retreating back, but he didn't bother chasing after him. Instead, he shifted his gaze back toward the ship's cabin. He still didn't know who that black-clad swordsman was, but if someone that strong had been brought aboard, then it likely meant there was a chance something dangerous lay ahead on this journey. Something that only a warrior like that could handle. It seemed the road ahead wouldn't be so peaceful after all. Inside the ship's cabin, the wealthy merchant who had chartered the cargo vessel, Taro Miura, sat across a small tea table from the ship's captain, Kiichi Mizunoki. Seated formally beside the table was the black-clad swordsman whom Taro Miura had personally welcomed aboard earlier. His katana lay neatly beside him, placed in proper fashion. "Captain Mizunoki, are you certain you know nothing about the disappearances on this ship?" In the silent cabin, the calm voice of the young swordsman echoed. His tone was composed, but his gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing straight into Captain Kiichi Mizunoki. Nearly 40, with streaks of gray in his hair, Mizunoki's expression grew tense, his eyes darted around nervously as he stammered. I really don't know anything. It would be better for you to tell the truth, Captain Mizunoki." The swordsman's voice deepened, his warning quiet but firm. Off to the side, the slightly plump Taro Miura quietly lit the pipe in his hand. After taking a puff, he glanced at the swordsman and said, "He's not going to tell the truth. After all, if something really is wrong on this ship, he'll have to pay me a hefty sum in compensation. Isn't that right, Captain Mizunoki?" His eyes were cold and dangerous. Taro Miura had only learned about the rumors, about sailors mysteriously disappearing aboard this vessel, after he had already chartered it. It wasn't until today, when he met this demon slayer from the Demon Slayer Corps, that he finally got the full picture. The reason it had been kept from him was simple: Captain Mizunoki had deliberately hidden the information, not wanting word of the disappearances to spread among the crew or passengers. Taro Miura could understand the reasoning. After all, it was currently winter, a dangerous season for sea travel. If a ship could be rented out during this time, the owners would earn a significant sum. That money alone could sustain them for the entire winter without needing to sail again. But Taro Miura couldn't accept it. Because he was the one who had paid to charter the ship. If there truly was danger aboard, then he was the one at risk. To put it politely, Captain Mizunoki had withheld important information. To say it bluntly, it was practically attempted murder for profit. If the contract hadn't already been signed and the ship wasn't already en route, there was no way Taro Miura would have agreed to go forward with this. Now that things had reached this point, blaming others wouldn't help. It was better to focus on resolving the issue. Captain Mizunoki sat on his knees, drenched in cold sweat. The demon slayer from the Demon Slayer Corps, seeing this, sighed softly. Then he turned to Taro and said, "Mr. Miura, I came because I received word that there may be a demon aboard this vessel. But whether that's true or not, I still need to investigate. For that, I'll need cooperation, from both you and Captain Mizunoki." "I'll cooperate," Miura replied flatly. "But as for Captain Mizunoki, well, that's another matter entirely." Miura spoke in a low voice, taking another puff from his pipe. White smoke slowly spread through the cabin. Sweat continued to bead on Captain Mizunoki's forehead. Under the quiet pressure of the young demon slayer's gaze, he finally gave in and confessed. I'll cooperate. Fine, I admit it, people really have gone missing on this ship. But that doesn't mean there's definitely a demon on board. Then may I ask, the demon slayer said calmly, without a trace of accusation, how exactly did they go missing? His tone was composed, serious, and professional, and that, in turn, eased some of Mizunoki's tension. His voice grew steadier as he began recalling the events. The disappearances always happened at night. That it was like, they'd go to sleep, and the next morning, they'd just be gone. At first, we thought maybe they had just gone home or disembarked quietly, but, a few days ago, when we were already out at sea, someone still vanished. After that came Miura's charter request, and Captain Mizunoki made the decision to hide the disappearances. Then, a demon slayer from the Demon Slayer Corps arrived to investigate. And that was the situation as it now stood. Chapter 6:06. This is the famous Kimetsu no Yaiba. Takeo hadn't paid close attention before, but now that he realized something might be going on aboard this ship, he began to notice it. There was definitely something off. The merchant's entourage was fine, they all behaved normally. What stood out were the ship's crew members. This was a large wooden vessel headed for Mito, capable of carrying around 80 passengers. Excluding the guards brought by the merchant, the number of sailors and deckhands was about 20. The rest were common passengers and travelers. But among those 20 or so crew members, something felt wrong. Some of them still looked relatively normal, but others seemed nervous and fidgety, a few even showing clear signs of fear. When Takeo approached them and asked what was wrong, none of them would say a word. And with behavior like that, if he still couldn't figure out that something was happening on this ship, then he'd have to be a complete idiot. Hey! Another shout, and the familiar swoosh of a bamboo sword cutting through the air behind him. Still half lost in thought, Takeo instinctively stepped to the side, caught the bamboo sword, and, with one smooth motion, flipped the little rascal over his shoulder. Thud! The kid hit the ground hard, but he didn't seem fazed at all. He immediately sprang back to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Takeo. Hey! That was way too rough this time. Sorry, I was thinking about something just now. Wait, why are you back again? Takeo, snapping out of his thoughts, gave Ichiro an apology that had absolutely zero sincerity behind it, then blinked in surprise. Normally, Ichiro only attacked Takeo twice a day, once in the morning, and once in the evening. But it was still a while before sunset. This second sneak attack was a bit early. Hearing Takeo's question, Ichiro seemed to suddenly remember why he'd come. He looked around suspiciously, then motioned for Takeo to lean in closer. Takeo stared at him, deadpan, but eventually obliged, bending down toward the boy's ear. Only then did Ichiro whisper in a hushed, excited tone. I overheard my father talking with that guy. You eavesdropped on them? I did not eavesdrop. Ichiro hissed, raising his voice a little, then, realizing it might have been too loud, quickly lowered it again and muttered defensively. I just happened to be walking by and overheard them, okay? Anyway, do you want to hear what I heard or not? Fine. What did you hear? Not bothering to call Ichiro out on his obvious lie, Takeo, still very curious about the identity of the mysterious swordsman, pressed further, so. What did you hear? Ichiro leaned in again and whispered softly. I heard them say, there's a demon on this ship. Demon? Takeo's eyes sharpened instantly, his expression turning serious. There's really a demon on this ship? Don't ask me, how would I know? Ichiro huffed. I just heard them say there might be a demon on board. And that mysterious guy? He's a demon slayer, here to hunt it down. That's all I heard. Ichiro gave a quick summary of the conversation. According to him, there had been disappearances on the ship and Captain Mizunoki had deliberately tried to hide it, but the demon slayer had still found out. No one knew where he got the information, but he had personally come to investigate the missing crew, and once the merchant learned about it, he welcomed the demon slayer aboard himself. Demon slayer. So that was the framework of this world. It really did have demons. Takeo mulled over this revelation, and suddenly thought of Kamado Tanjiro. If the main power structure of this world really revolved around demons and demon slayers, then could Kamado Tanjiro have become either a demon, or a demon slayer? Wait a second, demon Tanjiro? Why did that sound more and more familiar? Takeo's thoughts spun rapidly. It felt like he was on the verge of remembering something, but no matter how hard he tried to grab hold of the thought, it kept slipping away. He was missing one key piece of information, just one detail that could help him figure out what kind of world he had ended up in. Can't I have transmigrated to Harry freaking Potter? Or any other Hollywood bull crap I ever binged? It would have been so much easier. Ugh, my dreams of becoming a Hogwarts student could have come true, but no. I got shoved into a plot I don't even recognize. Oh, right, Ichiro suddenly said, as if remembering something. That demon slayer said he was from some group called the Demon Slayer Corps. I think that's what it was. Do you know what that is? A demon slayer, from the Demon Slayer Corps. Wait a minute. It hit him. Takeo's pupils shrank. All at once, he remembered what anime world this was. Demon Slayer Corps, demons, Kamado Tanjiro, Kamado Nezuko. Wasn't this the anime my college roommate used to obsess over all the time? What was it called? Hashira Slayer, the girl with two big bouncy jugs. Wait, no. That wasn't the name. It was probably Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, right? Then why did his roommate always jokingly call it Hashira Slayer? Recalling how his anime-loving roommate used to yell things like Hashira Slayer back in the dorms, Takeo felt his memory getting jumbled. He couldn't tell if his roommate had been saying the name wrong, or if he was the one misremembering, but either way, one thing was certain. This world definitely belonged to an anime. There was no doubt about that. And Tanjiro and Nezuko, they were the main characters of this world. Or rather, the male lead and female lead. So that means, the one who destroyed the Kamado family, was most likely a demon. Now that he had recalled the general setting of this world, Takeo felt certain, the one who had killed the Kamado family was probably a demon. Hey! Takeo had been lost in thought for a bit too long, and Ichiro was growing impatient that he shouted right in Takeo's ear, trying to snap him out of it. Takeo, mildly annoyed by the shouting, replied without thinking. I'm listening, stop yelling. My ears are gonna go deaf. You didn't look like someone who was listening just now. Ichiro eyed him suspiciously. Takeo let out a sigh, then grabbed Ichiro's bamboo sword and lightly tapped it against his own shoulder before changing the subject. Weren't you the one who wanted me to teach you swordsmanship? That one sentence instantly made Ichiro's eyes light up. He immediately forgot about Takeo zoning out earlier and asked excitedly. You're really gonna teach me? If it's just the basics, I know a little. I'll teach you some before we reach shore. Takeo gave the bamboo sword a casual swing as he spoke. Ichiro's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and when he heard the last part, he literally jumped 3 feet off the ground. Awesome! I'm gonna become a samurai. Yelling that, Ichiro ran off with his bamboo sword, hopping with joy. Agreeing to teach him a bit of swordsmanship was Takeo's way of repaying him for helping gather information about the Demon Slayer. Sure, he could have stuck to his earlier line, eavesdropping isn't something a true samurai should do, and used that to brush him off again. But the information Ichiro had gathered helped Takeo understand the truth of this world, and for that, he definitely owed the kid a favor. I ain't a Slytherin after all. Besides, it was just some basic swordsmanship theory. Teaching that much shouldn't be a problem. Well then, what should I do next? Now that he understood the nature of this world, and knew there was a demon slayer on board, Takeo began thinking about how to approach him. After all, in this world, the conflict between demons and demon slayers was the central axis. Demon slayers likely had their own unique methods of training. And if Tanjiro really was the protagonist, there was a high chance he would become, or already was, a demon slayer himself. If Takeo could become one too, it would significantly increase his chances of finding Tanjiro. The real issue now was, what kind of excuse should he use to approach the demon slayer? Maybe, telling his entire family were killed by a demon. Playing the tragedy card, would that actually work? Chapter 7:07, The Smell of Blood. Late at night, Takeo lay in bed, tossing and turning. After learning the truth about this world, he found it hard to fall asleep. His mind had been filled with thoughts. He'd considered approaching the demon slayer, but he had also wondered if he should just disappear, go into hiding, or even flee to another country, far away from the chaos. After all, if this world was based on an anime, then in the end, the protagonist would surely win. Takeo didn't have to do anything, Tanjiro would take care of everything. That had been his initial line of thinking. But then he remembered, he had stood in front of the Kamado family's graves and promised to find their killer. He couldn't just walk away now. And so he lay in bed, torn by indecision. TCH, guess I'll go talk to that demon slayer. In the end, Takeo sat up from his futon, having made up his mind, he'd approach the demon slayer and try to get some information. Even setting everything else aside, he needed to understand how people in this world trained. While the abilities he inherited from Logan greatly boosted his chances of survival, his overall combat capability still wasn't particularly powerful. And if the demons in this world were as terrifying as he feared, then Logan's abilities alone likely wouldn't be enough to keep him alive. So even for the sake of self-preservation, Takeo had to find a way to obtain this world's training methods. With that thought, Takeo's determination to seek out the demon slayer solidified. It just so happened to be nighttime, and according to what he'd heard, demons only appear after dark, which meant the demon slayer was likely out patrolling right now, searching for signs of one. Since Takeo was serving as a guard aboard the ship, using patrolling as a reason to find the demon slayer would be perfectly legitimate. The only problem was, he had no idea if there actually was a demon on board. If there was, going out at night might be extremely dangerous. Leaving his quarters, Takeo moved through the ship's corridors, searching for any sign of the demon slayer. He had memorized the man's scent during the day, now, all he had to do was follow it, and he should be able to track him down easily. Or so Takeo had thought. But he had only walked a short distance before he stopped in his tracks, his eyes narrowing as he turned his head toward another direction. The smell of blood. A faint, metallic scent drifted through the air. Since his transmigration had started with him crawling out of a blood-soaked grave, Takeo had become especially sensitive to the scent of blood. And if he could smell it this clearly here, it meant someone had suffered a serious injury, high blood loss. At night. With the scent of blood in the air. And someone was hurt. This was not good. Several key factors pieced together in Takeo's mind, and a vague suspicion began to form. His expression turned grim as he tightened his grip on the katana the merchant had given him, cautiously moving in the direction of the scent of blood. The source of the blood was located below deck, in the cargo hold, a place that, under normal circumstances, should be completely empty at night. But the closer he got, the more intense the scent became. And along with the smell of blood, he picked up the scent of the demon slayer, and Ichiro. Ichiro? The moment Takeo recognized Miura Ichiro's scent in the air, he instinctively broke into a run. He rushed down into the cargo hold and kicked the door open with one swift motion. What he saw on the other side made him instinctively hold his breath. Blood. The first thing that registered in his vision was the bright red blood, splattered across the floor and walls. The second thing he saw, was Ichiro, lying in a pool of blood, his condition unknown. And then, just past him. The demon slayer, standing protectively in front of Ichiro, facing off against a demon, half of its body submerged in the shadows, lurking in the water. Kakik, oh. Another one? Perfect. I'll eat you too and replenish my strength. The water demon, half submerged in the shadows, with horns on its head and blue wave-like markings across its skin, immediately shifted its attention to Takeo the moment it noticed his arrival. The demon slayer, who was standing guard over Ichiro, saw this and his pupils contracted sharply. He shouted. Run! Get out of here, don't just stand there. Kohu, too late. The water demon let out a wicked grin and lunged straight at Takeo. The demon slayer's face twisted with urgency. Despite the injuries covering his body, he charged after the demon, trying to intercept, but he was too slow. Injured and already lagging behind, he couldn't close the distance in time. By the time the demon's claws were just about to strike, the demon slayer had barely covered half the distance. He could only watch in horror, convinced he was about to witness yet another child torn apart by a demon. That's how it should have gone. But... what? The demon cried out in disbelief, and the demon slayer's eyes widened in shock. Because just as the demon's claws were about to reach Takeo, he bent low, dodging with razor-thin precision at an impossible angle, completely evading the attack. And it didn't end there. While dodging, Takeo had, at some point, drawn the katana at his waist. In the flickering light of the cargo hold, the blade flashed through the air in a perfect arc, cleanly slicing through the water demon's throat. A single, precise slash to the neck, but Takeo didn't press the attack. Instead, he quickly shifted positions, creating distance between himself and the demon, rushing deeper into the hold, straight to where Ichiro lay in a pool of blood. What happened to him? What the hell is going on? Cradling Ichiro, whose breathing was shallow and weak, Takeo felt the boy's body growing colder by the second. He couldn't stop himself from yelling at the demon slayer. The young demon slayer snapped out of his stunned daze. His eyes flicked briefly to the blade in Takeo's hand, then he responded. That demon caught him. It was about to eat him. I got there just in time to pull him out. That was the demon slayer's explanation. Takeo looked down at Ichiro again. There was indeed a large bite wound on his shoulder, with blood still pouring out of it. Did it hit an artery? No, it looks like a deep but non-fatal wound. Even so, the amount of blood loss was dangerously high. Ichiro's condition was critical. He needed a doctor, and fast. Another demon slayer. And a kid, no less. Came the voice of the water demon. The deep gash across its neck, which should have been fatal, was already completely healed. But perhaps wary of Takeo's precision strike, the demon didn't make any sudden moves for the moment. It stood by the door, blocking the entrance to the cargo hold, its long tongue licking the blood from the corner of its mouth as it fixed its gaze on the three of them huddled together. The demon slayer readied his blade again in silence. He didn't bother responding to the demon's words. Instead, with his back to Takeo, he said firmly. Kid, I'll hold him off. You take the boy and get out of here, find a doctor. He paused briefly before continuing. Once you get out, keep going until you run into someone, don't stop for anything. Can you do that? Will you be okay? Takeo stared at the demon slayer's back, at the wounds on his arm and leg, and asked with clear concern. This demon slayer didn't look like he had much fight left in him. And if he died here, even if Takeo managed to escape with Ichiro, how far could they really get? After a moment of thought, no more than a second, Takeo quickly moved to stop Ichiro's bleeding, wrapping the wound tightly to stem the blood flow. Then he gripped his katana and stepped up to stand beside the demon slayer. I don't know exactly what's going on, but maybe I can help. What? Don't be ridiculous, you saw it yourself, your sword didn't do any real damage to that demon. A normal person can't possibly fight something like this. Seeing that Takeo intended to fight beside him, the demon slayer couldn't help but raise his voice in protest. Takeo, however, had already realized what the issue was. This creature, this thing called a demon, seemed to possess an extremely powerful regenerative ability, almost on par with Logan's full-strength healing factor. And against someone like that, no amount of ordinary damage would matter. Takeo understood that perfectly. "But I can buy you some time, right? You know how to kill it, don't you?" he said, flashing a confident smile. It was true he had no means of killing a demon himself, but if this man was called a demon slayer, then that meant he must have a way to finish it. Takeo couldn't take one down alone, but if he worked together with the demon slayer, everything could change. He could distract the demon, draw its attention, create an opening, maybe even help land the final blow. "You," the demon slayer began, clearly still against the idea, but he didn't get the chance to finish. The water demon wasn't about to let them keep talking. Seeing the two of them standing side by side, it grinned wickedly. "Kill me. Don't make me laugh. You're both going to die here tonight, as my dinner." As the last word left its mouth, the demon stomped the floor. In an instant, two razor-sharp blades of water surged through the air, one aimed straight at Takeo, the other at the demon slayer. ________. Chapter 8:08 The battle had officially begun. What the hell was that? A supernatural ability? Seeing the water demon control flowing water to form sharp blades, Takeo's pupils narrowed. He hadn't expected this. On top of their rapid regeneration, demons could also manipulate elements. Was this some kind of water-based technique? Is this demon a water bender or something? Don't tell me every demon is like this. As the blades of water flew toward him, Takeo had no way to judge how powerful they were, so he didn't take the risk. He dodged to the side without hesitation. The demon slayer beside him made the same split-second decision, diving in the opposite direction. Cargo Holden struck at the water demon. It was already clear, he had what it took to fight a demon. And now, after easily dodging the demon's blood demon art, his capabilities were even more evident. He might not have trained in any formal breathing technique, but this boy, young as he looked, was undeniably strong. The demon slayer wasn't foolish. He wasn't about to reject a capable ally in a situation like this. So when he saw Takeo charging at the demon again, the slayer raised his Nichiren sword and rushed in from the opposite direction, calling out a warning. Watch out for his blood demon art. He can control the water inside the ship. Blood demon art. So that was what this demon's supernatural ability was called. Takeo noted it mentally and began deliberately avoiding the puddles scattered across the floor. Earlier, on his way into the cargo hold, he had noticed how damp the air smelled. He had chalked it up to being at sea. Water was everywhere, after all. He hadn't realized the water itself was being created and manipulated by the demon. Now aware of the danger, Takeo weaved around the wet patches and resumed his charge. The water demon, meanwhile, raised both of its pale arms and opened its hands wide, each pointed directly at Takeo and the demon slayer. The water pooled on the floor began to ripple and writhe. And before there was even time to blink, it surged upward, forming multiple water arrows that shot out from the ground, targeting both Takeo and the demon slayer. Blood demon art, water arrows. Takeo had already been keeping a close eye on the puddles and reacted instantly, dodging to the side. But the arrows were too fast, and there were too many. A few of them grazed him, cutting shallow wounds across his arms and shoulders. Still, for Takeo, those minor scrapes meant nothing. Using the brief opening created by the demon's attack, he closed the gap and charged forward, raising his blade and slashing toward the demon's neck. The cold steel flashed. But the demon narrowly twisted out of range at the last second. "Kuhu, you brat," the demon sneered. "You think you can hit me a second time?" Its lower body, fluid and shifting like water, had coiled into a serpentine tail. With a whip-like motion, it used that tail to vault backward, creating space between them. From a distance, the demon let out a mocking laugh. But it didn't last. Because at that very moment, the demon slayer appeared, right at the demon's side. The demon slayer leapt high into the air, his blade wreathed in an invisible current. A massive slash of wind surged forward, roaring downward with the momentum to cleave the water demon in half. Wind breathing, fifth form, cold mountain wind. Takeo's eyes widened. The powerful burst of wind that exploded from the demon slayer's blade left him stunned. That surreal, otherworldly display of power proved beyond all doubt, this world really did have its own combat techniques and systems of training unique to humanity. Unfortunately, the demon slayer's strength still wasn't enough. The fearsome, howling wind blade, which had been aimed squarely at the demon's neck, missed by the narrowest of margins. Instead of severing its head, the attack only managed to slice off the demon's right arm. TCH TCH TCH. How terrifying. As expected of a demon slayer. If I hadn't dodged just in time, you really might have taken my head off. The water demon sneered. But what a shame, you were this close. Its grotesque grin widened. Dodging the demon slayer's strike, it immediately launched a counterattack. While the demon slayer was still midair and vulnerable, the demon manipulated the surrounding water in the hold. The liquid writhed like a living serpent, surging toward him to coil and bite down on its target. Look out! Takeo shouted. Seeing that the demon slayer was about to be entangled by the serpent-like water attack, Takeo immediately gave up his offensive on the water demon and changed course, rushing to his ally's side. Just as the water coils were about to wrap around the demon slayer, Takeo tackled him aside. Thud, roll. Clutching the demon slayer, the two of them tumbled across the floor, narrowly dodging the writhing water tendrils. They quickly separated and scrambled to their feet, both of them turning to face the demon once more. The water demon didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, it picked up its severed arm, the one the demon slayer had cut off, and placed it back against its shoulder. Within the blink of an eye, the limb reattached itself and fully regenerated. Okay. Now that's just insane, Takeo muttered, unable to hold back a comment. The rate at which this thing could heal was ridiculous. Any injury Takeo inflicted on it would close up within seconds, while attacks it landed on him would take over 10 minutes to heal, even with his enhanced regeneration. If it had been anyone else without that kind of ability, even killing the demon would come at a devastating cost. They'd be left half dead, if not worse. That's a demon for you, the slayer said grimly. Count yourself lucky this room is tight. He can't move at full speed in here, if he could, he'd be even harder to handle. The demon slayer spoke in a low voice. Demons far surpassed humans in physical ability. Their strength, speed, endurance, and resilience were all many times greater than that of ordinary people. Only by relying on breathing techniques could members of the Demon Slayer Corps barely manage to fight them on equal footing. Even then, a Demon Slayer's healing ability was still that of a normal human, it couldn't compare to a demon's regeneration. Especially when facing a demon with a blood demon art, even a fully trained swordsman with mastery of a breathing style could still die. And the demon they were up against now, was exactly that, a high-ranking demon capable of using a blood demon art. Someone like this should normally be dealt with by a group of demon slayers working together, but unfortunately, due to a lack of manpower and intel, only this one swordsman had been sent. And alongside him now, was just a kid with a bit of combat skill. So how do we kill it? Takeo hadn't noticed the glance the demon slayer gave him, he was too focused on the problem at hand, how to kill something that could regenerate so absurdly fast. The demon slayer exhaled slowly and explained, there are two ways. First, use the blade in my hand and sever his head. Yeah, I've seen how well that's going for you. What's the second method? Wait until sunrise. Huh. Demons are weak to sunlight. If we can hold out until dawn, and break through the ceiling to let sunlight in, he's finished. The Demon Slayer revealed the two key weaknesses of demons. But upon hearing that, Takeo fell silent. Severing the demon's head clearly wasn't going to work, not with the Slayer already wounded and the demon too fast. As for sunlight, it was barely past midnight, and it was winter, meaning sunrise would come even later. If they wanted to kill the water demon using the second method, they'd have to survive for at least 6 more hours. And against a demon this powerful, one who vastly outclassed both of them, not even 1 hour seemed likely, let alone 6. The weight of the situation settled in. Takeo felt despair creeping up his spine. How were they supposed to win this? Headbutt. Chapter 9:09 I refuse to die here. Not now. Not like this. As it stood, the demon before them had speed and strength that far exceeded both Takeo and the demon slayer. On top of that, it had terrifying regeneration and a blood demon art that functioned like a supernatural ability. It was clear this enemy was not someone the two of them could handle alone. Takeo had a bit of hand-to-hand combat skill and a weak regenerative ability, barely enough to be called special in front of this fucker's healing. The demon slayer had training in a breathing technique, but even so, his overall strength was still below that of the water demon. The only thing between the two of them that posed a real threat to the demon, was the demon slayer's Nichiren sword. And yet, the slayer hadn't been able to land a clean hit to the neck. What's wrong? Done attacking already? In that case. The water demon said, voice twisted with irritation. He flexed his recently reattached right arm, then suddenly swung it toward the floor, his expression contorting into a snarl. Let me take a turn, then. Whoosh! Countless droplets of water lifted from the floor, and in the blink of an eye, they sharpened into needle-like spikes, hurtling toward the two of them in a dense barrage. There was no time to think. Both Takeo and the demon slayer immediately leapt into motion, dodging while simultaneously swinging their blades to deflect the incoming spikes. Clang! 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 They rang out like metal against steel. Despite being made of liquid, the spikes struck with the hardness and sound of forged blades. Takeo's sword was dented in an instant, battered by the barrage of water spikes. A few even struck his body, cutting through his clothes and drawing blood. He turned to check on the demon slayer. Although the slayer had also been hit, his uniform had absorbed the impact. The thin water spikes weren't able to pierce it. That black outfit, resembling a military uniform, had shockingly high defensive capabilities. What kind of futuristic gear is this? Takeo couldn't help but envy the Slayer's equipment, but he also knew that even with it, it wasn't enough to fully protect against the water demon. The wounds on the Slayer's body made that much clear, the demon still had ways of bypassing the uniform's defense. Dodging the flurry of spikes, the Slayer once again lunged at the demon, Nichiren blade swinging. Takeo tightened his grip on his sword and followed close behind, but his eyes darted side to side as he moved, searching for anything useful. After all, what separates humans from beasts is their ability to use tools. If he couldn't overpower the demon directly, then why not look for a tool that could? They were in a cargo hold, after all. Among the goods being transported by the merchant Miura Taro, there were plenty of things beyond just porcelain. Could something in here be used against a demon? Takeo's mind was racing as he fought, coordinating attacks alongside the demon slayer. Despite it being their first time meeting, let alone fighting side by side, their teamwork was surprisingly fluid. At a glance, it even looked like they were evenly matched against the water demon. But both of them knew that was an illusion. The only reason they were keeping up was because the demon was deliberately avoiding close combat, refusing to engage directly with the Slayer's sword. It clearly understood that the Nichiren blade posed a real threat. Instead, it relied on its blood demon art to keep them both at bay with long-range pressure. This wouldn't last. Human stamina couldn't compare to that of demons. Even Takeo, with his enhanced endurance, couldn't keep up indefinitely. If this dragged on any longer, they'd both die here. Hey! Takeo called out through gritted teeth, frustrated that he hadn't found a useful tool. He turned to the demon slayer. That technique you used earlier, when your blade was wrapped in wind, what was that? That's a breathing technique. Why are you asking about that now? The demon slayer replied quickly, still keeping his eyes locked on the enemy. Yes, that's it. Teach me. Takeo shouted back, now standing shoulder to shoulder with the slayer, his tone resolute. What? The demon slayer froze, staring at Takeo like he'd just said something insane. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to learn breathing techniques? I don't. Takeo shot back immediately. But do we have any other way to get stronger right now? He didn't know how hard it actually was to learn a breathing style. But with his enhanced body and Wolverine's combat instincts, he figured his learning curve would be way faster than the average person's. There was a massive difference between someone who had never trained and someone who had years of combat experience. And right now, if there was any hope of boosting his power quickly, it was through the breathing technique the Slayer had just used. It was his only shot. At this point, the situation was already desperate. No matter how impossible it sounded, he had to try. The demon slayer was silent for a moment. Takeo wasn't wrong. Aside from teaching him breathing, there was no other way left to increase their chances of survival. It was still hours until dawn. They were at sea. There wasn't a single other person on board capable of fighting a demon. Just this boy, this strange, persistent boy who refused to back down. There was no choice. Even if it was like treating a dying horse with medicine, the demon slayer had to try. He had to teach Takeo the basics of a breathing technique. Listen carefully. The breathing style I use is called wind breathing. It has a total of 9 forms. The breathing technique itself is. The demon slayer spoke rapidly, quickly explaining the fundamentals of the technique he had learned. But before he could finish, the water demon's attacks came crashing down once more. Like a predator toying with its prey, the demon conjured a barrage of fine water needles, launching wave after wave of densely packed strikes that were nearly impossible to dodge. In such conditions, Takeo's wounds continued to multiply. The demon slayer, though not visibly injured thanks to his uniform, was clearly struggling too. Takeo could hear his breathing grow heavier, his stamina depleting fast. Despite the onslaught, the slayer continued to explain, albeit in broken intervals, the principles and training methods behind breathing techniques. According to him, the core of a breathing style lay in enhancing the heart and lungs, enabling the blood to absorb oxygen in massive quantities instantly. This, in turn, would amplify the body's physical capabilities across the board: strength, speed, endurance, bringing a demon slayer to the level needed to contend with a demon. That was the foundation upon which the demon slayer core stood. Without it, no human could hope to fight demons on equal ground. All breathing styles originated from the basic breathing technique, which served as the root. Currently, the core trained its swordsmen in 5 major styles: flame, water, wind, thunder, and stone. Every new member of the core began by learning one of these fundamental styles. Only by mastering it and surviving the final selection could one become an official demon slayer. Beyond the foundational breathing styles, there were rare individuals, geniuses, who could use those core styles as a base to create entirely new, personalized breathing techniques. But those were exceptions, and the demon slayer didn't go into that. The style he used was wind breathing, characterized by its speed and sharpness. When wielded properly, wind breathing could generate slicing gusts capable of cutting down enemies or entangling them in currents of wind to restrict movement. Although the demon slayer had trained in wind breathing, he hadn't mastered all of its forms. His strongest were the 2nd form and the 5th form, and so those were the only 2 he passed on to Takeo. Learning a breathing technique in the middle of battle was supposed to be impossible. But even knowing that, the slayer still taught Takeo everything he could, just in case. Talking during battle disrupted his own breathing rhythm, and he had already been fighting the water demon for a long time. His stamina was nearing its limit. So it was no surprise when, during one of his attacks, the Slayer finally slipped up. The demon spotted the opening, and slammed a vicious kick straight into the Slayer's gut. Boom! Shit! Ugh! The demon Slayer's body shot back like a cannonball, crashing into a stack of nearby crates. Crash, clang, thud. Wood and cargo scattered in every direction that he lay there, sprawled in the wreckage, trying to get back up, but in the end, he couldn't. In contrast, the water demon, though covered in wounds, had already healed completely. Its stamina seemed slightly drained, but its overall condition was solid, like it could keep fighting for a long time still. Well, what's the matter? Done already? I was so scared of you demon slayers I ran all the way up to this ship, and this is all you've got? Having taken down the demon slayer, the demon began taunting them with arrogant bravado. Its long tongue licked across its lips, and its eyes gleamed with hunger, the kind that only came from craving flesh. Seeing that the demon slayer couldn't get back up, the demon tilted its head and turned to look at Takeo, who was still gripping his sword tightly. Hey, kid. He's finished. You really planning to keep fighting? Tell you what, why don't you do me a favor and finish him off for me? If you do, I'll let you and that little brat over there go. You don't look like you've got much meat on you anyway. Maybe it was because Takeo looked thin and less appetizing than the demon slayer, but the demon seemed willing to let him live. Takeo said nothing. He's lying. That demon, he said he'd let them go. But he won't. Takeo could see it in the demon's eyes. There was no mercy there. Only hunger and anger for the previous wounds that Takeo had given him. So this is the fear of death. This wasn't just some random fight. This is his second chance. He used to be just another face in the crowd. Another nobody. But somehow, by some miracle, he'd gotten a new life. A stronger body. A cheat code. So what if learning a breathing technique in a few minutes is supposed to be impossible? If he doesn't learn it now, he dies. That's it. That's the truth. So really, there is no choice. No second thoughts. No hesitation. I have to do this. I will do this. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. The cold air inside the cargo hold flowed through his windpipe, down into his lungs, and spread through his entire body. Following the instructions the demon slayer had given him, Takeo was trying to grasp the foundation of this world's power, the path of the breathing technique. Seeing that Takeo wasn't responding, the water demon lost its patience. The Nichiren sword capable of harming him wasn't in Takeo's hands, there was no longer any need for caution. Lowering his body, baring his fangs, the demon snarled. Not gonna answer. Inhale. Exhale. He could feel the wind, feel it running through his lungs, coiling inside his chest, surging into his limbs. Something was awakening. Something sharp. Fierce. Then die. Boom. In an instant, the demon's body vanished from where it stood. Whipping its long, serpentine water tail behind it, the demon moved faster than the eye could follow. In the blink of an eye, it had already closed the distance, appearing right in front of Takeo. The demon slayer, still collapsed in the wreckage of broken crates, saw what was happening. He struggled with everything he had to stand, but his body wouldn't respond. All he could do was watch, eyes wide, as the demon's claws tore through the air, ready to rip apart the red-haired boy before him. But just as the attack was about to land, wind stirred inside the cargo hold. His animal-like instincts roared. I refuse to die here. Not now. Not like this. Invisible currents coiled around Takeo's blade, and in the next breath, with the force of the wind behind him, Takeo brought the sword crashing down toward the demon's head. Slash. 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 For slashing wind blades tore through the water demon's body like claws. For deep wounds split open across its torso, and a torrent of blood burst forth, spattering across the floor and mixing with the water pooled beneath them. That's. The demon slayer's eyes went wide, wider than they had the entire fight. As a practitioner of wind breathing, no one understood what had just happened better than he did. What Takeo had just unleashed was unmistakably wind breathing. The very technique he had just taught him. Wind breathing, second form, claw purifying wind. Chapter 10, When the Wind Fell. The demon slayer had never expected a miracle. When Takeo insisted he could learn wind breathing right there, in the middle of a battle, the slayer had thought it was absurd. He didn't believe anyone could master a breathing technique in mere minutes, something that had taken him nearly a full year to grasp. And he certainly hadn't believed that Takeo would actually manage to unleash a technique, especially one infused with elemental power. But still, he taught him. He'd figured, even if Takeo could only pick up the barest fundamentals, even if he couldn't fight, it might be enough for him to escape. The boy looked barely 11 or 12, but he was clearly gifted. If there was even a sliver of a chance he could get away alive, then teaching him was worth it. If Takeo could survive, the effort wouldn't be in vain. But the reality had far exceeded the slayer's expectations. A miracle unfolded before his very eyes. That boy, the one who wasn't even half his age, had not only grasped the fundamentals of breathing in less than 30 minutes. He had successfully unleashed a form of wind breathing. The familiar gust stirred through the cargo hold, and the razor-sharp wind blades slashed across the demon's body like claws. And because the demon had underestimated him, because it hadn't imagined for a second that this boy could use a breathing technique, it had paid the price. The raging wind tore through half of the demon's body, slicing off an arm and even severing its head, which thudded to the floor. This is impossible. The demon's shocked cry echoed the exact same disbelief that had surged in the demon slayer's heart moments earlier. Because it was impossible. No one could go from knowing nothing to mastering a breathing form in mere moments. And even more absurd, no one could unleash a form of wind breathing the instant they learned it. The demon slayer had never seen such a talent that he had never even heard of one. And yet now, such a prodigy stood right before his eyes. Huff. Huff. Inhale, exhale. The sound of the red-haired boy's strained breathing pulled the slayer out of his daze. He looked up at Takeo, whose face was flushed red from the strain of using breathing technique for the first time, and then down at the water demon, whose severed head was slowly creeping back toward its body, trying to reattach. In that split second, the slayer made his decision. "Take this," he shouted, flinging his Nichiren sword toward the boy. "Use the same form. Aim for the neck. It's the only way to kill it." The demon slayer hurled his Nichiren sword with all his strength toward the boy. The water demon, seeing the blade spinning through the air, instantly realized that if Takeo got hold of that sword, it would mean death. So, as the blade flew, the demon launched a desperate counterattack. Don't even think about it. With what little remained of its body, it activated its blood demon art again. The water scattered across the floor surged upward, transforming into several long serpents, all lashing out to intercept the airborne sword. But the boy was faster. Takeo leapt high into the air, rising to meet the spinning blade mid-flight. The wind stirred by his controlled breathing surged around him, lending him lift and force. And because the demon slayer had been closer to him than the demon was, it was only natural, before the water serpents could strike the blade, Takeo's fingers closed tightly around the hilt. The moment he gripped the sword, he shifted his breathing. A massive, howling wind erupted, violent and razor-sharp, wrapping around the Nichiren blade like a cyclone. The roaring gusts howled so fiercely, they seemed ready to tear the cargo hold apart. Damn it, damn it, damn it. In the demon's eyes, reflected within those bloodshot pupils, was the image of Takeo descending with his sword. Panicking, the water demon reoriented its blood demon art, commanding the water serpents to form a writhing shield, desperately trying to protect its neck. The water demon didn't want to die. Even more than that, it didn't want to die like this, in such a ridiculous, humiliating way. It had only been a moment of carelessness. Just one brief lapse. Just one unexpected mistake. How had it come to this? Its pupils trembled in disbelief as it frantically tried to manipulate its shattered body, desperately forcing the pieces to reattach and regenerate. But by then, the wind had already fallen. Centered around the boy, a massive spiral of air, like the blades of a grinder, descended. The towering wind slash, driven by the boy's breath, tore through the demon's writhing shield of water serpents like they were nothing. Shredded. Snarling, the demon forced the broken water serpents to reform, shaping them into sharp blades of liquid and flinging them toward the boy in retaliation. Under normal circumstances, Takeo should have dodged. Anyone would. To not dodge meant letting those water blades pierce his flesh, stab straight through his vitals. No one wanted to die. Survival was instinct. From the demon's perspective, there was no question, the boy would surely twist his body and dodge the fatal strike. There was no way he would trade blow for blow. No way he'd throw his life away just to land a hit. But just like the demon hadn't expected the boy to master a breathing technique in such a short time. It never imagined that the boy wouldn't dodge. He could slowly regenerate from this, but if he let this crucial moment go and failed to kill this demon, then this demon, who had far superior regeneration than him, would surely kill him. Not only did Takeo refuse to avoid the incoming blades, he accelerated his descent. He drove the spiraling storm of wind down even harder, ignoring the water blades that had already pierced his body, ignoring the pain, the damage, the blood. In that moment, the fire burning in his eyes reflected only one thing. The demon. And then, the wind fell. The Nichiren sword, wrapped in roaring, bladed wind, carved clean through the demon's neck, severing it completely from the portion still connected to its body. Struck by the demon-slaying blade, the water demon's regenerative abilities ceased instantly. Its body began to disintegrate. Takeo's body, too, fell, crashing heavily to the ground below. Damn it, damn it, damn it. This can't be real. This isn't happening. It's fake, fake. Just a hallucination. The water demon shrieked from the floor, writhing as its head dissolved into the blood-soaked water. It screamed at the unconscious boy lying still in the spreading crimson, a boy who should never have won. Who shouldn't even have survived. This wasn't supposed to happen. This was a dream. A ridiculous, impossible nightmare. The water demon refused to accept reality, but the cold sinking into its bones made it undeniable. Its body was crumbling, disintegrating, and there was no stopping it. A creature that was supposed to be immortal, was dying by a demon slayer's blade. And the worst part? It wasn't even the slayer who killed it. It was a brat. A damned little brat, a monster in human form. Damn it, if I'd just kept eating. I could have become. Tears spilled from its eyes. With bitterness, with rage, with the last of its unspoken ambition, Fush. The water demon turned to ash. Reflected in its fading pupils, was the boy who had slain it. Only after the demon crumbled completely, only when nothing was left but dust, did Takeo finally close his eyes. Silence. The warehouse fell into a deathly stillness. The demon slayer stared blankly at the scene before him, unable to react. Even he hadn't expected it. That a boy, someone so young, would become the key to defeating the demon. It was a long time before he could move. Only after his strength began to return did he finally push himself to his feet. As soon as he got to his feet, the demon slayer rushed to the boy's side and began checking his condition. His injuries are bad, really bad, but thank God, he's still alive. Hang in there. You hear me, kid? You'd better not die on me now. He grabbed the boy, Takeo, pulling him into a firm hold, then reached for the injured Ichiro and hoisted the younger child up as well. With one boy cradled in his arms and the other slung across his back, the slayer staggered out of the ruined warehouse. Only once he was outside did he draw in a deep breath, summon what little strength he had left, and roar with all the force his lungs could muster, using total concentration breathing to amplify his voice. "Someone! Anybody! Help!" The shout echoed through the ship, piercing the cold, silent night and snapping the entire crew awake. Chapter 11, Wisteria House and Invitation. Drip ting. A drop of water fell from above, landing on the calm, mirror-like surface below, ripples slowly expanding from the point of impact. Takeo lay motionless atop the still water, his entire body consumed by fatigue. Breathing techniques weren't something one could master easily. Even though he had inherited Logan's combat instincts and experience, even though the techniques honed over 200 years had helped him skip countless steps, had allowed him to instantly understand the meaning behind breathing, that didn't eliminate the toll. The strain from forcing his body to perform the technique remained. That final moment, when he brought his blade down on the water demon, even as countless water blades flew toward him, it wasn't that he didn't want to dodge. Takeo's body wasn't yet accustomed to the demands of a breathing technique. The moment he tried to change his stance or shift to another form, his muscles locked up. Had he chosen to dodge at that moment, the backlash of forcing his body to obey the unfamiliar rhythm would have frozen him mid-movement. And if that had happened, he'd have been helpless. A perfect target for the demon's killing blow. So Takeo didn't dodge. He couldn't dodge. Relying on his superhuman regenerative ability, passed down from old man Logan, he chose to trade injury for victory and succeeded in killing a demon wielding a blood demon art. But one of those blades might have pierced his heart. Even here, within his consciousness, his body felt unbearably heavy. He couldn't even lift a finger. So tired. He just wanted to keep sleeping. "Wake up, Takeo." A gentle woman's voice whispered by his ear. There was sorrow in that voice. A quiet, aching grief. Drawn by it, Takeo forced himself to stir, clinging to consciousness, refusing to let himself drift away. "You still haven't found Tanjiro and Nezuko. You can't sleep yet. Takeo. Please, live." Who was that? The voice sounded familiar, and warm. So warm, like a mother's voice. Floating between sleep and wakefulness, Takeo slowly opened his eyes. In the endless dark void surrounding him, he could faintly make out a woman in a flowing white kimono, her face blurred by shadow, her expression unreadable. But he could feel her tears as she gently cupped his cheek. Even if he couldn't see her clearly. She felt so familiar. Mom. Takeo didn't know why, but he instinctively called out to the woman, and then, his consciousness could no longer hold on. He sank back into darkness. Only this time, unlike before, it wasn't a heavy sleep born from exhaustion or despair, it felt like simple, peaceful rest. His regeneration seemed to be working overtime. Takeo had no idea how long he had been unconscious when he finally opened his eyes again. But this time, it wasn't the dark, dreamlike space of his mind that greeted him, it was a warm, sunlit room. He was lying on a tatami mat. Sunlight poured in through the open shoji doors, washing over him in golden light. The warmth made him want to stay still forever. Just rest here a little longer. But it seemed someone had been waiting for him to wake. Not long after he stirred, he heard footsteps approaching, and then, a gentle woman's voice beside him. "You're awake. Thank goodness. Please have some breakfast first. I'll call the doctor in afterward." Takeo slowly turned his head toward the voice. Sitting just inside the doorway was a kind-faced older woman in a soft lavender kimono, smiling warmly at him. Beside her was a small tray, a neatly arranged breakfast of rice, clear soup, and a few side dishes. Prepared, just for him. Takeo stared blankly at the woman for a moment before he finally reacted. Thanks. You're very welcome. Please enjoy your breakfast. Okay. Wait, no. Instinctively sitting upright and taking the tray in his hands, Takeo suddenly remembered everything. He looked at the woman in a rush, blurting out all at once. Where is this? Why am I here? What happened to the demon? Is it dead? What about the kid? No, Miura Ichiro, is he okay? Don't start squawking questions the moment you wake up. You're being noisy. The one who answered him wasn't the older woman. It was a voice from further down the corridor. It belonged to the demon slayer. Takeo looked toward the voice, and sure enough, there he was, emerging into the sunlight. Short black hair, dressed in the demon slayer corps uniform, a Nichiren sword at his side. As he walked closer, he gave Takeo a slight smile. Yo. Morning. How was your rest? It's you, the demon slayer. The name's Yoshizuru Asato, he said. That's my actual name. The young man introduced himself. Only now did Takeo finally learn his name, Yoshizuru Asato. It sounded elegant, the kind of name you'd expect from a refined nobleman. Though judging by his face and demeanor, that didn't quite match. I'm Kamado Takeo. Takeo responded politely that it was only proper to return the introduction with his own name. Then, without wasting a second, he asked, so, what's the situation now? If you're still here and okay, then that demon must be dead, right? Yeah, dead. You killed it. Yoshizuru exhaled, half laughing. I nearly had a heart attack watching you. You just learned the breathing technique, and you were already pulling that off. Where the hell did you come from, kid? And at your age? He sat down beside Takeo. At some point, the older woman who had brought breakfast had quietly slipped away, leaving just the two of them in the room. Once settled, Yoshizuru spoke again. But let's not get into all that right now. Eat first. We'll talk business afterward. Takeo was about to object, but that's when he noticed, he was starving. His stomach rumbled loudly in response. Yoshizuru grinned and chuckled. Ha! Hungry, huh? Makes sense. You were out for 2 days. If the doctor hadn't said you'd be fine, I was about ready to carry you to the butterfly mansion myself and have Shinobu-sama patch you up. Sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about. What's the butterfly mansion? And who's Shinobu-sama? It's fine. You just focus on eating, I'll explain everything. Asato sat cross-legged, arms folded, calmly watching Takeo. Seeing he was serious, Takeo didn't hold back any longer. He picked up his chopsticks and began eating with vigor. While Takeo devoured the meal, Asato started to explain what had happened during the 2 days he'd been unconscious. First of all, the demon from that night was truly dead. It had been completely destroyed by Takeo's wind breathing. No chance of coming back. Then, there was Miura Ichiro, the kid who had been bitten. Though he'd suffered a nasty wound on his shoulder, they had managed to save him in time. In fact, the little rascal had woken up before Takeo and immediately started yelling that Takeo had to teach him swordsmanship, because Takeo had promised. As for Ichiro's father, the wealthy merchant, once he learned what had happened, he immediately brought the ship to shore and hired a doctor to treat both Asato and Takeo. He even left behind a generous amount of money as thanks. After Asato had recovered a bit, he brought Takeo here. The Wisteria House. The Wisteria House. Takeo mumbled, cheeks puffed out with rice, as he looked over at Asato in confusion. It's a family that was once saved by the Demon Slayer Corps, Asato explained. They grow wisteria flowers around their property, and their family crest is modeled after the wisteria pattern, too. Out of gratitude for what the Corps did for them, they provide food, shelter, and care to any demon slayers who come to their home, completely free of charge. There are wisteria houses located all across the country. If you're ever injured or need rest, just look for the nearest one, they'll take care of you. Takeo nodded while chewing, then suddenly paused. He pointed to himself, confused. Wait, take care of me? I'm not in the Demon Slayer Corps. At that, Asato shifted his posture into a formal kneel. His expression turned serious as he looked Takeo straight in the eye. That's exactly what I need to talk to you about, Kamado Takeo. Do you want to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Yoshizuru Asato was officially extending in. Chapter 12, You're far too talented to waste. Join the Demon Slayer Corps. That's right, Asato said, nodding. Even though you're still young, 12, maybe, your talent is undeniable. I've never seen anyone who could use a breathing technique immediately after first learning it. Someone like you. You were born to slay demons. So, I'd like to invite you to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Yoshizuru Asato's voice was firm and sincere. In all the time since he had joined the Corps himself, he had never seen someone grasp breathing techniques so quickly. Someone with this kind of natural aptitude was exactly the kind of rare talent the Demon Slayer Corps needed most. Asato even believed Takeo had the potential to become a hashira, one of the 9 elite swordsmen who stood at the very top of the Corps. And perhaps not even that far into the future. He didn't know much about Takeo's background, but that didn't matter. So long as he wasn't a demon, that was all that mattered. Takeo didn't respond right away. He first finished off the rest of his breakfast at a steady pace. Then, after wiping his mouth and sitting quietly for a moment, he finally turned toward Asato, who had been patiently waiting. Joining the Demon Slayer Corps, what benefits do I get out of it? Benefits, Takeo's question caught Asato completely off guard. He opened his mouth, but for a long moment, nothing came out. Benefits? Well, there was the Nichiren sword they issued. And free rest and recovery at Wisteria houses. Plus the Corps uniform, which could block most ordinary blades. But none of that really sounded like benefits. If anything, joining the Demon Slayer Corps meant risking your life in battle against demons, with death lurking around every corner. Asato racked his brain for an answer, but came up empty. Seeing his expression, Takeo realized he'd asked the wrong question. He quickly corrected himself. Sorry, that was the wrong question. What I meant was, if I join the Corps, I'll be able to learn your breathing technique, the full version, right? Exactly. Breathing techniques are a requirement for all members of the Corps. Once you're in, you can choose to train in any breathing style, any of them. Asato sounded almost desperate, blurting out that answer like he was afraid Takeo might change his mind and run off. But what surprised him most, was that after hearing that, Takeo simply nodded without hesitation. All right. I'll join. Huh? What's wrong? Didn't you want me to join? Takeo smiled as he sipped his post-breakfast tea, looking calmly at Asato. Asato was stunned for a moment before chuckling helplessly. Yeah, that's true. I just didn't expect you to agree so quickly. Joining the Demon Slayer Corps means fighting demons, you know. Like the one you encountered that night, you'll be seeing a lot more of those. Isn't that a good thing? Huh? Asato froze again at Takeo's response. Takeo took another sip of tea and spoke in a calm, almost indifferent tone. Well. I think I used to have a happy family. Think? What do you mean? I mean, I'm not entirely sure. I've forgotten a lot of things, but I'll never forget the smell of blood when I woke up. I'll never forget the family members who were sleeping beside me. I may not know exactly what happened, but I'm pretty sure my family was killed by a demon. So. Even if you hadn't invited me, I would have joined the Demon Slayer Corps anyway. Takeo's voice was soft, but the way he said it made it sound like he wasn't even talking about himself. But Asato chose to trust him. He stared silently at Takeo for a long moment before finally letting out a sigh. In that case, I've got no problem. After a pause, Asato added, actually, most people who join the Demon Slayer Corps carry a deep hatred for demons. To be honest, I thought you didn't. You looked like someone who had never seen a demon before, but now. I really was seeing one for the first time. I just can't remember anything from before, that's all. Takeo smiled as he replied, and that smile made Asato unsure how to respond. The two of them sat in silence for a while. When the sun finally climbed to the top of the sky, Asato spoke again. Since you're willing to join the Demon Slayer Corps, I won't say anything more. Later, I'll give you a letter. You'll take that letter and deliver it to someone. Once you hand it over, he'll start teaching you a breathing technique. After you learn it, you'll participate in the final selection. If you pass, you'll officially become a demon slayer. Asato continued explaining who this person was. The Demon Slayer Corps had existed for hundreds of years. Over that time, it had developed a well-structured system for training new recruits. Once a suitable person was identified, they would be recommended and sent to a nearby cultivator. A cultivator was someone within the Corps responsible for training new members, a mentor who would guide them through the path to becoming a demon slayer. There were many cultivators within the Demon Slayer Corps, but the most famous were, of course, those who had once served as hashira, the 9 pillars, before retiring peacefully from their positions. However, former hashira who became cultivators were rare. Most new recruits were trained by ordinary cultivators. But you're lucky you ran into me, Asato said suddenly, sounding quite pleased with himself. I'm ranked as a sea-level slayer. I once worked alongside a hashira and made it out alive. The letter I'm giving you is for that hashira. He's still an active pillar, but he should be willing to help find the right cultivator for you. After all, you're far too talented to waste. Within the Demon Slayer Corps, the hierarchy was structured as follows. At the top was the Oyakata-sama, the master, followed by the 9 hashira, and beneath them were the regular Corps members. Ordinary demon slayers were further divided into 10 ranks. Mizunoto, Mizuno, Kanoto, Kano, Tsukinoto, Tsukino, Hinoto, Hino, Kinoto, Kino. From lowest to highest. The higher the rank, the stronger and more experienced the slayer. Asato Yoshiro was currently at the Tsukino, C rank, level. Thanks to surviving a mission with a hashira in the past, he now held the privilege of recommending recruits directly to a pillar. And now, he was using that privilege to recommend Takeo for breathing technique training under the guidance of a pillar-approved cultivator. Takeo quietly committed everything Asato had said to memory. But as he reflected on it all, his gaze dropped to the wounds on his body, now nearly healed, and he suddenly fell silent. Asato-san, Takeo asked softly after a pause, you've noticed my body, haven't you? Ah, you mean your rapid healing ability? Asato replied. Yeah, I noticed. Honestly, I was startled the first time I saw it. I even thought you might be a demon. But demons can't survive under sunlight, so there's nothing to worry about. No one will think you're one. I even mentioned that in the recommendation letter. That's it? Takeo looked at him in disbelief, stunned by how casually Asato brushed it off. What else should it be? Asato laughed. As long as you're not a demon, it doesn't matter even if your regeneration is just like one's. Actually, it's even better, it means you're not going to die easily. You're definitely someone who can become a hashira. To the Demon Slayer Corps, what mattered most was simple, as long as you were human, and not a flesh-eating demon, you could be trusted. So what if you had a superhuman healing factor? Compared to a real demon, someone who stayed unconscious for 2 days before recovering was still basically human. It wasn't like there weren't any hashiras with demi-human abilities. All Asato cared about was whether Takeo was a demon. And since he wasn't, there were no problems at all. Listening to Asato, Takeo felt like he understood this world just a bit better. It seemed the Demon Slayer Corps really did harbor an intense hatred for demons, but conversely, as long as someone wasn't a demon and was willing to slay them, it was incredibly easy to earn the Corps' trust. Because of that, Takeo didn't need to deliberately hide his unique physical condition. No one in the Demon Slayer Corps would care about it. With that realization, Takeo felt a little more at ease. He held the letter Asato had written for him and finally asked with curiosity. "Asato-san, who's the hashira you're recommending me to?" "It's Rangoku Kyojuro-sama," Asato replied, his tone filled with reverence for the man. "He's the current flame hashira, a master of the flame-breathing technique that can burn through anything. Even among the hashira, he's incredibly powerful. With his help, I'm sure he'll find you the perfect cultivator." Asato had absolute faith in that. Chapter 13, Rangoku Household. Rangoku Kyojuro, the current flame hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. It was said that the Rangoku family had long been a mainstay of the Corps, one of its enduring lineages. Countless flame hashira had emerged from their bloodline. The current flame hashira, Kyojuro, and the former flame hashira, Shinjuro, were both members of this distinguished family. It was truly a household rooted in the art of demon slaying. The Rangoku family was also responsible for the region encompassing Tokyo, which happened to be quite close to where Asato and Takeo were currently located. That was why Asato had recommended Takeo to the Rangoku household. Since he had already decided to join the Demon Slayer Corps, Takeo didn't hesitate for long. Once he had recovered, he set out immediately for the Rangoku residence. Before leaving, he made sure to bid farewell to the wealthy merchant and even taught the little boy a few basics of swordsmanship. Only after that did he part ways with Yoshizuru Asato and begin his journey to meet the Rangoku family. Asato did not accompany him. Since he hadn't been seriously injured, he still had to continue with his demon-slaying missions. The Demon Slayer Corps didn't have many members to begin with, and with so many powerful demons still roaming the land, their forces were perpetually stretched thin. Every demon slayer was expected to work as though they were two people instead of one. As long as they weren't wounded, Corps members were almost always engaged in the relentless fight against demons, until the day they died. This was what Yoshizuru Asato had told Takeo, and it revealed, in no uncertain terms, just how brutal this world truly was. In the shadows, far from the eyes of ordinary people, the Demon Slayer Corps had been locked in a deadly war with demons for hundreds of years. No one could even guess how many lives had been lost in the process, all to maintain the illusion of peace in the world. This was nothing like the somewhat peaceful anime world Takeo had originally imagined. This was a world steeped in cruelty. No wonder Kiba kept ranting about something called Hashira Slayer. After learning from Asato what the Hashira were, and what demons really were, Takeo finally began to understand what his college roommate, Kiba, had meant when he used that nickname, Hashira Slayer. The pinnacle of the Demon Slayer Corps was the 9 Hashira. And for the series to earn a nickname like Hashira Slayer, it could only mean that, in the end, the Hashira were all killed. Maybe one or two survived, but most of them must have died. Otherwise, no one would have come up with such a grim nickname. Even the powerful Hashira would eventually fall. This world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Because of that, Takeo knew he had to master a complete breathing technique as soon as possible, and obtain a Nichiren sword capable of killing demons. Only then would he have even the slightest chance of surviving. On the way to the Rangoku residence, Takeo didn't encounter any unexpected trouble. There were occasional rumors about demons, but they were all vague and unfounded, nothing concrete enough to think about. So, Takeo didn't pay them much attention. It took him about half a month, but he finally stepped onto the Rangoku family's land. Whoa, they're rich, huh? The Rangoku estate was located in the Ebara district, Tokyo Prefecture. The area was filled with grand, impressive buildings, just like the kind of residences you'd see in historical dramas, the homes of powerful and influential families. As he walked through the area, Takeo felt like he'd stepped into an ancient palace. Damn! This should be the Rangoku estate, it's huge. A/N, that's what she is, anyways. Standing in front of the gate, Takeo couldn't help but mutter in awe. Compared to the modest 70-square-meter house he had first woken up in, the mansion before him felt unimaginably vast. In both his past life and this one, this was the first time Takeo had ever set foot in a place like this. After taking a moment to collect himself, Takeo finally remembered why he was here. He turned his gaze toward the wide-open gate of the Rangoku estate, eyes scanning the grounds until they landed on a boy sweeping the courtyard. The boy looked to be around Takeo's age. He had a head of bright orange hair, like flames, with red streaks at the tips. It didn't look like the kind of hair a normal human would have. Then again, with his own fiery red hair, Takeo probably wasn't in any position to judge. Seeing that flame-like hair, Takeo immediately assumed the boy must be from the Rangoku family. He had heard that all members of the Rangoku bloodline shared that distinctive hair color. With that thought in mind, Takeo stepped forward and lightly knocked on the open gate, calling out to the child sweeping inside. Excuse me, is this the Rangoku residence? The boy paused and looked up, his eyes the same fiery hue as his hair, gazing at Takeo with a puzzled expression. Yes, this is indeed the Rangoku household. May I ask who you are? The boy spoke politely, using formal language. His courteous manner helped put Takeo at ease. It didn't seem like the Rangoku family carried the arrogance often associated with noble houses. Hello, I'm a Demon Slayer Corps recruit who was recommended to come here in search of a cultivator. My name is Kamado Takeo, and this is my letter of recommendation. Takeo responded just as politely, offering the introduction letter that Yoshizuru Asato had given him to the boy in front of him. He made sure not to be dismissive just because the other person was a child. After all, Takeo himself didn't exactly look like an adult either. When the Rangoku boy saw the letter of introduction in Takeo's hand, his eyes widened in shock. He took the letter and looked Takeo up and down in disbelief, glancing between the letter and Takeo several times. What? A Demon Slayer Corps recruit? But you look so young. Ah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude, it's just that. Realizing his words were impolite, the boy quickly waved his hands in a flustered apology. Takeo offered a gentle smile and shook his head, unbothered. It's all right. I do look young, but I wasn't lying, I really was recommended as a Corps recruit. I see. In that case, please come inside and have a seat. I'll go inform my brother right away. The boy ushered Takeo into the house, then hurriedly ran off deeper inside. Not long after, he returned, now carrying a tray of tea. He placed it down as he spoke. Luckily, my brother is home right now. If he weren't, you might have had to wait quite a while. Oh, sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Rangoku Senjuro, the second son of the Rangoku family. Kamado Takeo. Takeo repeated his name once more. Kamado-san, you really do look young. After handing Takeo his tea, Senjuro hesitantly asked a question. Takeo didn't hide anything. I'm 12 years old. What? That means we're the same age. Senjuro couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Takeo didn't respond, he simply sipped his tea calmly. He said he was 12, but honestly, that was just an estimate. Takeo didn't actually know this body's real age. Without his original memories, and with Grandpa Saburo only vaguely familiar with the Kamado family's circumstances, no one could recall exactly how old the Kamado children had been. So Takeo could only rely on how others perceived him, along with his current physical development, to roughly gauge his age. He figured whatever his actual age was, it probably wasn't far off from his guess. Then. Takeo-san, what made you want to? Senjuro, still astonished, was about to ask another question. But before Senjuro could finish his question, a rough voice suddenly cut in. Where'd this brat come from? A strong stench of alcohol hit Takeo's nose almost immediately. He rubbed his nose, trying to clear it, then turned toward the doorway. A supersized Senjuro. That was the first, admittedly rude, thought that flashed through Takeo's mind. But to be fair, the man really did look like a grown-up version of Senjuro. A drunk, middle-aged version at that. And judging by his appearance, even without Senjuro's explanation, Takeo could already guess who he was. There were said to be very few direct descendants left in the Rangoku family. Aside from the current flame Hashira, Rangoku Kaijuro, the only one who could match this description was likely the former flame Hashira, Rangoku Shinjuro. Takeo just hadn't expected the former flame Hashira to be a drunkard. That part had definitely caught him off guard. Chapter 14, Former Flame Hashira. Father. The way Senjuro addressed the man confirmed Takeo's suspicion. This drunken man really was the former flame Hashira, Rangoku Shinjuro. Since the man had once held the title of Hashira, proper respect was still due. With that in mind, Takeo respectfully bowed and said, "Are you Rangoku Shinjuro-san?" "I'm Kamado Takeo. I came here by recommendation to seek a cultivator." "Get lost." Shinjuro cut him off bluntly. Drinking heavily, he spoke with open hostility, "Just some snot-nosed brat, and you think you can join the Demon Slayer Corps? Don't kid yourself." "Father. You're drunk. Kamado-san came here to see my brother. Please, go back inside." Seeing how tense the atmosphere had become, Senjuro quickly stepped forward to defuse the situation. But Shinjuro wasn't having any of it. He roughly shoved Senjuro aside and barked. "You little brat, are you saying I'm inferior to Kaijuro?" I didn't mean that at all. You, that brat, even Kaijuro. You're all just talentless nobodies. And you want to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Stop dreaming. Go home and sleep it off." As he spoke, Shinjuro took another swig from his sake bottle, the stench of alcohol filling the room. Takeo, who had been silently observing from the side, looked visibly displeased. It wasn't Shinjuro's words that bothered him, it was his actions. Seeing Senjuro thrown to the ground, Takeo's expression turned cold. He stood up and said firmly, "Talentless nobodies? I'll have to disagree with that. Let's set aside Kaijuro-san, who became a Hashira. I personally mastered a breathing technique in less than half a quarter of an hour and used it to kill a demon on the spot. Is that something that nobody could do?" "What did you say, you brat?" Shinjuro paused for a moment, stunned by Takeo's claim. Then he stepped forward, sloshing his sake bottle angrily as he shouted. "Don't spout nonsense. Mastered a breathing technique in under 15 minutes? Who do you think you are, the founder of the original breathing styles? I have no interest in arguing with a drunk. Everything about my situation is written in the letter of recommendation. And for the record, that letter is meant for Kaijuro-sama, not for you." Faced with someone openly hostile toward him, Takeo saw no reason to remain polite. His tone was calm, but the way he spoke made it sound like a thinly veiled mockery as he addressed the man, former flame Hashira. "Ah!" Senjuro froze when he heard that. The next moment, he rushed forward and grabbed Shinjuro's arm, trying desperately to stop him. But Senjuro's strength was too feeble, he had no way of holding Shinjuro back. In a blur, Shinjuro closed the distance between them and grabbed Takeo by the collar, yanking him forward until their faces were inches apart. "You little brat, what's that supposed to mean? Are you looking down on me?" "Father. Kamado-san didn't mean it that way, please." "I did mean it that way." Though startled by Shinjuro's sudden speed, Takeo stood his ground and stared back without flinching, speaking each word with deliberate clarity. "I do look down on a drunk who beats his child and does nothing but drown in alcohol." Bang! The moment the words left Takeo's mouth, Shinjuro's fist came crashing down on his forehead. Shinjuro's strength was considerable. Even if he seemed to be holding back somewhat, the blow was still enough to leave Takeo dizzy and seeing stars. "Father. Please, stop." Seeing Shinjuro raise his hand, Senjuro panicked and tried to intervene. But before he could say more, Takeo's indignant voice rang out. "What's wrong, former flame hashira? Did I hit a nerve? Is that why you want to lash out? How disgraceful. You little brat. If you really need to vent your anger on a kid who's not even a full-fledged demon slayer yet, go ahead. I just wonder, if word of this gets out, what will it do to the Rangoku family's reputation?" Even with Shinjuro's hand clamped around him, Takeo showed no intention of backing down or apologizing. On the contrary, he poured more fuel on the fire. But it had to be said, his words hit the mark. Shinjuro's raised fist froze in midair, suspended for several seconds without coming down. He glared viciously at Takeo, still held tightly in his grip, then suddenly, a wide, twisted grin spread across his face. "Very good, you little brat. You've succeeded in pissing me off." Thud. Shinjuro threw Takeo to the ground, then looked down at him and said, "You just said, you mastered a breathing technique in under 15 minutes? That's right. Is there a problem with that?" Takeo stood up from the floor, lifting his head to meet Shinjuro's gaze without backing down. Shinjuro turned to Senjuro and said, "Teach him flame breathing. I'll give you 30 minutes. If he can use flame breathing to defeat me after that, then forget Kaijuro, I'll personally train him myself." "What? Father, that's..." "Silence, Senjuro. Teach him flame breathing. I'll be back in 30 minutes. Not giving Senjuro any chance to argue, Shinjuro barked his command, then turned and walked away, sake bottle in hand. Leaving only Senjuro and Takeo staring at each other in stunned silence. Nearly a full minute passed before Senjuro snapped out of it, panic rising in his voice. "This is bad. 30 minutes. Even though my brother is nearby, there's no way he can make it back in time. Kamado-san, you should just leave for now." "Why would I leave?" Takeo looked at Senjuro. "Didn't he say I have 30 minutes to learn flame breathing? You just start teaching me, everything else can come later. Kamado-san, please don't joke like that. 30 minutes. There's no way anyone could learn a breathing technique in just 30 minutes. I've been training for so long and I still haven't mastered it." Senjuro spoke with urgency, unable to believe that Takeo could possibly grasp flame breathing in such a short amount of time. Even if Takeo was a recommended recruit of the Demon Slayer Corps. "How would we know unless we try?" Takeo shot the question back. "No. Even if you could learn flame breathing, you wouldn't stand a chance against my father. He's a former flame hashira. Even without a sword, you wouldn't be able to beat him. He'll kill you." "It's fine, Senjuro. Just teach me what you know. I'll figure out the rest myself." Seeing that Senjuro was still wasting time, Takeo couldn't help but press him. "And just a reminder, it's already been nearly 5 minutes." Senjuro froze, staring at Takeo in a daze. But seeing the unwavering resolve in Takeo's eyes, he knew he had no other choice. Reluctantly, he began teaching Takeo the basics of the flame-breathing forms that he knew. Senjuro had learned flame breathing before, after all, it was the Rangoku family's inherited breathing technique. But Senjuro himself had never been able to use it, because, unlike his older brother Kaijuro, he lacked the talent necessary to become a demon slayer. Even so, he had a deep understanding of the theoretical foundations of flame breathing. Precisely because he had struggled to learn it, Senjuro had read through the secret flame breathing scrolls countless times. Now, all that effort was becoming nourishment for someone else, a foundation to cultivate a new swordsman. Over 40 minutes later, Shinjuro finally appeared again at the doorway. The smell of alcohol on him was even stronger than before, he had clearly downed quite a bit more sake. Staggering slightly, he gave off a sense of drunken frailty. And yet, in Takeo's eyes, Shinjuro now seemed even more dangerous than earlier. "All right, brat. Time's up. Let's see whether you were just running your mouth. Shinjiro looked at Takeo with a fierce, menacing grin that made it clear, he wasn't here to play nice. Chapter 15, The Wise and Gentle Voice. Okay. Yeah. It'll be a piece of cake. Or so did I thought. I'm screwed. I really talked too fucking big, didn't I? Standing in front of Shinjiro with a bamboo practice sword in hand, Takeo appeared calm on the outside, but inside, cold sweat was pouring down. At first, he had thought that since he'd managed to learn wind breathing in such a short time, learning flame breathing just as quickly shouldn't be too difficult. Especially since Shinjiro had given him a full 30 minutes, even more than that, in fact. It was a safe environment, with a complete breathing technique provided, no fear of demons attacking at any moment, no pressure to force himself to grasp an incomplete style. By all accounts, these were ideal conditions for training. And yet, more than half an hour had passed, and Takeo still hadn't mastered flame breathing. No, allow him to defend himself just a little. Can someone explain why the breathing patterns between different breathing techniques could be so different? Weren't they all derived from the same foundational breathing method? Why, after learning wind breathing, was it this hard to switch to flame breathing? It wasn't that Takeo couldn't learn it, he'd already memorized the theory behind flame breathing. If he hadn't already learned wind breathing, he might have picked up flame breathing fairly quickly. But the problem was that during his travels, he had already fully internalized wind breathing. Its rhythm and flow had become second nature to his body. And because of that, forcibly switching to the flame breathing pattern would take far more time than he had. Half an hour just wasn't enough. Forget 30 minutes, even if Takeo had half a day, he probably still wouldn't have pulled it off. Now he was really screwed. What's wrong? Not planning to attack? Or is it that you couldn't master flame breathing? Shinjiro stood casually, one hand holding his sake bottle and the other holding a bamboo practice sword. To Takeo, the man looked full of openings, but the moment he seriously considered launching an attack, he couldn't find a single angle worth exploiting. At the end of the day, this drunken bastard was still a former flame hashira, someone who had retired from the corps while still in one piece. That fact alone was proof of his strength. Only now did Takeo truly realize how brainless it had been to accept this challenge, to agree to defeat Shinjiro using flame breathing. His body was now younger, and it was starting to affect his mind too. Was he really this reckless before? It dawned on him, his mindset was beginning to match the age of his body. Maybe it was the hormones. But now wasn't the time to be thinking about that. Gripping the bamboo sword tightly with both hands, Takeo, already in too deep to back out, locked eyes with Shinjiro, his gaze resolute, and shouted. In that case, here I come. Boom. Takeo gathered his breathing technique, focusing it into his legs. In an instant, his speed exploded past his limits, he shot toward Shinjiro like a sudden gust of wind. A raging vortex of wind spiraled behind him, tearing through the solid ground. A powerful shockwave erupted from the tip of Takeo's bamboo sword, blasting straight toward Shinjiro. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind cutter. Back when Yoshizuru Asato had accompanied Takeo to the Wisteria House for recovery, he had taught him the complete wind-breathing style. Because of that, Takeo could now unleash the first form of wind-breathing with ease. Currently, he had mastered the first 6 forms of wind-breathing and could use them fluidly in combat. Against an enemy, he would instinctively resort to wind-breathing techniques. If he were to face that water demon on the boat again now, Takeo was certain he could kill it with ease. This was the strength he possessed now. Sure, it still wasn't enough to surpass a former flame hashira, but it was definitely stronger than Yoshizuru Asato. Roughly 3 times as strong, in fact, a full 3 Asatos of strength. Yoshizuru Asato has now been reduced to a unit of measurement XD. And yet, the strike that could have cleanly taken the head off a water demon, did nothing to Shinjiro. With just a single move, one strike, Shinjiro easily tore through Takeo's wind and landed a precise blow on his wrist. Bam! Takeo winced in pain and nearly dropped his sword, but in the next second, he gripped it even tighter, raised it high, changed his breathing form, and unleashed a rising slash filled with spiraling wind blades. Wind breathing, sixth form, black wind mountain mist. But even this was effortlessly countered. Shinjiro reversed his grip and broke through the attack with a single motion. Pathetic. Wham! Shinjiro, now visibly angry, kicked Takeo hard in the waist and abdomen, sending him flying. But he didn't follow up, he simply stood in place, shouting in fury. What are you even using? Is that flame breathing? I asked you, where is your flame breathing? If I could use flame breathing, I would have done it already, you damn drunken bastard. Takeo adjusted his posture in mid-air and landed firmly on the ground, gritting his teeth as he mentally cursed Shinjiro. Unfortunately, that was one thought he couldn't say out loud. He was the one who said he'd master flame breathing in a short time, so if he tried to make excuses now, it would only make him look like a fool. That stubborn pride unique to young boys began to flare within Takeo, and once it did, he couldn't bring himself to admit defeat. So even if he couldn't use flame breathing yet, Takeo still wanted to see if he could defeat Shinjiro through sheer will. Without saying a word, Takeo continued to charge at Shinjiro. His eyes saw nothing but Shinjiro, his entire focus was on defeating the man in front of him. But the difference in their strength was simply too great. Even swaying unsteadily, reeking of alcohol, and looking like he could barely stand, Shinjiro was still a hashira. A former hashira, yes, but a hashira nonetheless. His strength was overwhelming. The speed of his bamboo sword was impossible to track. Often, before Takeo could even register what was happening, his hands had already been struck. Shinjiro seemed to be deliberately targeting Takeo's wrists, trying to make him drop his sword, but the more he did, the more determined Takeo became to hold on. To a swordsman, letting go of your blade was no different from surrendering. Where's your talent? What about all that big talk you spouted earlier? Where's your flame breathing now? Shinjiro roared furiously as he struck Takeo's wrist again, then sent him flying with another kick. That kick landed hard. Takeo felt as though his stomach had been split open. He couldn't get back up immediately. Watching from the side, Shinjiro couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. That's enough. Father, you know perfectly well that a swordsman who's already mastered one breathing technique can't just learn another in such a short time. Shut up. Shinjiro roared at Shinjiro, then stormed over to Takeo, raising his bamboo sword high overhead. If you have no talent, admit it. A useless brat like you would be better off getting out of the Demon Slayer Corps while you still can. With that, Shinjiro brought the bamboo sword crashing down toward Takeo's head. Had the strike landed cleanly, an ordinary person would likely have suffered a concussion. Even a swordsman trained in breathing techniques would probably be bedridden for days. Takeo tried to dodge, but Shinjiro's swing was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the bamboo sword was already about to strike his head. Takeo. Breathe. Time seemed to slow. In that suspended moment, Takeo heard a familiar male voice whisper in his ear. Before his eyes, like a fleeting vision, he saw the silhouette of a man who looked somewhat like him, but older and more mature. That figure appeared weak and emaciated, all skin and bones. He sat just outside the room, watching Takeo holding something in his hands, smiling gently as he spoke in a soft voice. Breathing is the foundation of everything, Takeo. You must remember that. Breathing. A strange, graceful dance flickered across Takeo's vision. And just after that dance ended, he once again saw the bamboo sword about to crash down on his head. How much time had passed just now? A moment? A second? No, maybe not even the blink of an eye. But somehow, unexplainably, Takeo felt like something had just clicked inside him. His breathing suddenly changed. A searing flow of heat surged through his body, like a blaze ignited from his lungs, spreading out through every fiber of his being. Whoosh! Takeo narrowly dodged the bamboo sword, missing his head by mere millimeters. The thunderous impact as the bamboo struck the ground was deafening, but Takeo ignored it completely. Flames curled around his own bamboo sword, a scorching heat that seemed hot enough to ignite the very air itself surged upward as he swung it at Shinjuro. Blazing firelight burst forth before both Shinjuro and Senjuro's eyes. Flame breathing, second form, rising scorching sun. In that moment, Takeo unleashed it. Chapter 16, Become my adopted son, boy. No one could learn two breathing techniques in a short amount of time. As the former flame hashira, Shinjuro knew this better than anyone. Breathing techniques were methods that enhanced the body, but aside from the original form, sun breathing, all other styles differed in how they were used. Each had different breathing patterns, different combat forms. Once the body became accustomed to one breathing technique, unless the other being used was the original sun breathing, it was virtually impossible to switch techniques freely. Forcibly switching would throw one's breathing into chaos, placing a tremendous burden on the body. This was why every swordsman only ever mastered one breathing technique. Even those who developed a second typically only did so by evolving it from their foundational breathing, creating a new, personalized style derived from their core. Shinjuro understood this truth. And he could also see that this brat in front of him had indeed mastered some form of breathing technique. Though not yet fully refined, the boy was unmistakably using it. That alone made him qualified to join the Demon Slayer Corps. In fact, there was no need to train him further, he could head straight for the final selection and likely pass without issue. And yet, Shinjuro still chose to crush the boy's spirit, to make him give up before it was too late. After all, what did it matter if he had mastered a breathing technique? In the end, he'd die anyway, either at the hands of a demon or from illness. A kid like this, even with a bit of talent, how long could he really survive? He'd be better off leaving the Demon Slayer Corps and living an ordinary life. That was why Shinjuro made things difficult for him. Of course, maybe, just maybe, there was a little bit of personal emotion mixed in. Fine, a lot. But the truth was, Shinjuro simply didn't want to see a kid who looked about the same age as his own youngest son walk into the brutal world of demon slaying. Not being able to use flame breathing, that was normal. Being unable to reverse the flow of one's breathing, that was normal too. At least for ordinary people, it was impossible. And if this red-haired brat couldn't do it either, then he didn't have the so-called talent Shinjuro spoke of. And if he had no talent, then he wasn't suited to join the Demon Slayer Corps. It was better for him to quit early. That was what Shinjuro thought as he brought his bamboo sword down toward the boy lying on the ground. With this strike, this pointless farce would come to an end. The brat would likely be bedridden for a few days, and afterward, give up on joining the Corps entirely. With his strong body, he could become a good citizen, become wealthy, love freely, and marry the love of his life, lead a happy life as a normal person and not get tangled in this desperate, dark mess this world truly was. That's also what he wanted for his son Senjuro. But Shinjuro's prediction had gone off track. Even though the boy was already down on the ground, even though his breathing was shallow and he looked like he had no strength left to fight, at the final, critical moment, an intense wave of heat suddenly erupted from his body. And because it was flame breathing, Shinjuro recognized it immediately. He knew exactly what technique the brat had just used. Wind had turned into flame. The raging wind had transformed into blazing fire. So unbelievable was the sight before him that Shinjuro froze in place. Just for a second, only for that briefest instant, but in that time, searing flames split the air, shattered the bamboo sword, and reached Shinjuro's jaw. But the strike never landed. Because the boy's bamboo sword, unable to withstand the strain of switching between two breathing techniques, had splintered, breaking apart inch by inch until only the hilt remained, trembling as it pointed at Shinjuro. The scene fell silent. Takeo didn't speak. He couldn't. He was doing everything he could just to endure the pain caused by forcibly shifting his breathing style. A moment later, Senjuro's voice broke the silence. Did you win? Ha, ha. I managed to use flame breathing. Takeo remained in his upward slashing stance, and calmly spoke to Shinjuro. Shinjuro looked down at the broken bamboo sword in his hand, then back at the boy before him, who, despite being in obvious agony, still stood tall without retreating. His mouth twitched slightly. In the end, he said nothing. He tossed aside the bamboo sword, turned around, and left. As he walked away, he still swayed like a drunk, as if he might collapse at any moment. Ugh. Ha, ha. Only after Shinjuro left did Takeo finally give in, falling to one knee. Clutching his chest, he gasped for breath. An overwhelming tightness and discomfort, like a massive stitch in his side, nearly made him lose consciousness. Senjuro quickly rushed to his side, worried. Are you alright? Kamado-san. Breathe. Boy. A thunderous voice suddenly rang out beside them, making both Senjuro and Takeo jolt in surprise. The shout nearly sent Takeo into full blackout. Before Takeo could even see who had spoken, he felt a warm hand press against his back. Then, from the side, a medium-sized version of Senjuro's face suddenly popped into view, wearing a wide smile. His voice boomed like a temple bell as he shouted. Focus on your breathing. Steady your rhythm. Channel your breathing to ease the pain from the shift in technique. It'll help a lot. Huff. Ugh. So loud, my ears are going to explode. The suddenly appearing medium-sized Senjuro shouted every single word like he was delivering a war speech. His voice was so thunderous it made Takeo's head spin, but even so, Takeo instinctively followed the instructions and began practicing total concentration breathing as directed. Yes. Just like that, the booming voice praised, clearly noticing the shift in Takeo's breathing flow. Following the man's guidance, Takeo gradually began to feel better. After some time, the pain subsided enough for him to move again. He raised his head to look at the medium-sized Senjuro next to him and was about to ask who he was, when the nearby small Senjuro, wait, no, just regular Senjuro, cried out in delight. Oni-san. When did you get back? For some reason, even Senjuro's voice had gotten louder, only to be drowned out by the even louder voice of medium-son, no, Rangoku Kaijuro himself. While this red-haired boy was battling our father. So you were here from the very beginning? Why didn't you stop them? Senjuro couldn't help but shout in exasperation. Because I saw the resolve in this young man's heart, boomed medium-sized Senjuro in response. Then he placed a firm hand on the boy, on Takeo's shoulder, and declared in an even louder voice. Become my adopted son, boy. Huh. Excuse me, what exactly is the connection between seeing my resolve and becoming your adopted son? Did I miss something here? Takeo was completely thrown off by the sheer leap in logic packed into that one sentence, but he quickly realized who this medium-sized Senjuro, this man who looked so much like Senjuro, really was. No doubt about it. This had to be the current flame hashira, Rangoku Kaijuro. First impression. Well. Let's just say, he's definitely a man of strong personality. Oni-san, there you go again. I'm sorry, Kamado-san, my brothers, ideas are kind of strange sometimes. And no, it's fine. That said, adopted son means, what, exactly? Hearing Senjuro's apology, Takeo responded offhandedly and then asked what exactly Rangoku Kaijuro had meant by adopted son. From the sound of it, it seemed like he was trying to take him in as some sort of godson. But surely no one would go around picking up random kids as godchildren, right? So maybe Takeo had misunderstood. By adopted son, he means becoming his Tsuguko, that is, the successor of a hashira. Tsuguko is basically the person meant to inherit their position. What my brother meant is that he wants you to become his student. Senjuro explained it simply, confirming that Takeo's assumption was wrong. Adopted son definitely didn't mean godson. But to be named as a hashira successor right off the bat, wasn't that a bit too rash? So, boy. Become my adopted son. Kaijuro repeated his declaration at full volume. Takeo's eye twitched. Putting aside this flame hashira's apparent habit of offering people inheritance-level mentorship at first sight, what Takeo really didn't understand was, why does he have to yell every single sentence? My ears are going to explode, damn it. Chapter 17, Takeo's nightmare began. A freshly brewed cup of tea, still steaming in the cold air, was placed in front of Takeo. Please enjoy some tea, Kamado-san. Senjuro, who had once again brewed the tea, set the tray down and leaned in slightly to explain in a hushed tone. Sorry. My brother injured his ears a while ago, so he tends to speak really loudly. I see. Oh. Senjuro's tea is delicious. As the two whispered to each other, Kaijuro once again boomed with enthusiastic praise. Senjuro gave an awkward but polite smile, then turned back to Takeo and said, So, that's how he is. I hope you won't mind. It's fine, Takeo replied, waving it off. He then turned his attention to Kaijuro and handed him the letter that Yashizuru Asato had given him. You're the Flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, right? This is a letter of recommendation from Yashizuru Asato. He said you would help me find a suitable cultivator. Not necessary. Without even glancing at the letter, Kaijuro responded in his usual booming voice, You have already mastered wind breathing and even learned flame breathing. Therefore, you do not need a cultivator, you already qualify to participate in the final selection. Is that so? That's great to hear. Because of Kaijuro's volume, Takeo found his own voice unconsciously rising as well. Kaijuro continued loudly, but if you become my adopted son, I will train you rigorously. Simply knowing standard breathing techniques is far from enough. I don't believe I ever agreed to become your adopted son. Seeing how eager Kaijuro seemed to make him his successor, Takeo couldn't help feeling a bit speechless. Sure, his goal was to join the Demon Slayer Corps, and if he could eventually reach the top and become one of the Hashira, that would be ideal. But becoming someone's designated heir, just sounded like a hassle. Still, he had learned the Rangoku family's inherited flame breathing, after all. Is that so? What a shame. Just as Takeo was thinking that, he heard Kaijuro respond, sounding as though he had given up immediately. Wait, what? At least try to be a little more persistent. If you'd pushed a bit harder, I might have agreed, you know. Forget it. No point trying to keep up with this guy's pace. Takeo gave up trying to follow Kaijuro's train of thought. Instead, he recalled the term, standard breathing techniques, that Kaijuro had mentioned earlier, and couldn't help but ask. Kaijuro-san, are there breathing techniques that aren't standard? Nope, came the immediate, thunderous reply. There aren't. But just now, you said. I meant personalized breathing techniques. Kaijuro declared loudly, then launched into an explanation. Flame, water, wind, stone, and thunder, these are the 5 fundamental breathing styles. But beyond those, there are breathing techniques derived from them, unique styles developed by individual swordsmen. For example, love breathing was derived from flame breathing. Sound breathing evolved from thunder breathing. And so on. So that's it, by standard breathing techniques, he meant the 5 core styles, and the non-standard ones are those that branch off from the fundamentals and are refined into something more personal. Listening to Kaijuro's examples, Takeo nodded in understanding. Though he couldn't help wondering, why did he specifically choose love and sound breathing as examples? While Takeo was still wondering about it, Senjuro spoke up, the current love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri Nizan, who uses love breathing, was once my brother's Tsuguko. The one who uses sound breathing is the current sound hashira, Yuzuiten-sama. They're both my brother's colleagues. Ah, so that's why, since they're his fellow hashira, he used them as examples. Exactly. Only by mastering a breathing technique that suits you best can you become stronger. You have great talent, so I know you'll succeed. Kaijuro loudly affirmed Takeo's potential. And it made sense. After all, someone who could master a breathing technique in a short period of time, and even forcefully switch between two different styles without formal training, was incredibly rare. So rare that no one would even question saying it was unheard of. That alone was proof that Takeo had exceptional talent. If anyone could develop a personalized breathing technique of their own, it would be him. At least, that's probably what Kaijuro was thinking. But to Takeo, it just felt like Kaijuro was setting the bar way too high. After all, it hadn't even been 2 weeks since he first started learning breathing techniques. His ability to use wind breathing proficiently was only thanks to the foundation laid by Uncle Wolverine's 200 years of combat technique experience. As for his use of flame breathing, it was more of a spontaneous spark. He had heard a voice, seemingly out of nowhere, and instinctively shifted his breathing. It wasn't deliberate at all. In fact, the sensation had been so surreal that Takeo wasn't even sure he could replicate it again. And yet now, Kaijuro was telling him to create a breathing technique of his own. Honestly, Takeo didn't think of himself as a genius at all. That kind of thing, he just couldn't do it. But even if he couldn't, Takeo still made the decision, to become Kaijuro's Tsuguko. Because only by doing so would he receive Kaijuro's full instruction. Personal, all-encompassing guidance from a hashira was something most Demon Slayer Corps members could only dream of. Takeo needed someone strong to teach him the fundamentals of breathing techniques. He was a latecomer to this art, his foundation was weak, and there were many areas where he needed extra help. And so, he decided to become Kaijuro's successor. Kaijuro seemed absolutely delighted. But he also said that, for now, he couldn't formally accept Takeo as his Tsuguko, because Takeo still wasn't an official member of the Demon Slayer Corps. That said, Kaijuro added that he would still train Takeo strictly, using the standards he would apply to a Tsuguko. And so, Takeo's nightmare began. Breathe. Focus on your breathing. Why are you using your hands? You're human, not a beast. Swing your sword properly. Stop thinking you can just trade injuries. Your recovery speed might be far above average, but it's still not as fast as a demon's. What if you leave an opening because you're too badly injured? Value your life more. Spartan. This is Sparta. From morning till night, from basic physical training to sword combat practice. Takeo was training non-stop. And once Kaijuro learned about his abnormal regeneration, he tailored a training regimen that no normal person could possibly endure. It wasn't until then that Takeo heard from Senjuro that Kaijuro had actually taken on quite a few Tsuguko in the past. But aside from the love hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, none of the others had been able to endure Kaijuro's grueling training, they had all quit and run away. Now, Takeo had officially become the longest-lasting Tsuguko since Mitsuri. And upon hearing that, Takeo fully understood why the others had bolted. If he didn't have his rapid healing, if he didn't have old man Logan's centuries of combat experience and the battle-hardened instincts that came with it, if he didn't possess the mental fortitude that surpassed most modern humans, he would have run too. Absolutely. He would have bolted the very night Kaijuro started training him. And he never wanted to see Kaijuro again, ever. Honestly, you couldn't expect a pampered modern person to survive this kind of Spartan death training. In fact, if it weren't for old man Logan's regenerative abilities, Takeo might have literally died from Kaijuro's regimen. Thank you, Uncle Logan. Thank you, regeneration. As the sun began to set, Takeo, resting in the courtyard, silently offered his heartfelt thanks to Uncle Logan, who was presumably watching from the afterlife. Though, to be fair, if not for those regeneration abilities, Kaijuro probably wouldn't have trained him like this in the first place. Is Rangoku-san home? While Takeo was taking a break, a pink-haired head suddenly peeked through the wide-open gate of the Rangoku estate. It was the head of a girl, with long, sakura pink hair and soft green tips. Honestly, her hair looked even more unusual than the Rangoku family's trademark fiery color. She leaned slightly through the entrance, peering into the courtyard. Just as Takeo was about to step forward to ask, Senjuro came out of the house and called out to her with a bright smile. "Mitsuri-Nizan, you're here. My brother's inside, please come in." With that, Senjuro revealed the girl's name. And Takeo immediately understood who she was. This was the current love hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kenroji Mitsuri. Chapter 18, Are They a Couple? The Flame Hashira and the Love Hashira were inside the house discussing official business. Since neither Senjuro nor Takeo were official members of the Demon Slayer Corps, they didn't go in. Instead, they waited outside for the conversation to end. But Takeo had fairly sharp hearing, and he could faintly catch parts of their conversation. It seemed, there was some kind of mission that required the Flame Hashira's attention. And since the Love Hashira happened to be nearby, she had come to deliver the details in person. "My brother's rarely home. This has been his longest stay in a while." Senjuro, clearly aware that Kaijuro would be leaving again soon, quietly explained the situation to Takeo. As one of the Hashira, Kaijuro almost never had free time. If he wasn't slaying demons, he was on his way to slay demons. The only reason he'd come home this time was because he'd just finished eliminating a demon nearly as strong as one of the 12 Kazuki, and since the mission site was close by, he'd been granted a short leave. But even then, after just 3 days at home, he was already scheduled to head out again. After all, he was a Hashira, the very pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. I know this might not be the right time to ask, but, what about my training?" Takeo didn't particularly mind that Kaijuro was leaving, but what did concern him was that once Kaijuro was gone, he wouldn't have a sparring partner for combat training. Shinjuro didn't seem like the type to train anyone. That damn drunk had completely gone back on his word. He'd spent the past few days holed up in his room, drinking non-stop and refusing to come out. What happened to, "If you beat me using flame breathing, I'll personally train you"? Stupid drunkard. Takeo was full of resentment toward Shinjuro, and had no fondness for him whatsoever. That's why he much preferred to be trained by Kaijuro. As harsh as Kaijuro's training was, it was undeniably effective. Right now, Takeo felt like he could take on 5 Yashizuru Asatos at once. 5 Asato level strength. You don't need to continue training anymore. Just as Takeo finished speaking, the door to the house opened. Kaijuro stepped out and said to him, "You truly are talented. I've already taught you everything you need to know. You're fully qualified to participate in the final selection." That fast. But didn't you say I had to master a personalized breathing technique? Takeo looked at Kaijuro in surprise. Kaijuro, still wearing his trademark cheerful smile, declared loudly, "That was the requirement for a Tsuguko." "You're not my Tsuguko yet." Didn't you say I couldn't become your Tsuguko until I officially joined the Demon Slayer Corps?" "Exactly. And now you're saying you won't hold me to those standards because I'm not your Tsuguko." "Precisely. I don't get it. I just don't get this man's logic." Even though Takeo felt like he'd slowly started to keep up with Kaijuro's way of thinking over the past few days, apparently he was still one step behind. At the very least, he had absolutely no idea what Kaijuro was trying to say right now. Just as he was about to give up asking, Kaijuro suddenly added, "Because you have great talent." "Huh? You have incredible talent. And an enviable recovery ability. That's why I wanted to set higher expectations for you. If it's you, I'm certain you'll become a Hashira, and quickly at that." So I had hoped you could create a personalized breathing technique before the final selection. But even if you don't manage to, that's perfectly fine. Becoming an official member of the Demon Slayer Corps and fighting demons directly will help you grow stronger. Kaijuro spoke to Takeo with genuine conviction. And finally, Takeo understood. Kaijuro did want to take him in as his Tsuguko, and he did hope Takeo would one day create his own breathing technique. But more than that, he wanted Takeo to join the Demon Slayer Corps as soon as possible, so they could stand side by side in battle. That was the hope and trust Kaijuro was placing in him. I understand. Now grasping what Kaijuro truly meant, Takeo replied seriously, in that case, I'll go participate in the final selection. As for developing his own breathing technique, Takeo honestly had no clue where to begin. But since his strength had already reached, and possibly surpassed, the base requirement, there was no point in delaying further. Takeo wanted a Nichiren sword of his own. Only with one could he inflict truly fatal wounds on demons. That meant becoming a full-fledged member of the Corps as soon as possible. Excellent. Then you'll set out tomorrow. After hearing Takeo's decision, Kaijuro suddenly spoke up. Takeo? Seeing Takeo frozen in confusion, the love hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, couldn't bear to watch and stepped in to explain. The final selection for this quarter is in 2 weeks. And the selection site, Mount Fujikaisen, is a bit far from here. So it'd be best if you depart tomorrow to make it in time. Only 2 weeks left. That's way too soon. Only now did Takeo understand why Kaijuro had been in such a rush to push him toward the final selection. There just wasn't enough time. Ha ha ha. I completely forgot when the selection was being held. Kaijuro let out his usual hearty, cheerful laugh as he said it. You're a hashira. You're the flame hashira. How do you forget something this important about your own organization? Takeo had an entire monologue of frustrated internal screaming, but no way to let it out. The suffering was real. At his side, Kanroji Mitsuri gave him a sympathetic smile and said. Kaijuro-san is always like this. Once you become his Tsuguko, you'll get used to it. Oh. I haven't introduced myself yet, I'm Kanroji Mitsuri. Pleased to meet you. Kamado Takeo, pleased to meet you. After exchanging greetings with Kanroji Mitsuri, Takeo finally took a moment to observe the current love hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps more closely. Her smile was bright and cheerful, much like Kaijuro's. No wonder she had once been his Tsuguko, that trait was clearly something they shared. She looked energetic, and she didn't seem all that old, though one thing was especially attention-grabbing, her chest. Wait, why was her uniform open like that? A large portion of her chest was exposed. Was this a female-only version of the uniform? It didn't really match the serious tone of the Demon Slayer Corps, but honestly. Gulp. Approved by Takeo. Combined with her uniquely colored hair, she radiated a charm all her own, though that hair color must have stood out even more in this era. You're so young. Even younger than I was when I joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Youth is such a wonderful thing, makes it easier to find a sweetheart. After the introductions, for some reason, Mitsuri suddenly started sighing wistfully as she looked at Takeo. Takeo had no idea how to respond to that, so he just gave her a polite smile. When you don't know how to respond, just smile. At the very least, it'll never come off as rude. By the way. Kaijuro suddenly shouted. Well, to be fair, he always spoke in a shout, but this time it was even louder than usual. Takeo turned to look at him and heard Kaijuro say. To participate in the final selection, you'll need a suitable sword. As it happens, Mitsuri's practice sword from her final selection is still here. If you don't mind, you can use that one. Kaijuro-san still has my sword? Hearing this, Mitsuri looked genuinely surprised, her cheeks even turned a bit red with embarrassment. Kaijuro replied, full of pride, of course. It was the sword used by my one and only Tsuguko. There's no way I'd throw it away. Ah. That's so touching. Mitsuri's eyes sparkled as she looked at Kaijuro with admiration. Takeo, watching the exchange, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the way she was looking at him. The flame hashira and the love hashira, wait a second, are they a couple or something? Chapter 19, A Nichiren Sword and Mount Fujicasein. As it turned out, the whole, flame hashira x love hashira, thing was just a misunderstanding on Takeo's part. On the way to retrieve the sword, Takeo learned that Mitsuri behaved like that with everyone, cheerful, friendly, energetic, and easily flustered. It wasn't something reserved just for Kaijuro. The little spark of gossip that had flared up in Takeo's heart quickly fizzled out. Makes sense. The hashira were constantly out slaying demons, rarely gathered in one place. How would they even have time to form a relationship? Besides, this world is called Hashira Slayer. Just thinking about that suddenly made Takeo's mood a little heavy. If his guess about this world's plot was right, and the story really did end with nearly all the hashira dying, then that passionate flame hashira, and that radiant, energetic love hashira, would die too. It didn't feel real. Having never personally witnessed someone die in front of him, Takeo couldn't truly grasp the weight of death. Even if someone told him now that Kaijuro would die, that Mitsuri would die, he wouldn't feel much. Because it didn't feel real. Come to think of it, the closest Takeo had ever come to witnessing someone's death, was that time when the little troublemaker, Miura Ichiro, collapsed in a pool of blood. Back then, he remembered feeling furious. But once he realized Ichiro was actually okay, that anger quickly faded, replaced only by curiosity about that water demon. Maybe Takeo still hadn't fully integrated into this world. This is the one. Kaijuro's booming voice snapped Takeo out of his thoughts. Takeo looked up and saw Kaijuro holding out a Nichiren sword to him. The sword had a black scabbard. The handle was wrapped in soft sakura pink cloth, and the tsuba, the handguard, was a regular pentagon shape. When Takeo drew the blade, the silver-gray edge gleamed in the firelight. A Nichiren sword. The essential weapon of all Demon Slayer Corps members. It was said that Nichiren swords were forged from a special ore known as scarlet crimson iron sand and scarlet crimson ore, materials capable of absorbing sunlight and storing it within. As a result, the blade was extremely effective against demons. The moment one of these blades severed a demon's neck, no matter how powerful the demon was, it would be reduced to ashes. Just like a demon being exposed to direct sunlight. It was thanks to these swords that members of the Demon Slayer Corps were able to battle demons at all. Without a Nichiren sword, no weapon could inflict meaningful damage on a demon. That was exactly why Takeo had wanted to join the Demon Slayer Corps, to obtain a Nichiren sword of his own. Take that sword and head to the final selection. Seeing Takeo still staring in awe, Kaijuro urged him again. Gathering his focus, Takeo took a deep breath, then reached out and wrapped his fingers around the hilt. The process might have been a little unconventional, but at last, he had obtained a blade capable of killing demons, a Nichiren sword. For the next 2 weeks, no, for a long time to come, this sword would be his most treasured possession. Thank you, Kaijuro-san. I'll take good care of it. Takeo bowed his head and earnestly expressed his gratitude. Kaijuro had to leave in a hurry. After handing over the Nichiren sword, he and Mitsuri departed under cover of night. As for Takeo, the next morning, carrying food and supplies packed for him by Senjuro, he set out on his journey toward Mount Fujicasein. Anyone who wished to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, regardless of who they were, had to first pass the final selection. The location for the final selection was a place known as Mount Fujicasein, where wisteria flowers, a natural repellent to demons, bloomed year-round. The Corps would send captured demons there, using them to test the worthiness of potential recruits. To pass the test, candidates had to survive on the mountain for 7 days. Only then would they earn the right to become official members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Because of that, food and water were essential. At minimum, one needed enough supplies to last 5 days. Senjuro seemed very familiar with the whole process. He efficiently prepared dry rations for Takeo and explained that Mount Fujisain had natural water sources, so there was no need to worry about drinking water. Though Senjuro had no intention of becoming a demon slayer himself, he knew a surprising amount about the Corps. But then again, it made perfect sense. His father was a former flame hashira, his brother was the current flame hashira, and even his brother's former Tsuguko had become the love hashira. In total, Senjuro personally knew 3 hashira. It was no wonder he was so well informed. Mount Fujisain was located quite far from Tokyo. And in this era, where there were few vehicles and trains only ran between major cities, 2 weeks wasn't a lot of time. From the looks of it, Takeo would have to travel through the night just to make it on time. Fortunately, nearly 2 months had passed since his arrival in this world. The weather was gradually warming as spring approached, and thanks to his strong regenerative ability, Takeo didn't have to worry about freezing to death during overnight travel. Otherwise, he never would have dared to travel by night in the cold. Good. At this pace, I should arrive at Mount Fujisain 3 days early. 1 week later, while traveling at night, Takeo estimated the remaining distance and finally let out a small breath of relief. Thanks to his extraordinary stamina and regeneration, he had been able to travel through the night without sleep. Otherwise, the full 2 weeks would have only just barely gotten him to Mount Fujisain in time, probably with no rest before the trial began. But now, he had an extra 3 days to spare. Since time was no longer pressing, Takeo eased up a bit. With the sun having already set and no signs of nearby settlements, he decided to find a place to rest for the night and recover his energy. He also wanted to spend some time thinking about how to develop his own original breathing technique. Having already grasped both wind breathing and flame breathing was proof that he had talent, so maybe he really could develop a unique breathing style suited to him. The problem was, he had no clue where to even begin. Or rather, he didn't know what kind of breathing technique he should try to create. Flame breathing was one of the 5 foundational styles, so putting that aside, love breathing, which derived from flame breathing, clearly reflected Kenroji Mitsuri's personality and character. So what about Takeo? What kind of breathing technique would suit his personality and physical traits? These were questions that would take a long time to fully explore. So whenever he had free time, Takeo would ponder them. It had become a way to pass the time during travel. Absolutely couldn't have done. He might be young, but that kind of talent, it was beyond normal. If only she had that kind of gift too. Wah! A loud, shrill baby's cry snapped Iori out of her thoughts. She jerked her head up, eyes locking on the foggy outline ahead. Through the heavy mist, a small wooden cabin gradually came into view. The crying, it was coming from inside. And not just one voice. Realizing that there might be more than one baby inside the cabin, Iori's expression grew tense. Her heart suddenly felt very heavy. She approached the cabin cautiously, inching closer before gently pushing open the slightly ajar door. What she saw inside made her pupils contract sharply. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 children of varying ages were suspended in the air, wrapped tightly in fabric. The cloth, like makeshift swaddles, hung them from the ceiling. The oldest couldn't have been more than 3 years old, while the youngest, barely even a year, perhaps, was just an infant. And then there was the baby in the demon's arms. 5. A total of 5 children had become the demon's hostages. The cries had come from one of the suspended children, his wails had roused the others, triggering a chain of loud, pitiful sobs. At the center of it all sat the demon woman, holding her protective charm of an infant in her arms, gently cooing to the others. Don't cry, my sweet little ones. There. Mama's here. Mama's here. You must be hungry, right? That's why you're crying. Don't worry. Mama brought you something to eat, ah. As she spoke those last words, she suddenly turned her head, her eyes locked directly onto the doorway. The moment her eyes met Iori's, the demon woman's lips curled upward in a twisted grin, clear drool dripped from the corner of her mouth. Fresh food has arrived. This is bad. The instant their gazes locked, Iori felt a jolt of alarm rush through her body. And her instincts were spot on. Because the very next second, every strip of fabric inside the cabin came alive. Like snakes poised to constrict and crush their prey, the cloth lashes surged toward Iori in a deadly wave. Blood demon art, cloth dance. Ugh, that stench. Elsewhere in the forest, Takeo wrinkled his nose, following the increasingly foul odor wafting through the air. He hadn't joined Iori in her direction because he was convinced the demon wouldn't flee in a straight line. Instead of searching blindly, Takeo had chosen to track the faint residual scent lingering in the air, hoping it would lead him straight to her. Now, moving steadily through the trees, he was honing in on the strongest source of the demon's rot-like stench. The trail was getting clearer, and closer. The farther Takeo moved forward, the stronger the stench became, so foul that not even the dense mist could block it out. That could only mean one thing: he was close. Or so Takeo had thought. But when he reached the source of the stench, he came to a halt, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared ahead. Corpses. Corpses. And more corpses. The overwhelming smell hadn't come from the demon, but from a mass grave filled with rotting bodies. It wasn't unusual to find human corpses in places where demons lurked. But this was different. What shocked Takeo wasn't just the number, but the size. These human remains were young. So young, in fact, that calling them young felt like an understatement. The largest body he could see didn't even match half the size of his own. Their small bodies had been gnawed on, ripped apart, and left to rot. The demon hadn't consumed them completely. It was as if she'd simply taken a few bites out of each one, and then tossed them aside like discarded snacks. Why didn't the demon slayer corps notice this? There were so many child-sized corpses piled in the pit that a rough estimate put the number at dozens. With so many missing children, it should have drawn the corps' attention long ago. So why was this demon still alive? No, wait. Suddenly, something in the pit caught Takeo's eye. Nichiren swords. Someone's Nichiren blade had been discarded, tossed carelessly among the bones, half buried beneath the corpses. 3 swords in total, some broken, others shattered, strewn across the pit alongside the remains. The demon slayer corps had come here. Their members had arrived. But they'd been killed, and eaten. All that remained were these ruined blades. Even official slayers had died here. Sakoma Iori. Takeo's pupils contracted sharply. In an instant, he remembered, Iori was searching the other side of the forest. If even official demon slayers had died here. Then if Sakoma Iori encountered that demon, she might not survive. The thought flashed through Takeo's mind in an instant. Without hesitation, he dropped to the ground, pressing his nose close to the soil to catch any lingering trace of the demon's scent. If the demon frequently came here to dispose of corpses, that meant her lair couldn't be far. There had to be a scent trail left behind. If he could just pick it up. Got it. Thank you, Uncle Logan. Thank you for this heightened sense of smell. It was faint, but still detectable. A lingering trail of that rotting, demonic odor buried in the dirt. Takeo sprinted forward at full speed, following the scent without hesitation. He didn't particularly like Sakoma Iori. The girl had bickered with him non-stop from the moment they met. But even so, she didn't deserve to die here. Sakoma Iori, you'd better not have run into that demon, but if you did, you damn well better hang on until I get there. With that thought blazing in his heart, Takeo charged toward the demon's location. Chapter 23, Don't Give Up. Oh. Fuck, that was close. By the slimmest margin, Sakoma Iori managed to dodge the demon's blood demon art. She had just been about to back out of the cabin to search for Takeo and come up with a new plan, but the moment she stepped backward, she realized. The door was sealed shut. At some point, the demon's cloth had silently wrapped itself around it, locking it tight. Iori. Damn it, it's a trap. It finally hit her. The slightly ajar door had been bait. The crying infants, lures. The whole setup was a carefully constructed snare. The woman used the cries to draw people in, tricking them into stepping inside, and then closed the trap to devour them whole. This was her routine. Iori should have realized it. But she hadn't thought it through, too focused on the children inside. Her concern had led her straight into the demon's jaws. Fuck. I'm such an idiot for not noticing sooner. She cursed herself silently, but even so, her reflexes didn't fail her. Thanks to her old cultivator's brutal training, Iori's body reacted on pure instinct, allowing her to narrowly dodge cloth attacks so fast she could barely see them coming. That sword, that skill, you must be one of those so-called demon hunters too, aren't you? The demon said in a pitiful, eerie tone. So scary, so cruel, why do all of you want to kill me? Why do you want to kill a poor, grieving mother who's lost her children, why? After witnessing Iori's skillful dodge, the demon woman inexplicably began sobbing to herself. Demons are monsters who've long lost their humanity. You must never be deceived by their appearance, or their performance. That was one of the first lessons her old cultivator had drilled into her. So Iori didn't feel even the slightest sympathy. She simply listened carefully, analyzing the demon's words. Demon hunters, the demon had just mentioned demon hunters, hadn't she? That had to mean, other demon slayer corps members had already come here. But if that was true, why was this demon still alive? No. Deep down, Iori had already guessed the answer. She just didn't want to admit it. The reason this demon was still here, despite the corps having already sent people, was because those official slayers had died. Official slayers were killed here, weren't they? Ugh, come on. I'm not even officially in the corps yet, why do I have to deal with something like this? Iori screamed in her head. She honestly wanted to cry. All she'd set out to do was participate in the final selection, so why the hell had it turned into this? This was completely unreasonable. A demon that even official corps members couldn't defeat, and they expected her, a mere trainee, to handle it? Was this some kind of joke? Sure, her cultivator had once said she had promise. But she was still a newbie. That storm of panic and frustration swelled inside her, and for just one moment, Iori lost focus. Losing focus during battle was dangerous. And almost immediately, she paid the price. In the sea of writhing cloth, one strand whipped out from an unnatural angle and coiled tightly around her ankle. The moment she felt the resistance tightening against her leg, Iori's eyes flew open. Crap. Wham! An overwhelming force surged through the cloth. Her body was lifted clean off the ground, and in the next instant, she was slammed hard into the wall. Thud. It was just a wooden wall, but when her body slammed into it, it didn't even creak. Iori, on the other hand, felt like her internal organs had been completely rattled loose. They throbbed painfully inside her, like they were being knocked around with every breath. Gah! Blood spewed from her lips as she struggled to steady her breathing. But the demon had no intention of giving her time to recover. A thick strip of green cloth, now tinged with a faint red aura, dropped down from above, aimed directly for Iori's head. The demon's cloth was tougher than iron. If she couldn't block or dodge it, that blow would kill her. Instantly. But she couldn't move. She had used too much time trying to control her breathing. Iori's body trembled as her wide eyes locked onto the incoming cloth, streaking down toward her skull. If this hits me, I'm dead. Was this it? Was she going to die here? Before even becoming an official demon slayer. The fear was overwhelming. Time seemed to freeze. Her vision blurred. Death hovered so close, it was suffocating. And then. She wasn't sure if it was a hallucination. But in that moment. She saw the figure of her old cultivator, her grandfather, standing before her. Iori, don't give up. Ha, but I really can't anymore. Don't give up, Iori. Get up. Keep running. Her old cultivator, Grandpa, stood over her, smacking her with his wooden practice sword as she lay collapsed on the ground. But even as the strikes landed, Iori made no move to get up. Her stamina had completely run dry. She couldn't move a single finger. Sakoma Iori. Get up, her grandfather bellowed beside her ear. Then, without warning, he grabbed her arm and flung her forward with a jolt. Wah! Thrown upright against her will, Iori stumbled to her feet and started running again, her grandfather's relentless voice blaring beside her. You're not allowed to give up. Even when you hit a wall, even when you're at your limit, even when you can't stand on your own, as long as there's air in your lungs, as long as you can still breathe, you keep going. That's what he always said. But human bodies have limits, too, you know. Iori grumbled silently in her heart, even as her feet carried her forward. If you give up, you die. If you don't want to die, then no matter what, never give up. Keep running, Iori. Her cultivator was still shouting at her. Keep running and I'll die faster. It was because of this ridiculous, unreasonable training that most of his students ended up quitting. Iori grumbled endlessly in her heart. Her grandfather, the old man who trained her, was one of the oldest cultivators still active in the Demon Slayer Corps. Probably the oldest. He wasn't a hashira. Even before retirement, he had only reached Kino, the second highest rank below the hashira. An injury to his leg had taken him off the battlefield and into a teaching role. A very ordinary cultivator. Not a single one of his disciples had ever reached hashira. Most hadn't even made it to Kino. Still, he was the one who had trained Iori. And if Iori was being honest, she didn't particularly like him. Not one bit. Part of it was the brutal, over-the-top training, another part was that she simply didn't think their personalities matched. And deep down, she resented the fact that he wasn't stronger. She had heard there were former hashira among the Corps' cultivators that if she had been lucky enough to be assigned to one of them, even the harshest training would have felt worth it. But alas! Trainees in the Demon Slayer Corps don't get to choose their cultivators. Since she had no say in choosing her trainer, Iori had simply accepted her lot. But maybe it was because of that small grudge in her heart that she often ended up arguing with her grandfather. Of course, Iori felt justified. Her stamina would be completely drained, her whole body aching unbearably, and yet he would still force her to keep training. That kind of training was just too much. Who could possibly endure that? Always preaching about never giving up. But what was the point of not giving up at a time like this? The demon's cloth was getting closer and closer, and yet, in that exact moment, Iori's body moved before her thoughts could catch up. Breath laced with moisture escaped through her mouth and nose, and in the blink of an eye, Sakoma Iori raised her blade. Crystal clear water swirled around her like a ukiyo-e painting brought to life. It flowed along the edge of her sword, and in an instant, it slashed straight through the cloth closing in around her. Her body moved on instinct. Her whole form was carried by her breathing technique, the flow of water breathing surging through her limbs. Water breathing, third form. The small figure darted between the incoming strips of cloth. With each step forward, waves of slashing water extended like ripples from her blade. In a single instant, every strip of cloth around her was cleanly severed. Flowing dance. The third form. This was the technique that Iori had successfully executed. Up until now, she had only mastered the first, second, and fifth forms of water breathing, but now, she had pulled off the third form in the heat of battle. However, just that alone wasn't enough to cut off the demon's head. Though she'd torn through the cloth, the infant clinging to the demon's neck was still there. If she followed through with an attack, even if she killed the demon, the child hanging around its neck would die too. She couldn't aim for the demon's neck. But if she didn't, she might very well die here. As her body pushed beyond its limit, Iori's mind whirled frantically. Within the span of a single breath, she came up with a plan. She shifted her target. With the momentum left over from flowing dance, she used its speed to rush past the demon, sprinting straight toward the wall behind her. Her blade flipped mid-motion, aiming not for flesh, but for the structure behind. From above, the cascading water spiraled like a wheel, crashing down in a powerful arc. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. Boom! The wall split apart with a thunderous crack, a massive fissure opening up before Iori. Fresh air rushed into the room, the clean breeze clearing her foggy mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Iori gathered every ounce of breath in her lungs, and shouted through the crack. "I'm right here. Someone, help me. You so cruel, demon hunter. No one's coming to save you." The demon's voice echoed coldly behind her, and in the next moment, the cloths in the room surged toward Iori even faster, like a tidal wave about to crush her where she stood. Maybe this is how it ends, Iori thought. That foul-mouthed little brat, he was probably too far away, even if he was strong, he couldn't possibly make it in time from that distance. Iori understood that. She wasn't naive. But still. He'll come. They had only just met, but for some inexplicable reason, Iori believed in that red-haired boy. But it wasn't intuition or some kind of gut feeling, it was simply because. She saw the red-haired figure. Wind-breathing, eighth form. That small frame surged through the mist, riding the wind. In the blink of an eye, the figure leapt from the distance and landed in front of Iori. A wild yet gentle gust blew into the room through the cracked wall, and that figure, Takeo, had already swept past Iori, charging straight for the demon in the center. Wind blades tore through the demon's cloth attacks, slicing cleanly in all directions, every strand of hanging cloth severed at once. At the same time, scarlet blood burst from the demon's body that soaked the green fabric, pooling darkly on the floor. Primary Gale Slash. The name of the technique echoed after the strike had already landed. And the demon had already been dismembered. Her limbs severed, her torso fell heavily to the floor. Chapter 24, Demons Were Once Human, 2. So fast. Seeing Takeo's figure appear right in front of her in an instant, Iori couldn't help but widen her eyes. She had already known that Takeo was strong and fast, but only now did she realize, she had still underestimated him. That speed just now, even her strict cultivator grandpa probably couldn't match it. But, the demon wasn't dead yet. Her limbs had been severed, the cloth created by her blood demon art shredded, but the demon herself was still very much alive. Takeo's strike had deliberately avoided the demon's neck. Because hanging on her neck, the infant was clinging to her like it had been embedded into her flesh. He couldn't risk hitting it. So instead, Takeo had chosen to disable her. Now, he was trying to tear the baby away from the demon's body. TCH, let go, already. Standing before the demon, Takeo gritted his teeth as he gripped the infant, trying to pry it from her chest. But that action only enraged the demon. No, rather than anger, it was more like panic. The demon's face held less rage than sheer terror at the thought of her child being taken. No, don't. In that moment of panic, the demon unleashed her full potential. Her limbless body writhed across the floor, and from the severed stumps, limbs began to regenerate rapidly. Her arms and legs were already starting to take shape. Her regeneration is so fast. They couldn't let her recover fully. Noticing this, Iori instinctively tightened her grip on her Nichiren sword, ready to leap forward and support. Her body was injured, yes, but she could still unleash one more strike of flowing dance. With that attack, she could sever the limbs that were just beginning to regenerate, buying that red-haired brat the time to snatch the infant away. That was what she intended, but she was too slow. "Don't take my child away." Thuck 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 thuck. A shrill shriek tore from the demon's throat, and in the next instant, countless cloth strips burst forth from her body like a cascading waterfall, twisting through the air, wrapping around both her and Takeo in an entangling cocoon. The cloth wrapped tightly around Takeo's arms, waist, and thighs, pulling at his body with force, trying to tear him away from the demon. Outside, Iori was blocked by the tangle of cloth. She had to stop in her tracks, staring anxiously at the cocoon-like sphere formed by the fabric. "Hey! Red-haired brat, are you okay in there? Let go of me." The pain racking his body didn't faze Takeo. Iori's worried shout from outside was ignored. What fueled Takeo's fury was the sound of that crying infant, still sobbing uncontrollably, its tiny body grotesquely fused with the demon's throat. Takeo's rage boiled over. Ah! With a flick of his fingers, bone spikes extended from his knuckles that he reversed his grip on the blade, driving the bone spike deep into the demon's neck. Then, activating his breathing technique, he strengthened his arm and violently thrust upward. "I said, enough already." The words were practically spat out in a furious growl as Takeo's forceful motion launched the demon's entire head skyward. Her severed head, now separated from the baby, soared into the air. And in that precise moment, Takeo seized his chance. The wind unleashed by his blade spiraled upward in a violent gust. Countless blades of wind formed a rising tornado, shredding the flying head along with the remaining vertebrae still attached. In the blink of an eye, the demon's head was torn apart mid-air. Its shattered remnants scattered, and one of her now disembodied eyes landed on the floor with a wet slap. Wind breathing, fourth form, rising dust storm. Having slain the demon, Takeo finally stood up, holding the infant whose body was still partially fused with demonic flesh. The fabric that had wrapped around him and the demon dissipated into dust along with her decapitated head. Did it work? Outside, Iori caught sight of Takeo's figure and instinctively called out. Takeo glanced at her but said nothing. Why did you take my child?" "I only wanted to find my child." The demon hadn't completely vanished yet. What little remained of her managed to emit a voice through unknown means. A lone eye, the last remnant of her body, fixated on the infant in Takeo's arms, and on Takeo himself. A clear liquid dripped down its surface. "I just wanted to find my child." That was what she thought. When she was still human, she had a home. A miserable home, but a complete one nonetheless. She had a husband who did nothing but drink and beat her. And she had several young children, all born from her own body. Although life had always been hard, and being beaten hurt a lot, every time she looked at her children, the woman felt that all the suffering was worth it. Yes, the days were difficult. Her husband was not someone she could truly entrust her life to, but at the very least, she had a family. When had that family fallen apart? It seemed to start when that man began gambling. It worsened when his beatings and verbal abuse became more frequent. Still, the woman could endure it all. She had endured so much already. But then came that day when he laid his hands on her child. Clap. 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 The man was again having a rough intercourse with her. She didn't like it, but what could she do? Her husband had gotten in a fight while drinking somewhere and had come home angry that day. Ha! Ha! Why are you acting like a dead fish? Slap! Her husband slaped her, moan you bitch. Wah! Wah! The shout startled her baby, and he started crying. And then her husband's anger had erupted like never before. You ungrateful fucker. So you are going to stop me from fucking my wife? Wah! Wah! I said shut up. Ah, her poor baby. His forehead had been struck and was bleeding heavily. At the sight of it, something surged up from deep within her. Stay away from my child. She lost control. When she regained her senses, the man was already lying in a pool of blood. His body was covered in stab wounds. Aside from convulsing occasionally, he no longer moved. And the object that had stabbed him, was still in her hand, that it was the kitchen knife from their home. She had killed him. And immediately afterward, the authorities arrested her. Because she had killed her husband, the woman was sentenced to death. It wasn't fair. He was the one who had always been violent. He was the one who hurt her child. She had only fought back, why should she be the one to pay with her life? But no one cared. No one saw the years of abuse. No one cared about her child's injuries. All they saw was a woman who had killed her husband. She was angry, furious. But even more than that, she was afraid. Afraid for her children. You see. This world has its rules, a man goes out to work and a woman makes the home. A wife killing her own husband. It would give a bad idea to the people living in our estate, right? But. Guards. Lock her up. She begged. Begged the guards, begged the magistrate. Begged anyone who would listen. Please, spare my life. My children were still waiting for her at home. They couldn't live without their mother. But no one listened. She was thrown into a cold prison cell to await her execution. Until, she met him. Oh. TSK, you're being executed tomorrow. How tragic. Tell me, do you want to live? That man, she didn't know him. Only that he wore Western clothes, and his long, seaweed-like hair fell loosely around his shoulders. But that didn't matter. She had reached for him like a drowning woman grasping at a lifeline. She begged him to save her. Then, the woman remembered nothing. It was as if her memories had been cut away. She only knew. She had killed many people. She had searched for her children. But never found them. Children, my children. My poor little ones, who lost their mother. Where were they? She wandered endlessly. She searched countless towns, countless homes. She found many children. But none of them were hers. This one's not it. He cries too much. Not this one either. He won't eat properly. This one, maybe, this one. She searched and wandered. From place to place, from child to child. But no matter how many she found, none were the ones she remembered. Why? Why can't I find them? Where are my children? My child. The red-haired boy, the one holding the baby, appeared in her fading vision. Her clouded eyes locked onto the baby in his arms. And in that moment, something stirred in the depths of her fading soul. A memory. Something she had forgotten. Something she couldn't afford to forget. She had been holding something. Something broken. Lifeless, half devoured. Ah. I remember now. Tears flowed more freely from the woman's eyes. In her pupils, endless regret. It was her. She was the one. She had killed her own child. Her children, in a twisted sense, had always been with her. Always. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yuta, Aji, Au. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I'm so sorry. Clutching that boundless regret, the last remnants of the demon woman turned to blood-colored ash, and vanished. At the moment she muttered her apology, Takeo looked toward her, and for the briefest instant, saw the sorrow and guilt in her eyes. Something within his heart stirred. And in that moment, Takeo found himself thinking of a single sentence. Demons were once human, too. Chapter 25, delicate flower eats like a goblin. The sun had risen. The mist had cleared. Takeo and Iori stood in silence, holding the children they had rescued from the wooden cabin, glancing back at the house behind them. So why did that woman keep kidnapping these children? Iori suddenly asked aloud. And more importantly, she never actually ate them. Demons grow stronger the more humans they devour. The more they consume, the more potent their strength becomes. That demon woman had already been powerful, so strong that even official demon slayers had fallen to her. Yet she could have been even stronger. If she had devoured all the children she kidnapped, instead of simply taking a few bites and discarding them, she might have reached the level of the 12 Kazuki. Had that been the case, neither Takeo nor Iori would have survived this battle. Honestly, if Takeo hadn't been here, Iori would have undoubtedly died. But the demon woman hadn't done that. Judging from the number of corpses in that pit, she had consumed the flesh of only about 8 or 9 victims, at most a dozen, including the 3 fallen demon slayers. Even that limited intake had granted her a blood demon art and significant strength. Her potential had clearly been tremendous. So the question remained for Iori. Why didn't she eat those children? Takeo didn't explain and chose to say, sigh. Probably because of some kind of psychological trauma. Psychological trauma? What's that supposed to mean? Iori tilted her head, confused. Takeo fell silent for a while. In the end, he gave up on explaining it to her and said bluntly, whatever. She's dead now, so what's the point in thinking about it? Let's hurry and get these kids back. We can't afford to miss the final selection. Oh, right. Only then did Iori remember, they still had to make it to Mount Fujicasein for the final selection. But, to think they had taken down a demon that even official demon slayers had failed to kill, in a way, that should already count as passing the final selection, shouldn't it? Not that anyone would ever know. They didn't have a crow. That thought left Iori feeling a bit disappointed. If she were already an official member of the Demon Slayer Corps, just slaying this one demon might have earned her a promotion in rank. But since they had defeated the demon before officially becoming members, and without a Kasugai crow to report the mission, this achievement would likely go unrecognized. And with demons turning to ash after death, there wasn't even any way to prove what they had done. What a waste. Iori let out a sigh. Still, no matter how regretful she felt, they had things they needed to do. The two of them quietly made their way down the mountain to a small nearby town, where they left the rescued children at the front of the local police station before slipping away unnoticed. They didn't have a choice. Thanks to the sword ban law, they couldn't afford to let anyone find out they were carrying weapons. Even though they'd saved the children, they had no way of explaining where they'd found them. No one would believe stories about demons anyway. And given how young they both were, if they tried to hand the children over directly, the townspeople would probably detain them for questioning. So, the only option was to return the children in secret. By the time they had left the town and resumed their journey to Mount Fujicasein, the sun was already high in the sky. Because Iori had been injured, she needed rest. As a result, they had to slow their pace. Takeo didn't hide his irritation. Why am I even traveling with you again? Don't be so cold. Iori replied cheerfully, munching on something. We fought side by side, right? That makes us comrades. Want some rice crackers? She held out a toasted rice cracker toward him. Takeo stared at her with a deadpan expression, ignoring the rice cracker she was offering. Comrades? With you? Don't kid yourself. Anyway, what were you even doing there yesterday? What were you doing in the forest? At the mention of how she'd crashed into him the day before, Iori's expression grew a little embarrassed. She took another bite of her rice cracker, cheeks puffed out as she mumbled. I was too tired, so I found a place to rest, and then I accidentally fell out of the tree into the grass, and I didn't want to move, so I just slept there. She spoke so quickly, and through a mouthful of food, that Takeo barely caught what she said. Still, he managed to grasp the key points. Basically, while traveling, Iori had grown exhausted and decided to sleep in a tree nearby. But at some point during the night, she slipped and fell into a patch of grass. A normal person would have gotten up right away and looked for a safer place to sleep. But Iori, her brain clearly didn't work that way. She just stayed in the grass and kept sleeping. If it weren't for the baby's crying waking her up, she probably would have slept until sunrise. "Are you an idiot?" Takeo asked flatly. The red-haired boy gave her a look of sheer disbelief and fired off a soul-piercing question. Iori immediately flushed red with anger and snapped, "I was tired, okay? If it were you, you'd have done the same thing." "No, I wouldn't. I'd have gotten up and found a better place to sleep. Actually, scratch that, I wouldn't have fallen out of the tree in the first place." Yeah, we get it, you're amazing, okay? Jeez. I hate you naturally talented types. Still munching on her rice cracker, Iori grumbled under her breath. She was already on her second rice cracker now. And those things were bigger than her face. "Judging by how much you're eating, I'd say your injuries must be pretty much healed," Takeo remarked, squinting at her. Iori shot back immediately, "I have to eat more because I'm injured." "Geez, you really don't know how to treat a delicate flower, do you? Delicate flower only applies when someone's actually, delicate and graceful." "Ha! Are you saying I'm not pretty, you little brat?" "You're the one who said it," Takeo replied flatly. "Why, you little..." Iori, clearly offended, raised her hand to give Takeo a good head rub of punishment, only for him to effortlessly dodge out of the way. And just like that, the two began bickering and roughhousing again. Takeo didn't particularly like Iori, or more accurately, he wasn't fond of people who got overly familiar too fast. But since they were heading in the same direction and taking the final selection together, he didn't bother speeding up to ditch her. Besides, having someone to talk to, and argue with, along the way wasn't all bad. And Takeo had a feeling this girl might actually be a plot-relevant character. After all, they'd run into a demon before even reaching the final selection. That kind of encounter didn't feel like something meant for a background character. Maybe this girl had a real part in the original storyline. Though how much of one, he couldn't say. Of course, this was all just speculation. For all he knew, he could be completely wrong. After all, he'd never actually seen the anime. Seriously, why get ice-guyed into a world he didn't even know? If he had a choice, Takeo would have rather been sent into a world he was familiar with. He could have been a great Gryffindor, known most of the plot, hidden passages, about the prophecy, and the locations of all the Horcruxes, learned magic, and used his future knowledge to become powerful and rich, not to mention becoming friends with the most precious Luna. But nope, unfortunately, being ice-guyed wasn't exactly something he had a say in. Ha! We are finally here. Amid the noisy banter and playful chasing, Takeo and Iori finally reached the base of Mount Fujikase within the allotted time. On the night of the final selection, they ascended the mountain together with the other examinees. The test officially began at night. From the moment darkness fell on that day until sunrise on the seventh morning, participants were required to survive on Mount Fujikase. Anyone who was still alive after those 7 days would be recognized as an official member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Anyone who died or forfeited during the trial would, of course, fail. The test's only condition was survival. There was no requirement to kill demons. Technically, someone could just hide in a safe spot for a week and still pass. But realistically, most wouldn't choose that approach. Whoa! So many wisteria flowers. They're beautiful. Iori exclaimed as they arrived at the mountain summit, gazing in awe at the scene. Mount Fujikase was blanketed year-round in blooming wisteria, the very flower demons feared most. The poison contained in wisteria was fatally toxic to demons, and because of that, none would dare approach the outer edge of the mountain. The entire mountain was surrounded by wisteria, making it impossible for any demon inside to escape. As he recalled the information about Mount Fujisain, Takeo shifted his gaze to the other examinees gathered there. His eyes scanned the crowd, searching for anyone who looked like him. But unfortunately, no such person stood among them. Did Kamado Tanjiro and Kamado Nezuko not participate in this round of the final selection? Takeo scanned the crowd, searching for the two main characters of this world, only to be met with disappointment. It seemed they hadn't joined the Demon Slayer Corps during this cycle of the exam. Still, although he didn't spot Tanjiro or Nezuko, Takeo did find someone else who caught his attention. It was a boy who appeared to be around his age. He had jet black hair with faint blue highlights at the ends, yet another person in this world with unusually colored hair. But Takeo's attention wasn't on his looks or age. What truly stood out was the boy's presence. His aura was faint, so faint that if one didn't focus, it was easy to overlook him completely. But once noticed, the sense of danger he gave off was impossible to ignore. He was strong. Exceptionally strong. Stronger than anyone, or any demon, Takeo had encountered so far. Stronger by a massive margin. If someone like Yoshizu Asato ranked at a 5 in combat power, and Takeo now stood at 50, then this boy was pushing close to 100. To think someone this powerful would appear during the final selection. Takeo couldn't help but feel uneasy. In a world where anything could happen, as if it were part of an anime, which it was. It was hard not to worry that something would go wrong. Chapter 26, The Final Selection. Takeo kept his eyes fixed on the boy who radiated danger, someone who looked to be about the same age as him. Beside him, Iori was carefree as ever, admiring the blooming wisteria flowers as if they were out for a stroll, not preparing for the final selection. Her entire demeanor was relaxed, showing none of the pressure or nerves usually associated with a life-or-death examination. But maybe that was fair. After all, the demons on Mount Fujisain were all supposed to be ordinary ones, those without access to blood demon arts. Compared to the demon they had faced before, those here were practically cannon fodder for people like Takeo and Iori, who had already fought against far more dangerous threats. Iori had a high chance of passing the exam. In fact, if she couldn't pass, then it was likely no one else here would either, except maybe Takeo himself, and that ominous boy standing apart from the crowd. If the final selection was really that difficult, then the Demon Slayer Corps wouldn't be able to recruit new swordsmen so regularly, nor would they suffer so many casualties among their ranks. In short, Takeo could at least understand why Iori was being so nonchalant. These wisteria flowers are so pretty, even though it's not their blooming season. Okay, maybe too nonchalant. Wah, those two kids over there are so cute. Huh. Are they twins? That does make sense. But one has black hair and the other has white. How come? Enough already. Finally unable to endure Iori's endless chatter, Takeo lowered his voice and snapped, "Can't you be quiet for once? Didn't you notice everyone else is silently waiting for the selection to begin?" Okay, I'll be quiet. Geez, no need to be so mean about it. Startled by Takeo's sudden change in mood, Iori shrank back slightly. At the same time, the black-haired boy, the one Takeo had been quietly observing, glanced over at him. But it was only a brief glance. Just as quickly, he turned away and resumed his dazed, absent-minded posture. Amid the low hum of tension and Iori's playful whispering, the two children standing at the entrance to Mount Fujisain finally spoke. They wore matching kimonos, the same color as the surrounding wisteria blossoms, with matching purple eyes. Their outfits were almost identical, except for their hair, one had snow-white hair, and the other jet black. The girl with white hair wore a wisteria-shaped hair ornament on the right side of her head. The black-haired girl had the same ornament, but it was pinned to the left. Like mirror images of each other, the two girls stood at the entrance of the mountain, side by side, with polite smiles. At first glance, they looked less like people and more like beautifully crafted dolls. Their voices were nearly identical, soft, serene, and eerily in sync as they spoke in unison. Thank you all for attending the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps tonight. The blended harmony of their voices seemed to come from a single person, drawing the attention of everyone present without fail. After that, the girl with white hair continued. This mountain holds demons that were captured alive by Demon Slayer swordsmen. Then came the girl with black hair, but there's no need to worry about them escaping. From the base to the midpoint of Mount Fujisain, wisteria flowers grow in abundance, flowers which demons hate. However, beyond this point, there will no longer be any wisteria. The demons roam freely beyond. Once you enter, all you need to do is survive for 7 days. If you do, you will officially pass the final selection and become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. The two girls continued to alternate as they explained the rules of the final selection to the gathered swordsmen. Although most of those present already knew the criteria and conditions to pass, the twin girls still went over everything carefully to ensure even those who might have joined late or were self-taught wouldn't be left in the dark. Once they had finished, the twin girls bowed in perfect unison and said, "Then, we wish you all the best of luck." With that, they stepped to either side, opening the path that led deeper into Mount Fujisain. What followed was a short preparation period for the candidates. It wouldn't last long. Anyone who didn't enter the mountain within the allotted time would be immediately disqualified. Takeo stood silently among the group, eyes scanning the other examinees. Some of them were already stepping through the path without hesitation. Others remained frozen in place, trembling visibly, indecision and fear etched onto their faces. Those ones wouldn't make it. If just standing outside the mountain filled them with dread, then the trial inside, facing actual demons, was surely beyond them. They would be better off walking away now. Takeo couldn't help but wonder how some of these people had even passed their training to reach this point. Were their cultivators really that irresponsible? Just by looking, it was obvious that many of them weren't qualified. As that rather impolite thought crossed his mind, the ever-perceptive Iori beside him seemed to guess what he was thinking and offered an explanation. Not every demon slayer is trained by a cultivator. What do you mean? Takeo asked. Being trained by a cultivator is the standard path, yeah, but there are some who found out about demons on their own and stumbled their way into the Demon Slayer Corps. Iori kept her voice low as she continued, that's why those twins explained the rules so thoroughly just now. It's for people like them. And honestly, a lot of them probably haven't even seen a demon before. Most people joined the Demon Slayer Corps because their loved ones had been slaughtered by demons, fueled by grief, hatred, and vengeance. They sought out cultivators and dedicated themselves to slaying demons. But there were others who joined for very different reasons. Some wanted to prove themselves. Some were simply curious. Others, maybe were just hoping to find a romantic partner. These self-taught strays rarely received any proper training. After learning about the Corps, they would just show up for the final selection on their own. That's why, Iori added, those kinds of people are usually the first to die. Even so, the Demon Slayer Corps did at least provide the most basic warnings, explaining a demon's weakness, or advising them to go back and find a proper cultivator first. Some listened, left, and returned after real training. But the stubborn ones, well, there was nothing to be done. The Corps would never turn away someone determined to slay demons. I see. Takeo muttered, taking it all in. His gaze drifted back to that long-haired boy who looked almost like a girl. He wondered, what had brought him here? As Takeo watched, the boy silently stepped into the path leading deeper into Mount Fujisain. Without hesitation, Takeo followed, gripping his Nichiren sword tightly as he passed beyond the safety of the Wisteria barrier. Only once he was within the danger zone did he glance at Iori walking beside him and say, let's split up here. We're separating. I thought we were going to team up. You and I won't have trouble passing the final selection. There's no need to team up, Takeo said flatly. Then he added, with a look of disdain, besides. I don't want to travel with an idiot. Ha. Ha. You called me an idiot again? You little brat. Just what part of me is stupid? Iori exploded, flailing her arms in indignation. Takeo ignored her completely. After dropping that line, he leapt up into the trees and vanished from sight. Hey! Damn you, Takeo! At least explain what you mean. Where exactly am I stupid? Hey! Ugh! Unfortunately for her, she had no hope of catching up. She was far weaker than Takeo, and so she soon lost sight of him entirely, left standing alone in the forest. The final selection had officially begun. Chapter 27, Dust Whirlwind, Takeo casually picked a tree and sat down on a thick branch, resting his cheek in his palm as he scanned the surroundings. Part of the reason he'd split up with Iori was that he genuinely didn't like working in teams, but the other reason was that he didn't want her to rely too heavily on him. Truth be told, his strength far surpassed Iori's. Even though she had the skill to pass the final selection, if she stuck by his side the entire time, the whole test would lose its purpose. Back when they faced the demon disguised as a grieving mother, Iori had been clearly inexperienced. That was likely her first real encounter with a demon, and she hadn't yet learned how to handle them properly. She needed more experience fighting demons, and Mount Fujisain was the perfect place to gain it. But for me, this place is pointless. Takeo sat cross-legged on the branch, peering down through the foliage. 1, 2, 3. 5 demons in total prowled nearby, their scents vivid and unmistakable to his sharpened senses. But none of them were strong. Compared to the woman demon he had faced before, these were a joke. Forget her, even the water demon from back then was leagues above these creatures. As expected of demons captured alive by demon slayer swordsmen and thrown here as fodder for trainees. These demons weren't a test at all, not for someone like Takeo. What really troubled Takeo more than the test itself was figuring out how he was supposed to get any proper sleep during these 7 days. A sharp, piercing scream suddenly rang out in Takeo's ears. The moment that scream echoed through the forest, the 5 demons lurking nearby all turned toward the direction it came from and rushed off. Some poor examinee had clearly been attacked, and their scream was loud and full of terror. That kind of desperate cry was like a dinner bell for the demons, immediately drawing their attention. Trapped on Mount Fujisain year-round, rarely given a chance to feast on fresh human flesh, the demons saw the participating swordsmen as both a threat and a buffet. Especially those who screamed. That meant they weren't much of a threat, and thus perfect prey. I really don't feel like moving. But whatever. I've got time to kill anyway. Takeo wasn't exactly the type to go out of his way to help others. If it didn't happen directly in front of him, he rarely felt any real drive to intervene. On the other hand, if something did happen right in front of him, Takeo wasn't the type to turn a blind eye. And since he had the ability, and he was free at the moment, he figured helping out wasn't a big deal. If something was within his power, then doing what he could was better than seeing a corpse later and feeling some half-hearted regret. Moving faster than the demons racing through the forest below, Takeo reached the source of the scream ahead of them. Down below, near a clear riverbank, a young man in a brown kimono was sitting on the ground, frantically scooting backwards in terror. In front of him stood a demon with a horn growing out of the upper left side of its forehead. It was drooling as it slowly licked its claws. At the demon's feet lay the man's Nichiren sword, knocked from his hands during the fight. The situation was obvious. The man had encountered the demon, tried to fight, but was quickly overwhelmed and disarmed. He was now moments away from being devoured. I'm gonna eat good tonight. The horned demon chuckled, saliva dripping from its fanged mouth. Several more demons that had followed the scream arrived shortly after. They instinctively moved to block off the man's retreat, oddly without quarreling amongst themselves. Which made sense. Fighting over food would only let it escape. Better to catch the prey first, then squabble over who got to eat what. Don't come any closer. No. Stay away. The man was crying now, swinging the sheath of his sword in a panic, as if it could offer any protection. But he knew it, and so did the demons. If nothing changed, he was dead. And then, something changed. Wind breathing, fifth form. A blade gleamed beneath the moonlight, descending from above. It swept through the air surrounded by emerald green wind blades, which surged to their peak in an instant, cleanly severing the heads of the three demons closest to the man. Cold mountain wind of autumn. Takeo's figure landed smoothly amid the now headless corpses, his Nichiren sword still extended from the slash. The three demon heads arced into the air, and before hitting the ground, disintegrated into ash. What? When did he get here? The remaining demons recoiled in alarm. It was immediately clear, this human wasn't the same as the frightened man on the ground. Not at all. Instantly slaying three demons, this wasn't something a normal swordsman could do. There was a monster among the participants. Every demon present realized it immediately. And in the blink of an eye, they made a decision: flee in different directions. How to hide, how to ambush weaker swordsmen, how to survive, these were lessons learned over years of living in Mount Fujisain. Scatter. Even a monster could only chase one at a time. As long as he picked just one target, the rest could escape. Live one more day, that was enough. The demons bolted in different directions, hoping their strategy would work. Takeo, standing at the center of the chaos, paused. Chasing all of them one by one, would be annoying. But watching them scatter, an idea surfaced in his mind. Splitting up, huh? Perfect. I've been working on something lately. Might be time to give it a try. Takeo hadn't figured out a full breathing technique of his own just yet. But over the past few days, he had started modifying the ones he knew, reshaping them to better fit his style. And one of those modified forms, just so happened to suit this exact scenario. Wind breathing, first form, modified. A swirl of green wind flowed with Takeo's breath. With a low stance, he pressed his right foot hard against the ground, then vanished from sight in an instant. A wild cyclone tore through behind him, slicing like a spinning tornado. At its tip, the piercing blade shot forward, aiming straight at the back of one of the fleeing demons. Perfect, he chose someone else. The remaining two demons felt a rush of relief at the same time. But they celebrated too soon. The whirlwind didn't stop after beheading the first demon. Mid-flight, it twisted, redirecting its momentum toward another fleeing demon, dragging Takeo's body along the path of wind. So fast. The ambushed demon's pupils shrank to pinpoints as he caught a glimpse of Takeo speeding toward him. He tried to dodge, tried to counter, but the wind was faster than either his reflexes or thoughts. In the blink of an eye, the slash blew past him as well, moving on again toward the final target. Is it my turn now? He changed direction twice, in just a second, and we hadn't even run that far yet. The last remaining horned demon stared at the oncoming gust of wind, his heart consumed by terror. His mind moved faster than his body, allowing him to process countless thoughts in mere moments, but that only made him more keenly aware of the death sweeping toward him. In what felt like a single instant, no more than 2 or 3 seconds, this monster, this red-haired boy who had appeared from nowhere, had crossed 3 different directions, each more than 10 meters apart, beheaded 2 demons, and was now about to slay the final one. Why would such a monster be in a place like this? Shouldn't someone like that be promoted straight into the Demon Slayer Corps? No, wait. The horned demon suddenly remembered. There had been another monster like this before. Someone who treated demon hunting like a sport. During the final selection, they had slaughtered nearly every demon in the mountain within just a few nights. Only a handful survived, and the horned demon had heard that tale from those survivors. So now, another one like that has appeared. Slash. The demon's thoughts ended there. The gust of wind swept past him, leaving a long trail etched into the earth where the air had been sliced apart. Takeo's red-haired figure now stood behind the horned demon, who had already begun to turn, too late to do anything. Standing still, almost as if savoring the moment, Takeo softly uttered the name of his new technique. Dust Whirlwind, Chain Slash. This was the modified technique Takeo had developed, evolved from the first form of wind breathing. By harnessing the force of a violent whirlwind, he could instantaneously shift direction, executing a rapid series of slashes across scattered enemies in a short burst of movement. Modified wind breathing, dust whirlwind, chain slash. That was the name of the technique. Chapter 28, Fox-Faced Mask. So strong. The rescued candidate couldn't help but voice his amazement after witnessing Takeo dispatch all the attacking demons in just a few swift moves. Takeo sheathed his Nichiren sword and turned back to look at the man, speaking softly. Leave. While you're still close enough to the entrance. Being pushed to the brink by a single ordinary demon made it clear that this person didn't have what it took to become a proper member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Staying any longer would be the same as walking to his death. He was better off retreating while the path was still relatively safe. The man seemed to understand that as well. Without saying much, he trudged over to pick up his fallen sword, bowed deeply to Takeo in gratitude, and turned to make his way back toward the entrance. Takeo watched his lonely figure fade into the trees, unsure of what else to say. Surely, this man had a story of his own. Anyone who chose to wield a blade against demons likely did so because they had been hurt by one, perhaps lost someone dear. But in this brutal world, talent was everything. If you lacked the ability to slay demons, you had no choice but to accept that reality. Honestly, if Takeo didn't have his own cheat, his unnatural abilities, he probably wouldn't have chosen to face demons head-on either. Let's be real. Demons were terrifying. Without a cheat, only an idiot would willingly fight them. Watching the retreating figure disappear, Takeo found another spot to sit and reflect on the technique he had just modified. Thanks to Uncle Logan's insight and his own natural talent, altering an existing breathing technique wasn't particularly difficult for him. The first form of wind breathing was originally a linear thrust technique. By chaining together multiple dashes and narrowing the area of effect from the wind blades, Takeo had managed to convert it into a multi-target assault. Simply put, instead of being a true combo slash, it was more like Takeo had performed the first form 3 times in rapid succession. This sort of adjustment wasn't all that impressive. Anyone with decent talent could likely pull it off. What Takeo truly needed was combat experience, enough to one day forge a completely original breathing style of his own. It's always harder to create than to modify. Takeo couldn't help but sigh at the thought. If it were just a matter of mimicking other breathing forms to craft his own, he could do that right now. But that wouldn't be true creation, just a clumsy imitation of existing styles. Since he aimed to create something uniquely his, something polished and powerful, ideally even stronger than the breathing styles it evolved from, he couldn't afford to settle for mediocrity. And it was precisely because he set his sights so high, that he now found himself stuck in a creative dead end. While Takeo was still deep in thought about how to create his own breathing style, time slipped by unnoticed. During that span, no demons had come looking for him, perhaps they instinctively avoided the area, sensing the monster that lurked there. Or maybe, he was simply lucky. Either way, Takeo passed the entire night in peace, without incident. As the sun rose from the east and its golden light poured into the forest, the demons vanished. The participants of the final selection finally got a chance to rest. Takeo intended to find a sunny spot to nap, both to rest and avoid any surprise demon attacks. But just as he took a few steps, a familiar voice rang out behind him. "You little brat. Found you." Turning his head, Takeo saw Sakoma Iori, gasping for breath and beaming triumphantly, as if discovering his location were some major achievement. Seriously? What's there to be so smug about? Takeo grumbled internally, though he was also genuinely curious. How did you even find me? Because you suck at hiding, Iori replied without missing a beat. Takeo frowned. What do you mean? True, he hadn't bothered hiding his tracks along the way, but even so, an ordinary person shouldn't have been able to use those to find him, right? Iori replied, your breathing technique, duh. I saw the marks you left behind, whatever kind of slash leaves everything torn up like that. I figured it had to be your style. So I followed those traces and started searching nearby. Sure enough, here you are. Takeo's technique dust whirlwind, consecutive slash left behind visible vortex marks, scars in the earth and air sliced clean by wild winds. They were distinct enough for someone sharp-eyed to track. If only you used that level of observation to actually find demons, Takeo couldn't help but mutter. He had to admit, Sakoma Iori had great eyesight and awareness. It was just wasted tracking him instead of enemies. But Iori didn't take offense. Hands on her hips, she said proudly, well, it's your fault for trying to ditch me in the first place, brat. No, listen, this is the final selection. If you team up, it's not even a real test anymore. Ditching you was the most reasonable option. Yeah. Well, it's daytime now, and we're on break, so teaming up isn't a problem anymore. Iori seemed to have latched onto Takeo, much to his exasperation. Do you really have to follow me around? Not exactly, but the fact that you tried to ditch me just seriously annoyed me. So now you're sticking with me just to be contrary. Something like that? Iori tilted her head. I've gotta say, you're remarkably talented at being infuriating. Since the girl was clearly intent on tagging along, Takeo had no good way of shaking her. And, well, it was daytime now. The sun was up. There wouldn't be any demons prowling around, so teaming up for a while wasn't really a big deal. Takeo decided to just let her be. Not that he'd ever admit part of the reason he was tolerating her, was because of those rice crackers. So, what's with that mask on your hip? Takeo asked while crunching on a rice cracker, finally addressing the curious item Iori kept strapped to her waist. Takeo had noticed the mask on Iori's hip the moment he saw her earlier. He was certain she hadn't been carrying it before, he hadn't seen it on her during the battle with the demon woman, and she hadn't taken it out at any point. Plus, the mask looked old and weathered, a little dirty even. So he'd guessed she must have picked it up along the way, which led to his question. Sure enough, Iori picked up the fox-faced mask and gave it a little shake. This? Found it on the way here. It looked kinda cute, so I figured I'd keep it. As she spoke, she slipped the mask over her face and made clawing motions at Takeo. Rawr! I'm a fox spirit. I'm here to eat you. Seriously? How old are you? Takeo rolled his eyes. Grinning under the fox mask, Iori tilted it up so it sat crooked on her head, revealing her face again. Says the sour little old man in a kid's body. You're so boring for someone your age. She chomped on another rice cracker as she teased him, seemingly unfazed. Takeo had no idea where she was keeping them all, but she sure didn't hold back, he'd never seen her so much as ration a bite. Between the rice crackers and the cool stream water nearby, their breakfast was finished in short order. Takeo glanced again at the fox mask hanging at Iori's waist, this time studying it more closely. It was a white mask with red markings, graceful lines painted with care. A red dot adorned the center of the brow like a drifting cloud. Clearly, whoever had crafted it had put real effort into the design. But now the mask was scarred and weathered. The lower part of the left cheek was chipped, the cracks running jagged. Even worn on the face, it wouldn't fully conceal the wearer's features. The mask's previous owner had likely fought a demon and had the mask broken in the struggle. And since it had been left behind, they probably hadn't made it out alive. You should toss that thing, Takeo said after a moment, glancing at Iori. Just leave it. Iori blinked at him. Huh? Why? If the owner never got a chance to take it back, they probably died. It's not really lucky to wear something from someone who died like that. It was just superstition, maybe, but still. Items left behind by the dead weren't meant to be worn casually. Especially when you didn't even know the person. He had meant it as a simple warning. But Iori only grinned smugly and wagged a finger at him. Tut tut, little brat. That's where your mindset's lacking. Excuse me. Anyone who died here, they died fighting demons, didn't they? Iori said, tilting her head. They weren't official demon slayers yet, but they still fought with everything they had till the very end. That kind of willpower. That's worth learning from. She nodded proudly, then added with a grin. Wearing this mask isn't bad luck, it's like having their spirit watching over me. Super lucky, actually. Takeo stared at her. Why did that kind of make sense? Chapter 29, The Dazed Boy. Iori eventually fell asleep, clutching the mask in her arms. They were resting beneath the shade of the forest canopy. Though they were in the shadows, sunlight still streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns onto the forest floor, just enough to keep demons at bay. There would be no demons during the day, which made daytime the safest and most relaxing time to rest. Takeo only rested for a little while. He woke up earlier than Iori. Thanks to his enhanced recovery ability, he could restore his stamina in a short period of time. After all, this was one of Takeo's greatest advantages, and the reason he was able to survive Kaijuro Rengoku's brutal training regimen. Glancing at the sky, he noted that the sun had begun its slow descent westward. Without disturbing Iori, Takeo quietly stood up and slipped into the forest. The second night was fast approaching. And tonight, too, who knew how many would die? Mount Fujisain was vast. Though referred to as a single mountain, it was actually a range of interconnected peaks. To cross from one side to the other could take a very long time. So once the participants scattered throughout the forest, finding one another again became nearly impossible. That Iori had found Takeo yesterday was sheer luck, mostly because no one had ventured too far yet, and she had been actively searching for him. But tonight, unless Takeo intentionally sought her out, they likely wouldn't run into each other again. They really do thin out the deeper you go into the forest, huh? The highest concentration of demons on Mount Fujisain was near the entrance. That was because Demon Slayer Corps candidates always entered from there. For demons hoping for an easy meal, lurking near the entrance was the best chance to catch fresh prey. Of course, if they happened to run into a strong candidate, it was also the fastest way to die. Just like those demons Takeo had killed yesterday. But the deeper one went into the forest, the more scattered the demons became. With some luck, a person could walk an entire night without encountering even a single one. And even with slightly worse luck, 3 demons in a single night would already be pushing it, unless one was actively hunting them down. Or, unless your luck was truly abysmal, and you stumbled into a nest of them. Sniff. Sniff. Ugh, speak of the devil. Just as Takeo thought this, his nose caught a heavy stench of demon scent. Even from this distance, the smell was overpowering, and mixed. That meant many demons were gathered in one place. And among those demons, Takeo detected a scent he recognized. It was that same scent, belonging to the boy around Takeo's age whom he'd noticed earlier at the start of the final selection. Now mildly intrigued, Takeo made his way toward the gathering of demons. What he saw was that same black-haired boy, now surrounded in the center by a group of demons. Just like the first time Takeo had seen him, the boy looked dazed, almost indifferent to everything around him. He stood there, utterly motionless. Even as 6 demons encircled him with bloodthirsty glares and glowing red eyes, he didn't react. His expression didn't change, and he hadn't even unsheathed his sword, as if the demons meant nothing to him, like they weren't even there. The 6 demons snarled, their grotesque faces twisted with hunger. They didn't speak, nor did they waste time on threats. In the blink of an eye, they all lunged at once, straight toward the boy in the middle. Takeo instinctively reached for his sword hilt. Even though he'd sensed from the start that this boy was strong, his youthful appearance, clearly no older than himself, made Takeo hesitate. Could he really handle 6 demons at once? But in the very next moment, Takeo realized his concern was completely unnecessary. A mist-like aura suddenly spread outward from the boy's body, swirling into a low, creeping fog. Takeo's pupils contracted, and he leaned forward slightly from his perch above, watching the boy's every move. What is that? In Takeo's eyes, the boy's figure became hazy the moment the mist unfurled. He could barely track the movement, only faint afterimages flickering through the fog. Those fleeting traces alone made Takeo question whether his eyes were playing tricks on him. Swish. 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 In the span of a single breath, the boy's silhouette solidified once more, standing right where he had been. And the demons who had lunged at him? Frozen in place, blood trickling in perfectly clean lines from their necks. Dead. 6 demons, all decapitated in an instant, so fast they didn't even realize what had happened. Wind, no. Mist? Mist breathing. A self-created breathing technique? Who even is this kid? Takeo's eyes widened, locked on the boy's back in stunned disbelief. During his time training in the Rangoku household, Takeo had been exposed to plenty of knowledge. He was well informed about the current known breathing styles within the Demon Slayer Corps. Aside from the 5 foundational styles, flame, water, wind, stone, and thunder, there were only a handful of uniquely developed breathing styles, each belonging to a current hashira. Kanroji Mitsuri's love breathing, Yuzui Tengen's sound breathing, Iguro Abanai's serpent breathing, and Shinobu Kocho's insect breathing. No one else, to Takeo's knowledge, had developed their own personalized breathing style. Most swordsmen in the Corps strictly adhered to one of the 5 core disciplines. It wasn't written anywhere that having an original breathing style was required to become a hashira. But still, every hashira who had reached the top possessed their own unique style. And now, this boy had shown him something unmistakably original. It was because of this that Takeo had been obsessing over creating a breathing technique of his own. He had assumed that, with his advantages and his cheat, he'd soon craft a unique style and rise quickly to become a hashira. But now he realized, even with those advantages, there were still people in this very final selection who far surpassed him. That boy, who had beheaded 6 demons in the blink of an eye, had clearly used an original breathing technique. And he looked like he was only around 12 years old. Is this what a true genius looks like in this world? A prodigy stronger than even someone with cheats like himself? Wait, if he already has a self-created breathing technique. Takeo suddenly thought of something and jumped down from the tree, hurrying toward the boy. Hey! You there, wait a second. I've got something I want to ask. Hey! He knew shouting like this was rude, but he didn't know the boy's name. There wasn't much else he could call him besides, hey. Fortunately, the boy didn't seem to mind. In fact, he didn't react at all. He simply continued walking forward, focused and silent, without even glancing back. Is he deaf or something? Seeing that the boy completely ignored him, Takeo had no choice but to leap in front of him and block his path. I said wait up. Now that his way was blocked, the boy had to stop. He looked up at Takeo and said in a calm, flat voice, move. You're in the way. His tone was devoid of emotion, simply stating a fact. Takeo didn't budge. Sorry for blocking you, but I really do have something to ask. That technique you used just now. It's not from one of the 5 basic breathing styles, right? The thing is, I've been thinking a lot about how to create a breathing technique of my own. And when I saw you use something so unique, I figured I'd come ask you about it. Since the boy seemed like the quiet and indifferent type, Takeo decided to say everything in one go. But the boy didn't answer immediately. He tilted his head slightly, as if thinking it over, then finally said. I don't see any reason why I need to tell you. What he said, actually makes sense. Takeo was momentarily speechless. As much as he genuinely wanted to understand how to develop his own breathing technique, the boy truly had no reason to share the secrets of his style with a stranger. They weren't friends. They weren't even acquaintances. If the situation were reversed, Takeo figured he probably wouldn't tell some random person his techniques either. Just as he was wondering how else to strike up a conversation, his instinct suddenly screamed danger. Takeo's enhanced senses, his beast-like intuition, kicked in before thought could catch up. He immediately leapt to the side, channeling his breathing through his body. His right hand snapped up in front of him on reflex. Smack! "Oh," came the boy's surprised voice. Takeo looked down at his hand. He was gripping the boy's knife hand mid-strike. The situation was clear, the boy had just attacked him. "What are you doing?" Takeo stared at him in disbelief. Takeo's brow twitched. The boy withdrew his hand and said calmly, "You were in my way. I still have demons to kill, I don't have time to waste playing games with you. So you just attacked me? I don't like repeating myself. And to be honest." The boy looked Takeo up and down and added in the same flat tone, "You don't look like someone capable of creating a breathing technique. Even if I told you the key, it'd be a waste of time. I hate wasting time." Great. Another infuriating personality. +1 to the list of irritating people. What was with this world, seriously? Why did everyone have such distinct personalities? There was the annoying drunk of a former flame hashira, the loud and overly intense current flame hashira, the cheerful love hashira who was weirdly obsessed with romance, and the overly friendly girl he'd met during the journey. And now this guy, someone who spoke like everyone around him was trash. Was this because it was an anime? Was it because this world was an anime? Was that why everyone had such quirky character traits? Takeo could understand it. But still. It was starting to seriously piss him off. "You." Takeo was just about to argue back, maybe even draw his sword and settle things the old-fashioned way, prove with strength that he could create his own breathing technique. But right at that moment, a sharp scream rang out from the distance, "Aya!" It was Sakoma Iori. Despite all his talk about how much he disliked her, the second Takeo heard her scream, he didn't hesitate for a moment. He stopped arguing with the boy and immediately turned to sprint in the direction of the cry. With no one left blocking his way, the boy should have simply continued forward. But instead, he stood still, watching Takeo's retreating figure. Then he glanced down at the hand he'd struck with, the hand that Takeo had blocked. He stood there, silent, unmoving, as if deep in thought. Chapter 30, The Hand Demon Behind Iori. What is this even? Sakoma Iori was sprinting through the forest, and behind her, a demon nearly as tall as the surrounding trees lumbered along in pursuit. Thump. 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 It was massive, an existence that absolutely shouldn't have appeared in a place like this. Its entire body was covered in hands, layered over one another like armor, shielding every inch of flesh beneath. Its neck, usually a demon's weak point, was especially well protected, wrapped tightly in hands that made it nearly impossible for an average swordsman to sever it. Why the hell is this happening to me? Iori screamed internally as she ran. She had woken up only to find the sun had already set. That damned red-haired brat had disappeared who knows when, and the worst part. He had even gone out of his way to erase his tracks, leaving her no way to trace him with her observational skills. Seriously, does he hate me that much? Knowing that Takeo had long since left, Sakoma Iori couldn't help but grumble inwardly. It wasn't like she had to stick to him. It was just coincidence they'd run into each other on the way here, just coincidence they'd fought a powerful demon with a blood demon art together and saved some children. And also just coincidence. That red-haired brat reminded her of her younger brother. That was all. Okay, fine. Iori was lying. The real reason she kept tagging along with Takeo wasn't just because they'd fought together, it was because she saw a shadow of her younger brother in him. But there was no way she could ever say that out loud. That foul-mouthed brat would probably mock her to death if she did. So she kept that truth buried in her heart, telling herself she'd just spend a bit more time with him, then leave once she got sick of him. Strangely enough though, even though they constantly bickered over the past few days, Iori just couldn't bring herself to actually dislike him. Even though his personality was nothing like her brother's, sharp-tongued, overly mature, sometimes speaking like a grumpy old man despite looking so young. Totally unlike her sweet little brother, who used to call her Onizen, Onizen, and cling to her all the time. Yet no matter what, Iori just couldn't bring herself to dislike him. Maybe it was because he was still so young. That's what she sometimes thought. Because he was young, it was easier to forgive him for everything. And maybe because he was young and still chose to join the Demon Slayer Corps, Iori always had a lingering suspicion that there was a painful story behind that brat's determination. That was probably the real reason. Iori wanted to get along with him peacefully, but that brat didn't seem to appreciate it one bit. After eating so many of her rice crackers, he just left the next morning without a second thought. Boo-hoo. Did he even realize that those rice crackers were the last ones she had left? There were still 5 days left on this mountain, and now she had no food. Who knew if there was anything edible in this place? Muttering with resentment about Takeo, Iori carried on with her final selection. But when night fell, her nightmare began. She encountered that demon, the grotesque one with a massive body nearly the size of the surrounding trees, its flesh completely covered in arms. And then, it started chasing her. Before charging, it even muttered something like, "Oh. Isn't this my adorable little fox?" Although it followed up with, "TCH, just a random girl wearing a familiar mask," it had already set its sights on Iori, and no matter how far or fast she ran, it refused to let her go. The hand demon was incredibly powerful and terrifyingly fast. Iori had tried to strike it once, just to test it, but her blade hadn't even left a scratch. So she'd made the only sensible choice, run. But it was just like a cat toying with a mouse, the demon chased her at a deliberately short distance. It looked like she could escape at any moment, but in reality, the gap between them never widened at all. Why is there such a strong demon here? This is supposed to be a test, right? This isn't a test, it's fucking a death sentence. To vent her fear, Iori rambled on internally with rising frustration. The hand demon didn't seem to possess a blood demon art, but that hardly mattered. Its raw strength and monstrous body alone far outclassed the demon woman Iori had fought before. So what if it didn't have supernatural abilities? Just that grotesque body covered in arms, with its overwhelming physical defense, was more than enough to dominate the entire mountain. For a demon like this to be on Mount Fujikasane, something had to be wrong. Iori couldn't help but wonder darkly, was this deliberate? Did someone put this monster here to kill off the examinees? But no matter how much she cursed or complained, she couldn't shake the hand demon off her trail. And now, it seemed the demon had grown bored of the chase. Awahaha, running back and forth, you're really getting on my nerves. I'm bored now, so the game's over, little fox. Several of the demon's arms suddenly flew outward, those arms stretched and twisted at impossible angles, lunging toward Iori with incredible speed. She couldn't see clearly, couldn't dodge in time, and there was no way she could cut through them. In the span of a heartbeat, Iori knew, those arms were too tough to slice, and with how fast the hand demon attacked, she had no chance of avoiding them. But, she couldn't give up. During her fight with the demon woman, Iori had remembered what her cultivator grandfather once told her, in battles between life and death, the things you recall will etch themselves deeper into your being. That lesson stayed with her. And now, Iori refused to give in. Even if it was just a single swing, perhaps that might be enough to turn the tide. Time seemed to slow. In that final split second, Iori caught a faint glimpse of the hand demon's movement. Water surged, her body moved like a stream. Iori slashed out with her blade in an instant. The flowing current of water twisted between the demon's outstretched arms. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. Iori's silhouette wove through the glint of water. Miraculously, she escaped the grasp of the hand demon's attack, and even left a deep, bone-revealing gash across one of its outstretched arms. The hand demon let out a surprised grunt, but then burst into gleeful laughter. Hee. I thought you were just some fake fox who picked up a discarded mask. But that move of yours, it's just like my adorable little foxes. Ah, how lucky. It's been so long since I've seen someone with a fox mask use that technique. This is. The many hands on his body writhed with excitement, clawing at his skin as he laughed maniacally. This is truly delightful. Fox mask. Iori's mouth twitched. That damn red-haired brat really jinxed her, this mask was actually unlucky. Damn his cursed mouth. Would tossing the mask aside now make the demon let her go? That thought barely flickered through her mind before Iori crushed it. She didn't throw the mask away. In fact, she held it tighter against her body. She wouldn't beg a demon for mercy. She wouldn't yield. Even if this mask had somehow drawn in a nightmare like this, she refused to cast it away. Because the mask wasn't wrong. And neither were those who once wore it. The one at fault was this man-eating demon who had devoured who knows how many innocent lives. Iori wasn't wrong. The ones who wore the fox masks weren't wrong either. And if there was no wrongdoing, then there was no reason to discard it. No reason to give up. Let's try. Let's give it a shot. While the demon was caught up in his frenzy, distracted by excitement, could she strike? Could she slice through that neck? Just one chance. In the blink of an eye, a storm of thoughts raced through Iori's mind, and amid them all, she made her decision. With a breath, power surged into her legs. Water coiled around the tip of her blade. In the next heartbeat, Iori launched herself forward. Water breathing, first form. She shot through the forest of hands, leaping into the air. A horizontal slash traced a ripple of water across the demon's thickly guarded neck. Water surface slash. Crack. Her blade bit into the hand-covered neck. Blood sprayed. She landed a hit. Iori felt a flash of joy. But that joy was quickly overtaken by terror. Though her blade had struck and sunk in, it wouldn't go any deeper. It wouldn't cut through. The countless hands shielding the hand demon's neck were too tough, far too tough. Her sword couldn't advance even another inch. In fact, cracks were beginning to appear along the blade. He. You came right to me, huh? The hand demon sneered. A swarm of hands latched onto Iori's body, gripping tight, pressing, squeezing with growing force. Ahaha. Pain exploded from every corner of her body. Bones groaned under pressure, organs were crushed, her lungs emptied with the force. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't use her breathing technique. She couldn't move. She was going to die. Her consciousness blurred. Overwhelmed by agony, Iori felt death slowly creeping in. She shut her eyes. Chapter 31, from the Edo period. Onizen, don't sleep. Wake up. In the haze between consciousness and oblivion, Iori heard a familiar, soft child's voice. It sounded just like her little brother. For a moment, she truly believed it was him, but then she remembered. Her beloved younger brother, Isumi, had died long ago. That day. Along with their father, mother, sister, and older brothers. They'd all been slaughtered by a demon. Hey! Wake the fuck up. Just as Iori convinced herself it was only a hallucination, the voice called out again, louder, clearer this time. But it wasn't her brother's voice anymore. It was that annoying little brat. Kamado Takeo. Wait, Takeo. As her mind jolted awake at the realization, Iori's eyes shot open. She looked down at herself, her body was still wrapped in those horrific arms. But just ahead, where those limbs should have continued, all she could see were severed stumps. She wasn't dead. Realizing that, Iori looked forward and there he was. That red-haired boy, standing in front of her, back turned, shielding her once again. He saved her. Again. Hey! Don't just lie there. Get up. You wanna die here or what? Takeo barked over his shoulder, not even turning around. Iori struggled to break free from the severed arms wrapped around her. She grabbed her chipped and cracked Nichiren sword, forcing herself upright. Her body trembled. Every part of her ached, she could tell her bones and internal organs were damaged. If Takeo had arrived a second later, she would have already been crushed into a bloody pulp. That was close. You. When did you get here? Iori asked, her voice hoarse, staring at the boy's back. A minute after you started screaming. You should be glad I was nearby and that this thing apparently wasn't in a rush to kill you. Otherwise, you'd already be dead. Takeo's tone wasn't exactly friendly as he scolded Iori. Truth be told, it was pure luck that she was still alive. Fortunately, Takeo had been nearby. And even more fortunate, this demon hadn't been trying to kill her right away. Instead, it had chosen to torture her slowly, crushing her inch by inch to make her feel the agony of nearing death without the release of it. Thanks to that delay, Takeo arrived just in time. Any later, and Iori would have been reduced to pulp. Ah, another one shows up, the hand demon muttered. The arms Takeo had severed were already regenerating, faster than the woman demon's healing, even. This regeneration speed was absolutely not normal. This wasn't a standard demon and certainly not one that should have been on Mount Fujikase. What was the Demon Slayer Corps doing? Why was something like this even here? Takeo frowned, eyes narrowing as he looked up at the demon, towering like a mountain. With strength like yours, he said grimly, you shouldn't be here at all. How did you get in? He didn't believe the Corps would overlook something this dangerous, which meant this demon must have come from outside. Demons hated Wisteria, yes, but not all of them avoided it completely. Maybe this one had forced its way in despite the poisonous blossoms. Unfortunately, Takeo's guess was completely wrong. How did I get in here? The hand demon let out a revolting laugh, snickering as his dozens of fingers twitched in glee. Of course I was brought in. Captured by your precious Demon Slayer Corps. Iori immediately shouted back, that's impossible. Your strength is greater than even full-fledged members, there's no way they would bring in something like you for the final selection. Her words mirrored what Takeo was thinking. The demon's strength far surpassed that of a typical swordsman. If the Corps had encountered a threat like this, their first response would have been to eliminate it, not use it as part of a test. So either the hand demon was lying. Or. How long have you been here? Takeo suddenly asked. How long? Ah. The demon paused, began counting on its fingers, and then tilted its grotesque head toward Takeo. Hey, brat, what year is it in the Meiji era? Meiji? It's already the Taisho era now, Takeo replied bluntly. The moment the words left his mouth, the hand demon's expression snapped. Taisho, Taisho. His entire body erupted in fury, blood vessels bulging and dozens of hands thrashing. Hark. He roared with rage, the countless hands on his body and face tearing at his own flesh. Some of them thrashed on the ground like enraged infants, pounding and screaming. The era changed. It changed again. While I've been trapped in this hell, the era changed again. Damn you, Urokadaki. Again. Takeo's pupils shrank. Ever since arriving in this world, Takeo had familiarized himself with Japan's historical eras. Before the Taisho era was Meiji, which lasted 44 years. But for this demon to scream again, it meant he had been imprisoned even before the Meiji era. The Edo period. Even if it was the final years of the Edo era, it had been at least 46 years since then. Which meant this demon had survived nearly half a century, trapped in this mountain. No wonder his strength was so terrifying. But if a demon this powerful had remained hidden on Mount Fujikasen all this time, how had the Demon Slayer Corps failed to notice? That was a serious oversight. Damn you, Urokadaki. Damn you, Urokadaki. Damn you, Urokadaki. The hand demon continued cursing that name, voice hoarse with hate. Takeo frowned. Urokadaki. The name sounded familiar. Beside him, Sakoma Iori asked in confusion, Urokadaki. Who's that? Ah. Urokadaki, he's the bastard who captured me. That damned man. He's the one who brought me here. And I've been trapped here for 47 years. 47 years. As expected, he was a demon from the Edo period. 47 years. Even if he had started off as a weak and ordinary demon, that much time was more than enough for him to grow terrifyingly powerful. No wonder his strength was on an entirely different level. Takeo's heart sank slightly, but he had no interest in listening to the hand demon continue ranting. Yes, his body was tough, his defense was absurd. But with Takeo's current strength, he should still be able to cut through that thick neck if he aimed precisely. Just as he was about to make his move, Sakoma Iori suddenly exclaimed in shock. No way, how can a demon this old still be alive? Weren't the demons here supposed to be ones that only ate 1 or 2 people at most? Is that really what you're worried about right now? Takeo silently complained in his head, but didn't say it aloud. After all, he was also wondering why this demon had managed to survive for so long. Ahahaha, that's because I was very careful. The hand demon began counting on his fingers, mumbling, each year, each final selection. I'd only eat 1 person, maybe 2, tops. Only when one of those little foxes came in did I eat a few more. He grinned wide as he spoke. This demon was extremely cautious. From the very beginning, he had always hidden himself, never once taking on powerful demon slayers head-on. At first, he didn't even attack humans. He simply scavenged the corpses others left behind. It was only later, as he gradually grew stronger, that he began preying on isolated and weaker candidates. But his cautiousness wasn't just about survival. It was revenge. He wanted to live longer, just to one day get back at the man who imprisoned him here. That kind of obsession was what had kept the hand demon alive for so long. Foxes. Fox masks. Sakoma Iori instinctively reached up and touched the fox mask on her forehead. Then she looked up and asked. Why? Why do you specifically target people wearing fox masks? The hand demon's answer was twisted and cruel, isn't it obvious? Because they're Urokadaki's disciples. Every last one of them wears that same mask. He let out a vicious, gurgling laugh. I'll eat them, every last one of Urokadaki's little brats. I'll make him suffer. I'll make him regret ever locking me away here. I'll. Missed breathing, 4th form. Huh. The hand demon froze. So did Takeo and Iori. A young boy appeared out of nowhere, cutting past the demon's side in a flash. By the time he landed on the other side, his Nichiren blade was already sheathed. And the hand demon's head had cleanly slid off his neck. Shifting flow slash. Ah. Even as his head fell to the forest floor, the hand demon didn't comprehend what had happened. Neither did Takeo or Iori. For a long second, the entire forest fell into absolute silence. Chapter 32, let's have a match. He was decapitated, just like that, in an instant. Takeo stared intently at the boy who had appeared so suddenly. Before the boy made his move, Takeo hadn't even sensed his presence. By the time he had noticed, the boy had already closed the distance, and in the same moment, the hand demon's head had dropped cleanly from his shoulders. Such terrifying speed. That strike had been too fast. This boy was even stronger than Takeo had initially thought. What? Who even is that guy? How did he just showed up in? Sakoma Iori couldn't make sense of what had just happened either. She had wanted to question the hand demon further about the fox masks, but instead, he was simply slain, by a boy who appeared like a ghost and vanished just as fast. The scene shifted so abruptly, so absurdly, that both of them struggled to catch up with what had happened. Even the hand demon himself, despite already being decapitated, took several seconds to comprehend it. As his senses faded and his body began to crumble into ash, realization finally struck. Impossible. Impossible, impossible, impossible. There's no way I could be killed, no way I'd die here. Why? Why? Just a moment ago, he had been gloating, boasting about how many people he had devoured, how many of Urokadaki's disciples he had slaughtered. And in the next moment, he was decapitated, reduced to nothing but a disintegrating corpse lying helplessly on the ground. The abruptness of it all made it impossible for the hand demon to accept his fate. Why was someone this powerful even here? Someone who could kill him in a single strike, that kind of person shouldn't exist in the final selection. In truth, the hand demon should never have dared provoke such opponents. Even that red-haired brat from earlier, when he had appeared and struck, the hand demon hadn't even been able to perceive the attack. That should have been a sign, should have told him that something was off about this year's selection. But his overconfidence in his own strength, combined with his obsessive hatred toward those who wore Urokadaki's fox masks, had clouded his judgment. It was that girl's fault. That damned girl. If she hadn't picked up and worn the mask of Urokadaki's disciples, if she hadn't brought it with her and worn it, if she hadn't ultimately drawn in that red-haired brat, he wouldn't be dying here like this. No, he could feel it now. His body was falling apart. The disintegration was irreversible. This was really the end. With rage and unwillingness twisting his face, the hand demon's gaze locked onto the three figures before him, his final, hateful memory to carry into hell. But not a single one of those three spared him another look. Takeo and Sakoma Iori both stared at the boy who had appeared so suddenly. The boy, having just finished slaying the demon in one blow, turned to look back at them. Maybe it was the overwhelming strength he had just displayed, but Iori instinctively shrank back a little when his gaze met hers. Then she turned to Takeo and asked in a hushed voice. Who is he? Someone you know? Nah, Takeo replied, his expression oddly unreadable as he glanced at the boy. Brushing off Iori's question, he turned his attention to the newcomer. Why did you come over here? Just earlier, this same boy had refused to even let Takeo block his path. Now that Takeo was out of the way, he'd followed them anyway. What was that about? Was this guy, Tsundere? The boy replied flatly, there's no point in listening to a demon's meaningless rambling. All that chatter, you could have used that time to kill more demons. I thought you might be strong, so I was curious to see how you fought, but from the looks of it, I was just wasting my time. His words were calm, but they grated on the ears. From behind Takeo, Iori muttered with a twitch of irritation, Takeo, is he your little brother or something? Why's his mouth as venomous as yours? Shut up, Takeo replied dryly. The black-haired boy's sharp tongue was already grating on Takeo's nerves. Iori's incessant chattering only made it worse. With an irritated glare at Iori, Takeo turned to face the boy again. A waste of time? I don't think so. You seem to think you're pretty strong, huh? At the very least, stronger than either of you, the boy replied flatly. Then let's fight, Takeo said without hesitation. Once the final selection is over, let's have a match. Takeo issued the challenge directly. This boy was powerful, clearly possessing his own unique breathing technique, an original style. Takeo saw him as the perfect opponent. If he could spar with him, even if he lost, he knew he would learn something valuable. But instead of accepting, the boy tilted his head and asked plainly, "Why? What would I get out of fighting you? You don't look like you'd last even a single strike." Takeo's mouth twitched at the remark. He'd thought his confidence was justified, he did have a cheat-like advantage, after all. But this guy, who looked about the same age, was on a whole other level of arrogant. Even if the boy had every right to be confident, having that kind of strength and mastering an original breathing technique at such a young age was practically unheard of, his tone still rubbed Takeo the wrong way. That smug, matter-of-fact attitude was just too irritating for Takeo's increasingly teenage temperament to tolerate. "You ask me," Takeo said with a smirk, "well, you're just scared of losing to me." A classic provocation, maybe even a little cheap, but when it came to boys their age, it usually worked wonders. The black-haired boy looked indifferent on the surface, but Takeo caught the subtle change, the way he straightened his posture just slightly. His voice stayed calm, but his pace quickened a fraction as he replied. "I don't believe you can beat me. Sure, you blocked my strike earlier, but that doesn't mean you're stronger than me. But if you're that eager to fight, then I'll accept. After the final selection, right? I'll be waiting outside." "Perfect. It's a deal." Takeo's lips curled into a grin. Hook, line, and sinker. Sweet. After agreeing to fight after the final selection, the boy turned and left. Just like when he arrived, he vanished without a sound, swift as the wind, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Only then did Sakoma Iori dare to approach Takeo and speak. She poked him in the cheek and muttered, "Hey, you think you can win? That guy felt stronger than you." Then she continued mumbling under her breath, "What's up with kids lately? One after another, all of them are absurdly strong. You're like that, he's like that. Don't tell me all the official demon slayers are like this." Seeing two freakishly strong boys both around the age of 12 was enough to shake Iori's confidence a bit. "Don't worry, I don't think all officials are like us. And what about your challenge just now? You are confident that you can win?" Sigh. Takeo swatted her finger away from his cheek and replied calmly, honestly. "Nah, I'd lose." "Eh?" Iori stared at him in disbelief. "Then why are you still going to fight him?" "So what? Just because I might lose, I shouldn't fight. If that's how you think, why don't you run the next time you see a powerful demon?" Takeo shot back with a rhetorical question. It was precisely because he might lose that he wanted to fight. After all, that boy was strong, but Takeo felt he could at least put up a decent fight. Fighting an evenly matched opponent was the best way to gain real combat experience. That was what Takeo believed. Meanwhile, Sakoma Iori answered his earlier question without hesitation. "I did run. But I couldn't outrun it." She said it with such bold self-righteousness that Takeo was momentarily speechless. Then his eyes shifted to the fox mask in Iori's arms, and he commented. "See, that's why I said it was bad luck. Look, it literally brought a demon straight to you." It was meant to be a casual jab. Over the past 2 days, their dynamic had evolved into a back-and-forth rhythm of teasing and banter. Takeo fully expected her to fire back. But Iori suddenly fell silent. She gently stroked the mask cradled in her arms, her expression unreadable. "Sakoma." Takeo called out to her. Then Iori looked up at him, her eyes serious. "I still believe it was the will left behind in this mask that protected me. It's not unlucky at all." She spoke with unwavering conviction. Chapter 33, Takeo got beheaded. By her. Even after all this time, the fox mask remained intact. That alone proved the mask's craftsmanship. Whoever made it had poured their heart and soul into it. That person, without a doubt, had to be the one the hand demon had cursed so bitterly, Urokadaki Sakanji. Urokadaki-san had handcrafted these masks and given them to his disciples. He must have placed great hope and expectations upon them. But those disciples had all perished here. What kind of feelings must have weighed on Urokodaki-san when he learned his disciples had died? Did he blame them for not being strong enough? Or did he blame himself, thinking he hadn't trained them well enough to survive the final selection? No one knew, and no one ever would. No one would know that the blame didn't lie with the disciples. The fault lay entirely with that wretched hand demon. No one would ever know that the ones who had once worn these masks might have been incredible prodigies. No one would ever know that they might have been stronger than anyone else in their entire generation. I'm going to take this mask out of here. Sakoma Iori said quietly, after a long silence, turning to Takeo with resolve in her voice. Because Sakoma Iori was rarely this serious, and her gaze this resolute, Takeo, for once, didn't argue with her. He simply nodded and said quietly, "You're right. After all, we need to report everything to the Demon Slayer Corps." A demon that had lived nearly 50 years had been hiding within Mount Fujikase, the location of the final selection. One that had devoured who knew how many gifted children. That was no small matter, it was something the Corps had to take seriously. To most candidates, the hand demon was overwhelming. For those who hadn't yet mastered any form of breathing technique, facing that monster was practically a death sentence. Even those who had learned breathing techniques, if they were on the weaker side, stood no chance of cutting through the countless hands that protected its neck. Take Iori, for instance. And the hand demon had specifically targeted candidates wearing fox masks, those who had once trained under Urokodaki Sakanji. Those masked swordsmen might have had what it took to stand against the hand demon, maybe even fight him evenly. The broken fox mask Iori now held was proof of that. To be able to hold their own against such a demon during the final selection, in terms of both talent and strength, those swordsmen must have been extraordinary. Perhaps they might have even grown into hashira. But instead, they died here. Which is why the truth had to be reported. The Corps needed to reevaluate the situation inside Mount Fujikase. The hand demon had hidden here for decades without being discovered, there was no guarantee he was the only exception. The Demon Slayer Corps needed to re-examine Mount Fujikase from top to bottom. And to make that happen, both Takeo and Sakoma Iori had to bring the mask out. It wasn't just about alerting the Corps, it was about giving closure to the fallen swordsmen who once wore those masks, and to the man who crafted them and trained those children, Urokodaki Sakanji. Once they'd made that decision, Takeo glanced at Iori. His gaze swept over her battered form before he smirked and said teasingly. "By the way, with how beat up you are you sure you're in any condition to keep taking this test?" "Ah." Iori winced. It hadn't been so bad until Takeo pointed it out. Now, her entire body felt like it was screaming in pain. She immediately dropped to the ground, clutching the mask and rolling back and forth. "Ow, ow, ow, ow. It hurts. My bones are probably cracked, and maybe even my organs, gah. It really hurts." Watching her flail like that, Takeo just rolled his eyes. If she had enough energy to roll around and wail like a child, then clearly her injuries weren't life-threatening. The theatrics? Takeo could see right through them. He gave her a light kick inside. "Alright, cut the act. I never said I wasn't going to help you." "Eh? Really? You're hurt this badly? If I just left you here, that'd make me pretty heartless, wouldn't it? So relax. I'll stay with you until the final selection ends. Happy now?" As soon as Takeo said that, Iori's eyes lit up. She shot up from the ground and threw her arms around him, rubbing her cheek against his as she cried out in delight. "I knew it. You act like a jerk, but deep down you care about me. Seriously, stop being shy. Just say it out loud, what's the big, ow, ow, OW. That hurts." Her overly dramatic affection made the veins on Takeo's forehead twitch. Getting hugged by a girl, if this were his previous life, he'd probably be over the moon. But right now. Smelling the not-so-subtle stench of someone who hadn't bathed in days, Takeo felt lightheaded with disgust. Unable to take it anymore, he jabbed one of her bruises and kicked her off him. Then stomped on her, but for good measure. You get one nice moment and immediately get carried away. Listen up. You're staying at least 3 meters away from me for the next few days, until you've had a proper bath. Got it? Why yes, Lord Takeo. I'm very sorry. Beaten and defeated, Iori immediately dropped into a Dajiza pose in front of him, apologizing without an ounce of shame. Takeo ignored her and sat off to the side, rubbing his nose repeatedly. Seriously, having a hypersensitive sense of smell wasn't always a good thing. Sometimes, it completely ruined your impression of a girl. Drip. Ting. When a droplet of water fell upon the still surface of a mirror, sending out rippling waves, Takeo immediately understood. This was a dream. For the first time in many days, he had returned to his mental space. And that's when Takeo realized, his cheat ability was probably getting an upgrade. Last time it was Uncle Logan. Who's it gonna be this time? Suspecting that his system was updating, Takeo felt a subtle sense of anticipation rising in his chest. Uncle Logan's legacy had been incredibly useful to him. 200 years' worth of honed martial arts had formed the very foundation that allowed him to quickly grasp the breathing techniques. His mutated body's regeneration ability had enabled him to survive Kaijuro Rangoku's brutally intense 3-day training. His heightened sense of smell let him locate demons faster. His beast-like instincts let him gauge the strength of his enemies with surprising accuracy. Even Uncle Logan's willpower had become one of Takeo's greatest sources of strength. If not for the will left behind by Uncle Logan, Takeo, who in his previous life had only been a corporate office worker, might have had the physical endurance to survive Flame Hashira Kaijuro's training, but he definitely wouldn't have had the mental fortitude. Raised in an era of peace, with a soul that had never tasted true hardship, Takeo might not even have matched Iori when it came to grit and determination during training. It was only after merging with Uncle Logan, after inheriting the will forged over 200 years of bloodshed, loss, and survival, that Takeo had gained the iron will to push through anything. Just that one man, that one aging warrior's legacy, had been enough to create what people now called the genius named Takeo. So now the question was, what kind of gift would this new visitor bring him? If they're like Logan and I can inherit everything without a fight, that would be ideal. While trying to guess who it might be this time, Takeo couldn't help fantasizing about another shortcut to power. Of course, he knew it was unlikely. Old Man Logan had only been so quick to pass on his legacy because he was on the verge of death, he didn't have the luxury of time. But now, Takeo wasn't facing any near-death crisis, and whoever this new, imaginary mentor was, they probably wouldn't be that easy to deal with. With these thoughts in mind, Takeo walked deeper into his mental space. Then, beneath that familiar great tree, Takeo saw a figure in black with white hair. The silhouette was curvaceous, unmistakably feminine. She wore a sleek black battle dress, long boots wrapped over sheer black stockings. Her eyes were covered by a visor, and on her back, she carried 2 swords, one massive, even longer than her own body, and the other a standard-sized katana, similar to a Nichiren sword. Takeo, who was no stranger to video games, instantly recognized her. To be. But just as those words left his mouth, the black-clad figure vanished. The next thing he knew, a sensation of weightlessness hit him, followed by a dizzying spiral. Thud. And then, he saw his own headless body collapse to the ground, while the figure in black stood calmly beside it, resheathing her blade. It was only then that Takeo realized what had happened. He had just been beheaded, cut down in a single stroke by that woman. Chapter 34, 2B's Attacks and Kasugai Crows. Ha! With a sharp exhale, Takeo shot upright from the ground. The sun was sinking toward the western horizon, it was almost the 3rd night. Beside him, Iori was sound asleep, breathing steadily without the slightest hint of caution. She didn't even notice that the campfire before her had already gone out. Takeo glanced at the peacefully sleeping Iori but didn't bother her. Instead, he sat cross-legged under a nearby tree, trying to steady his mood after having just died. In his mental space, the sudden slash from 2B had come without warning. Takeo didn't even have a chance to react. He hadn't even seen her clearly. One blink, and, snap, he was gone. Takeo was left speechless. He had hoped to gain a new inheritance with minimal effort, but instead, he was greeted with overwhelming hostility. Was it because he'd skipped her class last time? Is that why she came out swinging? Frustrated at the thought, Takeo scratched his head wildly, turning his red hair into a complete mess. He understood, classes you skip eventually come back to haunt you. That much made sense. But if he couldn't even see her attacks, how was he supposed to make up for it? Was he going to get instantly killed every time he entered that mental realm? Well, this might actually be a decent training method. Even though he'd just been decapitated in one strike by 2B, Takeo wasn't discouraged. The stronger 2B was, the more his own skills would improve by training against her. If there ever came a day he could keep up with her speed, then his overall ability might reach the level of a hashira. But speaking of which, Takeo figured there were probably a lot of people who didn't know who 2B was. So, allow him to explain first. 2B's full name is Yoarha number 2 Type B, one of the protagonists from the game Nier Automata. She's a combat-type android tasked with fighting off machine lifeforms that invaded Earth. She's pretty powerful too. In the game, she can be equipped with various plugins and abilities, one of which allows her to briefly stop time. That time-stopping ability is called overclock. In the game, it's triggered by perfectly dodging an enemy's attack. Depending on the level of the overclock chip equipped, both the degree of time slowing and its duration vary. In the game, you had to dodge attacks precisely to activate overclock. But here, in his mental space, it seemed like 2B could trigger overclock at will. A skill that was originally passive had become active, in other words, a massive power-up for an ability that was supposed to only activate when evading. Setting aside the fact that 2B was an android, her combat techniques, especially her mastery of swordplay, were incredibly formidable. At the very least, when it came to weapon technique, she definitely surpassed old man Logan. If Takeo could learn 2B's weapon handling skills, he might be able to grasp a breathing technique of his own much faster. But, to develop his own breathing style, he had to defeat 2B. And if he couldn't defeat her, creating a unique breathing style would remain a distant dream. Was he stuck in a dead end? Takeo sat cross-legged on the ground, racking his brain for a solution. After a long moment of contemplation, he gave up thinking altogether. Whatever, I'll just keep fighting. It's like playing a Soulsborne game, die enough times and you'll eventually get good. That was the decision Takeo came to. If he treated the process of challenging these fictional characters in his mental world like playing a Souls-style game, then things suddenly became much simpler. Enter, challenge the boss, die repeatedly to figure out their moves, memorize their attack patterns, and eventually win through sheer persistence. Exactly, just like playing a game. Having decided on his course of action, Takeo now had a new goal. For the time being, during the night, he would stand guard over the injured Iori, protecting her from demons while she was still too weak to defend herself. During the day, while resting, Takeo would enter his mental space to challenge 2B. Takeo, after sleeping, was again inside his mind space. He saw her silhouette and tried to say something, but before a word left his mouth, she vanished. He didn't even sense which direction she came from. Just, thud. Next day, this time, Takeo sidestepped by instinct, but, thud. His head rolled off again. And just like that, the final selection neared its end. By the morning of the 7th day, Takeo still hadn't managed to fully see the trajectory of 2B's attacks. Seriously, something felt off. This 2B was way stronger than the one in the game. Not only was she absurdly fast, but her strikes were also incredibly precise. By now, every time Takeo entered his consciousness and saw 2B, he had developed an instinctive reaction to dodge. Sometimes he'd duck, sometimes lean back, and other times just curl up and brace for impact. But no matter what kind of evasive maneuver he tried, none of it worked against 2B. She would simply dash in, draw her blade, and Takeo would be instantly killed and ejected from the mental realm. 5 days of rest meant 5 opportunities to challenge her, and each one ended with Takeo's defeat. His biggest improvement over that time? From not even being able to see her blade at first, he now managed to catch a faint blur, just the ghost of emotion. It might seem like a tiny improvement, but to Takeo, it was a major leap forward. It meant his dynamic vision had improved, to the point where he could begin to follow the sword trajectory of a 2B using overclock. So as long as he could continue improving steadily, defeating 2B might not be just a dream. But I still don't feel too confident, Takeo muttered under his breath. Even though he tried to stay optimistic, he knew full well he wasn't going to be a match for 2B anytime soon. And it wasn't just her, he didn't feel confident about facing that black-haired boy either. It was only after sparring with 2B that Takeo truly realized just how terrifying that boy's speed was when he had slain the hand demon. That sudden movement, appearing in front of him in an instant. Sure, some of it was due to the elusive nature of his breathing technique, which blurred the line of sight, but the boy's raw strength had to be incredibly powerful as well. Takeo wasn't sure he could beat him. But that was something to worry about later. For now, what he and Iori needed to do was return the fox mask they'd found in the forest to the 2 examiners in charge of the final selection, the twin girls. With the trial now complete, the black-haired and white-haired twin girls seemed to have been waiting for them for quite some time. Takeo stood at the final selection site, glancing around the area. Including himself, there were only 7 swordsmen left. But he remembered that nearly 30 people had originally participated in this selection. Damn! That elimination rate was way too high. If the dropout rate was this severe every year, how did the Demon Slayer Corps even manage to survive? Takeo was honestly puzzled. First of all, congratulations on returning safely, the white-haired girl began. The black-haired girl continued immediately after. Second, congratulations on passing the final selection. Next, we will be issuing your uniforms. We will measure your body sizes and inscribe your ranks. There are a total of 10 ranks. The highest rank is Kino, and the lowest is Mizunoto. You are currently at the lowest rank, Mizunoto. We hope you all strive to rise through the ranks. Lastly, this is the steel used to forge your Nichiren swords. Please step forward and choose your ore. The twin girls spoke in turns, then stepped aside. Behind them stood a square platform draped in a long purple cloth. Once the cloth was lifted, various pieces of metal were revealed, similar in size but differing in shape. These were the scarlet ore and scarlet iron sand used to forge blades capable of slaying demons. Each swordsman had to choose the piece of ore that resonated most with them, which would then be handed over to a swordsmith for forging. After about half a month, they would receive their very own Nichiren sword. Takeo stepped forward first, picking a chunk of ore that felt just right in his hand. Iori followed behind, choosing a larger piece. As for the black-haired boy who had agreed to duel with Takeo someday, he stepped up last and selected a smaller piece of ore. Once everyone had chosen their ore, the twin girls wrote down their names and recorded the size and shape of the ores under each individual's profile. After that, the twins clapped their hands again. Several crows flew down from the sky and landed on the shoulders of the new swordsman. These are your Kasugai crows, responsible for delivering messages. From now on, they will remain by your side and relay all communications from the Demon Slayer Corps. The crows landed on the shoulders of Takeo and the others, each letting out sharp caws. Some were rather noisy, while others were more reserved, like the Kasugai crow perched on Takeo's shoulder, which was surprisingly quiet. But when Takeo looked over at it, the bird actually shrank back a little and said, Please, don't stare at me like that. What the fuck? Did it just talk. Takeo was pretty sure he hadn't misheard, this crow just spoke, didn't it? Seeing his stunned expression, Iori, who was playfully teasing her own crow, seized the chance to mock him. What? You've never seen your handler's Kasugai crow before? All crows trained by the Demon Slayer Corps can speak. Otherwise, how do you think they're supposed to deliver messages? I thought it was more like carrier pigeons, you know, fly and drop off letters or something. I didn't realize, they actually talked themselves. Was this even scientifically possible? Takeo continued staring into his crow's beady eyes, trying to figure out how on earth it had human-level intelligence. Crow, I said. Don't stare at me. Meanwhile, Iori ignored him entirely and walked over to the twin girls. Noticing her sudden movement, Takeo finally remembered, right, they still hadn't reported the situation related to that Urokodaki-san, the hand demon, or the other disciples trained by Urokodaki. Chapter 35, The Duel Starts. After everything had concluded, Iori approached the twin girls with the mask in hand and told them what had happened in the mountain. She spoke of the hand demon, and how it had been relentlessly hunting down Urokodaki-san's disciples over the years. Upon hearing this, the twins finally showed a flicker of emotion on their otherwise calm faces. The black-haired girl said, "So, that's what was going on." "Yes," Iori replied. "That's why I'd like to ask you to pass on a message to the man named Urokodaki, that the hand demon has been slain, and that his disciples can now rest in peace. Please don't worry, we'll make sure he receives the message," the twins responded in unison. Then they glanced at the mask Iori held in her arms and asked, "Is this a relic of one of Urokodaki-san's disciples?" "It is. But I'd like to keep it," Iori said in a soft but firm voice. Technically, she had no right to keep a belonging of Urokodaki's disciples. But since it was she who encountered the hand demon and uncovered the truth, the twins didn't object. They only said they would later consult with Urokodaki about the matter. After that, they said no more. Takeo stood beside Iori, not having said a single word from start to finish. It was only after Iori finished explaining things and walked away from the twins that he turned to her and asked, puzzled, "Why didn't you mention that it was the mask that allowed the hand demon to recognize Urokodaki-san's disciples?" Iori had revealed almost everything, she had laid out the truth in great detail. But she had deliberately left out one crucial fact, that the hand demon hadn't identified Urokodaki's disciples by skill, but by their masks. She hadn't said a word about that. "Sigh, you young boys, so completely clueless," Iori rolled her eyes at him in response to his question. Takeo's mouth twitched. "What's that supposed to mean?" "I mean you're dumb." "Dumb Takeo," Iori said bluntly, pointing at him without hesitation. Before he could shoot back with words of his own, she continued, "Think about it. If Urokodaki-san finds out about the mask, what do you think he'd feel? He'd be heartbroken, wouldn't he? And he'd definitely blame himself. If it were me, if I found out that the gift I gave my disciples became their death sentence, I'd probably be so guilt-ridden I'd want to die. That kind of pain. Urokodaki-san would feel it too. So this is enough. Sometimes, not all truths need to be spoken, because sometimes, they only hurt people." For once, Iori spoke with rare seriousness. Her voice was soft, but her words left Takeo with nothing to say in return. He truly hadn't thought about that. He had only considered reporting the truth to the Demon Slayer Corps. He hadn't thought beyond that. He had completely overlooked how Urokodaki-san might feel. In that regard, Iori had done far better than him. And so, for once, Takeo didn't argue with her. He simply looked at the mask Iori now wore across her forehead, saying nothing for a long time. Their silence was suddenly broken, by a wooden sword flying through the air. Whoosh! Hearing the wind split, Takeo instinctively reacted, raising his arm and catching the wooden blade midair. Following the direction it came from, he spotted the black-haired boy from before, also holding a wooden sword, standing in the distance. We agreed earlier. Hurry up and pick up your sword. I want to finish this and leave. The boy spoke quietly, without even acknowledging Takeo's presence. Completely looking down on me, huh? Wooden sword in hand, Takeo noticed the twin girls standing behind the boy. They seemed to be waiting for him, and interestingly, the black-haired twin actually looked slightly surprised after hearing what the boy had just said. What exactly she was surprised about, Takeo couldn't tell. But it didn't seem important, so he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he motioned for Iori to step back, then gripped the wooden sword tightly and followed the boy to an open area nearby. Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Kamado Takeo. What's your name? It was customary to state your name before a fight. You couldn't very well brawl with someone and not even know who they were. But Takeo's courtesy might as well have been tossed to a blind man. The boy, upon hearing Takeo's name, didn't introduce himself at all. Instead, he replied flatly. It doesn't matter. You're just someone insignificant. What the fuck? Seriously, this brat's attitude was unbelievably irritating. Hasn't anyone ever taught him what manners are? While Takeo was grumbling inwardly, the boy spoke again. Can we start now? Takeo flicked the wooden sword in his hand, then gripped it with both hands and stared seriously at his opponent. Yeah. Ready. If the guy didn't want to say his name, fine, then they'd fight. If Takeo won, he'd ask for the name afterward. That was his plan. But just as that thought surfaced in his mind, his pupils suddenly contracted. He swung his wooden sword hard, off to the side. Clack. The sound of wooden swords clashing rang out. The boy, who had been standing far from Takeo just moments ago, had somehow appeared right beside him without warning. Takeo had only managed to catch the faintest blur, a residual image of the boy's movement. And it was only because of that blur that Takeo had been able to sense the direction of the attack and react in time. Oh. The boy let out a quiet sound of surprise, clearly not expecting Takeo to block the strike. But the boy's surprise lasted only a moment. He immediately pressed forward, swinging his wooden sword at Takeo in a relentless assault. Clack. Clack. Two more sharp impacts echoed as their wooden blades collided. The boy's attacks were swift and ruthless. Takeo found himself completely unable to counterattack, he could barely even defend himself. He's so fast. That was all Takeo could think as he tried to block the onslaught. His opponent's speed was unbelievable, and every strike was frighteningly precise. Each swing was aimed squarely at a vital point on Takeo's body. Had they connected, they would have ended the match instantly. With strength and speed like this, if this had been back when they first met, Takeo wouldn't have even had the chance to react. He would have been taken down in a single move. Fortunately, Miss 2B had appeared in his mental realm. Thanks to her, Takeo's dynamic vision had improved, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block even a single strike. But even now, this was already his limit. Clack, clack. The sound of wood striking wood echoed again and again through the clearing. The wind began to stir, and a light mist started to rise into the air. The dust stirred up by the force of their clashing blows filled the air, blanketing the clearing, only flashes of light from the blades could be seen through the haze. Blade flashes. Watching from the sidelines, Iori was utterly baffled. They were using wooden swords, weren't they? Where the hell were those flashes of light coming from? And more importantly, just who was that black-haired boy fighting the brat? No one knew better than Iori how strong the brat, Takeo, really was. He had slain the demon woman who nearly killed her with a single strike, and in the blink of an eye, severed the hand demon's arm when she couldn't even make a dent. His strength went beyond that of an average member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Even among higher-ranked slayers, few would compare. And yet that Takeo was now being completely overwhelmed by a boy around his own age. Clack, 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 clack. The sound of wooden swords clashing rang out non-stop from within the dust cloud. With the haze obscuring her vision, Iori couldn't see either of them. Only when a gust of wind finally blew the dust away did she clearly see the scene on the battlefield. The first to use a breathing technique was Takeo. The gale stirred by wind breathing tore through the air like a vicious blender, surging toward the black-haired boy he was fighting. But the boy didn't dodge. Just as Takeo activated his breathing, the boy unleashed his own, original breathing style. His wooden sword seemed to vanish from sight, along with his entire body. A thin mist rose, and unbelievably, it withstood the wild wind. In the blink of an eye, the boy and the mist closed in on Takeo's position. Before Takeo could even react, the wooden sword struck a vital point at his waist. The next instant, Takeo was blown away by the sheer force of the hit, landing hard at a distance. Mist breathing, first form, sea of clouds and haze. Wasn't the only one. Iori and the twin girls, who had been watching from the sidelines, were frozen in shock as well. Because right before their eyes, the area on Takeo's waist where the boy had struck him, already swollen and bleeding, was now rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within just a few breaths, the wound on his waist had completely vanished, leaving behind unblemished skin, without a single scar. The injury that boy had inflicted on Takeo, had healed in an instant. Chapter 36, Are You, a Demon? He, healed. Why did he heal so fast? Iori stared in shock at Takeo's abs, utterly confused. The boy's expression turned a shade more dangerous. He fixed his gaze on Takeo and asked. Are you, a demon? Are you blind? Takeo shot back without hesitation, matching venom with venom. He pointed up at the already risen sun. You ever seen a demon walk around in broad daylight? This is my natural ability. Sure, it's not as fast as a demon's regeneration, but, most fatal wounds aren't enough to kill me anymore. That's why I said you couldn't actually kill me with that strike of yours. Even if your sword had been real, it wouldn't have mattered. As Takeo's body continued to grow stronger, the regenerative ability inherited from old man Logan had gradually improved as well. At the very least, most so-called fatal injuries no longer posed a threat to him. He just had to make sure his heart, lungs, and head stayed intact. The heart pumped blood throughout the body. If anything happened to it, then no matter how strong his regeneration was, he would still die. The lungs were essential for performing breathing techniques. If they were damaged, Takeo wouldn't be able to use his breathing at all and would be completely at the mercy of his opponent. And as for the head, that went without saying, it was the most vital part of all. If it were severed, Takeo would die instantly, no question about it. But conversely, aside from those three areas, Takeo didn't need to defend the rest of his body too carefully. I see. In that case, I suppose it's time to stop holding back. After confirming that Takeo wasn't a demon, the boy's previous dangerous aura dissipated, but it was immediately replaced by a far more intense pressure. It was the kind of spiritual pressure you'd expect from a bleach captain. Just the force of his presence alone was enough to make the heart tremble. Feeling the oppressive pressure radiating from the boy, Takeo's expression grew even more serious. This guy, this kid who looked to be the same age as him, was he really just a trainee? Don't tell me he's some hashira candidate out here on a little field trip. Mist breathing, second form. The boy shifted into position, quietly announcing the name of his next technique. Takeo's expression grew even more serious. He gripped the wooden sword tightly with both hands, eyes locked onto the boy's every movement. It's coming. A thin mist suddenly unfurled before him, obscuring the boy's figure completely. Takeo could no longer pinpoint his exact location. Not even a full breath's time passed before the boy, hidden in the fog, surged forward. The flash of his wooden blade lit up the mist as he appeared right in front of Takeo in an instant. The sword came down suddenly, slicing toward Takeo's waist and abdomen. Takeo instinctively blocked it, but just as he parried the first strike, a second came immediately, and this time, he couldn't block in time. In just that fleeting moment, the boy unleashed at least 7 or 8 consecutive slashes. Takeo could only manage to react to 2 or 3 of them at most. Sharp flashes of the blade, cloaked in mist, nearly engulfed Takeo completely. This time, the boy was fighting seriously, his strikes were fast, sharp, and overwhelming. But if Takeo couldn't react, then he wouldn't try to. Of all the attacks coming at him in that brief moment, only a few were truly aimed at fatal points. The head, neck, and chest. As long as he protected those 3 vital areas, it wouldn't matter if the rest of his body took a hit. Clang, clang, clang. The decision was made in the blink of an eye. As soon as Takeo committed to it, the rest of the boy's strikes came crashing down. 3 sharp collisions rang out in near unison as the wooden blades clashed. The boy's figure reappeared beside Takeo, and as the mist dispersed, the crowd could finally see Takeo's battered form. 8-layered mist. The boy quietly announced the name of his technique after executing it. As for Takeo, his bare upper body was covered in red, bleeding marks. His waist, lower abdomen, under his ribs, and forearm all showed signs of fresh wounds. Had this been a real battle, he would have been seriously injured in that moment. Again. But Takeo paid no mind to the injuries on his body. With his breathing technique activated, his physical capabilities surged, and along with that, so did his regeneration. The bloody wounds left by the boy's slashes began to heal in just a few breaths, fading rapidly until only faint red traces remained to show they'd ever existed. Takeo pivoted, redirecting his stance and pointing the tip of his wooden blade at the boy. A cutting wind wrapped itself around the wooden sword, and in the instant he turned, Takeo unleashed his breathing technique. Wind breathing, third form, clean storm wind tree. 3 slashes erupted from Takeo's position, each radiating outward from his body, like a counterattack mirroring the flurry the boy had just unleashed. Mist breathing, fourth form. The boy nimbly dodged Takeo's strikes. His movements were like mist untouched by wind, slipping through the gaps in the air currents and weaving effortlessly between Takeo's attacks. Then, he struck back with incredible speed. Shifting flow slash. Before the name of the technique had even left his lips, Takeo had already been hit. The boy's sword was blindingly fast, so fast, it was nearly on par with 2B after she activated overclock in Takeo's mental realm. Just as Takeo couldn't react in time to 2B's assaults, he couldn't keep up with the boy's movements either. But still, the boy hadn't managed to kill Takeo in a single strike. The slash that had been aimed for Takeo's neck was narrowly redirected to his chest at the last moment, thanks to a desperate twist of his body. A long, narrow red gash opened, blood seeping from the wound. Knowing full well that Takeo had exceptional regenerative powers, the boy didn't hold back during their match. Which meant that even a wooden sword, when swung with full strength, was enough to tear Takeo's flesh apart. Takeo didn't say a word. When the boy vanished and reappeared behind him again, he immediately turned and gave chase. He ignored the wounds on his body. He ignored all of the boy's attacks that weren't aimed at vital points. Takeo chose to fight with a wound-for-wound approach, forcing his way forward. Clack, clack, the sharp sounds of wooden swords colliding rang out once more. On the sidelines, Iori watched with growing concern in her eyes. Shouldn't he just surrender? She really wanted to say that to Takeo. It was just a sparring match, after all, there was no need to fight to such extremes. And from start to finish, not a single one of Takeo's strikes had landed on that boy. So why keep pushing? There was no shame in losing to someone stronger. If it were her in Takeo's place, she would have given up and begged for mercy without hesitation. Takeo. Iori softly murmured his name. She wanted to say something, but when she saw the serious expression on his face, in the end, she couldn't say a word. Back in the fight, after unleashing yet another 8-fold mist slash, the boy finally paused for the first time. The boy turned his head, looking calmly at the red-haired teen now covered in wounds, whose regeneration had noticeably slowed. Your healing relies on the enhancement from your breathing technique or something like that, yeah. But now your breathing's grown ragged. Your recovery has slowed. Even so, you still won't yield. I don't know why, Takeo replied, blood trickling down his forehead, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth, but for some reason. I just don't want to admit defeat to you. The blood running down his face only made his appearance more savage. This time, the boy didn't say much. He readied his stance again and said. People who can't recognize their own limits are worse than weaklings. And the way you look right now, not even like a human, more like a demon. I'm starting to regret agreeing to fight you. Let's end this. Though his tone and expression remained calm and emotionless, it was clear to everyone watching, his patience had run out. Earlier, the boy had still been holding back. But now, this final strike was going to be full force. Proof of that? The moment he entered his stance, Takeo completely lost sight of him. By the time Takeo located his position again, the boy had already emerged from within the lingering mist, right in front of him. Mist breathing, fifth form, sea of clouds and haze. It was a technique composed of a continuous flurry of high-speed slashes. This was currently the final form in the boy's self-created breathing style. In other words, it was also his strongest technique. If Takeo were to be hit by it, even though the boy was only wielding a wooden sword, there was no doubt he would be in serious danger. Sure, he could heal from it eventually, but at the very least, he'd be bedridden for quite some time. I'm going to lose. In that brief moment of stillness, where time seemed to slow under the weight of fast-paced thoughts, Takeo whispered to himself internally. And yet, whether it was the impact of the boy's earlier words, or that phenomenon where your life flashes before your eyes in moments of crisis, Takeo suddenly saw the image of Rangoku Kaijuro flash before him. Chapter 37, Wolf Breathing, First Form, Wolf Fang. Smack. Takeo's body was sent flying by Rangoku Kaijuro's wooden sword. He hadn't put up any defense, charging in recklessly like a brute, and unsurprisingly, he was sent hurtling backward by Rangoku's strike. This was Takeo's second day of combat training at the Rangoku residence. After learning about Takeo's exceptional regenerative abilities, Kaijuro had incorporated combat drills into the training regimen. Since Takeo could recover by the next day from almost any injury, so long as it wasn't too severe, Kaijuro saw no reason to hold back. He did his best to push Takeo to his absolute limit. Don't fight like a demon. Having just sent Takeo flying with a strike, Kaijuro called out sternly to the red-haired boy who was now curled on the ground, clutching his stomach and struggling to stand. You're a swordsman. Even if your regeneration is strong, that doesn't mean you should fight like a demon. But, you said this was my advantage, cough cough. Takeo forced himself up from the ground, responding through pained breaths. It was Kaijuro who had said that Takeo's regenerative ability was his advantage. That's why Takeo had come up with this near-suicidal, all-out style of fighting, basically trading blow for blow with him. But Kaijuro said sternly, that's only a relative advantage. Compared to demons, you can't regenerate lost limbs. If a vital point is hit, you'll be incapacitated. So avoid trading injuries whenever possible. If you're going to trade a wound for a kill, then do it only when it matters. Trading blows would only end with Takeo seriously hurt. But if he traded a wound to land a decisive blow, then that would be a victory. After all, Takeo could recover from injuries, but if a demon were decapitated in that exchange, it would be gone for good. Alright, you're right about everything, guess I don't get to argue when you're my teacher now. Takeo muttered inwardly but decided to take the advice seriously. It was, after all, advice from a current hashira, he'd be an idiot not to listen. As he picked himself up from the ground, he suddenly heard Kaijuro ask. Also, during battle, you sometimes try to use your hands. Why is that? I learned to fight unarmed at first. So, some habits are hard to shake. Takeo answered honestly. Old Man Logan's combat techniques were mostly based on close-quarters fighting using his claws. While he did occasionally wield weapons, it was rare. Because this instinct had been passed down to Takeo through the inherited memory, he too had a natural tendency toward hand-to-hand combat. But against demons, only Nichiren swords were effective. So after starting his breathing technique training, Takeo had been trying to shift his habits, forcing himself to become more comfortable using a blade. Still, Logan's instincts were too deeply ingrained. It hadn't even been a month, and Takeo was finding it difficult to adapt. I see. Then why not try channeling that habit into your swordsmanship? Kaijuro suddenly asked. Takeo looked at him, confused. A sword is simply an extension of your arm. There's no reason the techniques you can perform with your hands can't be translated to the blade. The moment you're able to merge those instincts with your sword, that may be the first step toward developing a breathing style of your own. That's what Kaijuro said. Though at the time, Takeo didn't really understand what a breathing style of his own truly meant. Especially since right after that, Kaijuro had launched him with a big kick straight into hellish training. But the events of that day had etched themselves deep into Takeo's memory. Even now, they remained vivid. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as Takeo fell deep into thought. Countless images flashed through his mind in an instant. He stared at the incoming blade, belonging to the black-haired boy right before him, and at the wooden sword gripped in his own hands. And then, as if something within him had suddenly awakened, Takeo's mind cleared. In a moment of instinctual clarity, he slashed forward with his sword. No, he slashed twice. Two lightning-fast strikes, nearly simultaneous, sliced from opposite directions, closing in on the boy from both sides. The wind trailing behind the blades twisted into jagged arcs, shaped like fangs. The wind blades, transformed from his wind breathing, faintly took the form of a wolf. The wolf's jaws opened wide toward the boy, then clamped shut in an instant. And at that moment, the continuous sound of wooden blades clashing erupted. Clack, clack, clack. The rapid clash of swords filled the air. Takeo's sudden breakthrough, his explosive reflexes and reaction speed, even caught the boy by surprise. Crack. The wooden sword splintered under the force of the clash. The sharp, clean sound seemed to mark the end of the battle. Takeo's and the boy's figures passed each other. Takeo took a brief moment to replay the sensation of that strike, committing it firmly to memory. He had finally created a breathing style of his own. And if he had to give it a name that truly fit the nature of the technique, it would be wolf. Wolf breathing. The counterattack he had just used against the boy, that was the first form of his new style. Wolf breathing, first form, wolf fang. Even though Takeo was thrilled to have forged his own breathing style, he knew full well the battle wasn't over yet. So the moment they passed each other, he spun back around to strike again. Wind curled around his body. This wolf breathing, born from an extension of wind breathing, retained the ability to generate wind blades as well. Forming wind into the fangs and claws of a wolf, designed to tear through the enemy, this was the essence of wolf breathing. Every single strike Takeo unleashed carried the violent, shredding force of a wolf's claw. He once again unleashed the first form of wolf breathing. Two consecutive slashes from the left and right, like the open jaws of a starving wolf, snapped toward the boy with ferocity. The boy responded instantly. He spun around and swung his blade back with elegant, dreamlike precision. Bubbles seemed to shimmer in the air. Under the refracted light of the mist and sun, the blade reflected with rainbow hues, a dazzlingly beautiful strike beneath the sunlight. And it was incredibly fast. Mist breathing, third form, scattering mist splash. I can see it. Though the boy's slash was swift, Takeo could follow its trajectory. Because in that moment, when he created his own breathing style, Takeo had drawn all of his focus into perfect alignment. He had never felt this clear-headed, this in sync with his body. Not only could he track the boy's blade, he could now finally execute a technique he had only ever imagined until now. Reversing the tip of his blade, Takeo ignored the incoming slash entirely, and launched a high-speed thrust straight at his opponent. Takeo's blade pierced precisely through the gaps in the mist, swoosh, and drove straight toward the boy's chest. Thud. Thud. Two strikes landed nearly at the same time. The boy's blade slashed across Takeo's ribcage, while Takeo's own sword tip pressed directly against the boy's heart. Wolf breathing, second form, lone wolf's last stand. A thrust-style technique that abandons all defense, committing to a desperate, all-or-nothing strike in a dire situation. It was a move only Takeo, with his exceptional regenerative ability, could afford to use. You've lost. Takeo, who had just unleashed this technique, ignored the searing pain radiating from his ribs and stared directly at the boy's chest. If this had been a real blade, it would have already pierced through the boy's heart. And unlike Takeo, the boy didn't have the ability to recover, he was just a regular human in that regard. Under this move, the outcome was decided. I lost. The boy looked down at his chest, quietly acknowledging the pain he felt, and the result. Then he lifted his head and met Takeo's gaze. For the first time, those eyes that had always been so calm and empty finally showed a flicker of something else. Chapter 38, Takeo Michiro's Thoughts. Extraordinary talent is a blessing. But sometimes, it can also be a burden. Takeo Michiro had once heard Lady Amane Abuyashiki, the one who rescued him, say those very words. Because when your talent is too overwhelming, no one can keep up with you. You end up losing friends your own age. Back then, Michiro was only 11. Even now, he had just turned 12. A child like that shouldn't have had to enter a place as cruel as the Demon Slayer Corps. But Michiro was the descendant of the founder of breathing techniques, perhaps the only living descendant. The Corps needed to protect him, and also needed his talent and strength, to fight against the demons, and ultimately, against the one and only Demon King. Kibutsuji Musen. That was why Amane Abuyashiki, wife of the Corps leader, had personally brought Michiro into the Demon Slayer Corps. At the time, he had just survived a demon attack, his entire body covered in wounds, and his past, erased from his memory. Amane didn't tell him about his history, and Michiro never asked. He simply kept swinging his blade, again and again. To release a deep, inexplicable rage that only his body remembered, he kept swinging. Endlessly refining himself through the sword. That was all there was to it. Even when he was injured, Michiro continued to train himself with a wooden sword. And 10 days ago, when he first picked up a real Nichiren sword, and, without anyone teaching him, instinctively used mist breathing, that was when Amane Abuyashiki had spoken those words about talent. She had said them softly, almost like she was talking to herself, but Michiro had heard her clearly. Normally, Michiro wouldn't have remembered something like that. He hardly remembered anything he didn't find worth paying attention to. To put it bluntly, he had a poor memory, somewhat forgetful by nature. But during this final selection, Michiro had remembered two things, something rare for him. One was this duel with the red-haired boy standing before him. The other, was the boy's name. Kamado Takeo. Michiro felt certain he wouldn't forget that name, because he was the only opponent who had ever defeated him in a match. Even if it was by exploiting an opening. Come to think of it, the reason he'd challenged Takeo in the first place was because he had sensed, what was that thought again? Ah, yes, that fighting alongside him would make him stronger. That was what Michiro thought to himself. He didn't care about most things in this world. The only thing he truly cared about now, was becoming stronger. Strong enough to cut down any demon. That was why, on the third day after receiving his real Nichiren sword, Michiro had entered the final selection. He wanted to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps as quickly as possible, and the fastest way to grow stronger was through actual battle, with demons. The final selection began quickly. At the time, Michiro had swept a glance over the gathered participants, then immediately looked away. Not a single one of them had caught his attention. Everyone within his field of view was equally weak. None of them carried the presence of a true warrior. Maybe Lady Amain had been right, maybe it had been a waste of time for him to come to the final selection. But it was a required trial to join the corps. Even he, the descendant of the founder of the breathing techniques, wasn't exempt. And yet, during this selection, Michiro met someone who surprised him. A red-haired boy, Kamado Takeo, a boy roughly the same age as him. He had stopped Michiro in an attempt to find inspiration for creating his own breathing style. At the time, Michiro hadn't thought much of it, he didn't want to waste time there, so he struck at the boy. He hadn't used full force, only about a fifth of his strength. And yet, the boy had easily blocked the strike. That was the first time Michiro had felt surprise. And because of that, after the boy left, Michiro had actually chosen to follow him. He wanted to confirm the boy's true strength, to challenge him. If the boy turned out to be strong, perhaps it would help him grow faster as well. But unfortunately, the boy's behavior afterward had left Michiro a little disappointed. When facing a demon, he wasted time talking instead of finishing the fight. That kind of hesitation didn't seem like something a true warrior would have. Michiro felt let down by it, and with that, lost interest. But what Michiro hadn't expected, was that the boy would dare challenge him. No, Michiro didn't think the boy was weak. He hadn't looked down on him. Judging by his age, the boy was about the same, maybe even slightly younger. To possess that kind of strength at his age, he was definitely someone with the potential to become a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps in the future. But compared to Michiro himself, the boy was still far too weak. Even though Michiro had only been wielding a sword for a few days, and had even been recovering from injuries before picking one up. Perhaps it was the inherited talent from his ancestors, but within just those few days of using a real blade, Michiro had already surpassed the strength of a fully ranked demon slayer. And more than that, he grew stronger every single day. He was weaker yesterday than he was today. And tomorrow, he would be stronger than today. Even if the red-haired boy had been able to match him at that moment, a few days later, after Michiro had slain countless demons, there was no doubt he had already surpassed the boy by a wide margin. Fighting someone like him wouldn't help Michiro improve. And if it didn't help him improve, then it was nothing more than a waste of time. Michiro had originally intended to decline the duel, but in the end, he was baited by the boy's provocation and agreed to the fight. Several days later, after the final selection ended, Michiro met the boy as promised. Just as expected, in the opening moments of the match, he completely overwhelmed his opponent with sheer power. Within just a dozen exchanges, the boy had already lost to him. Yes, that was only natural. Nothing surprising about it at all. Michiro only felt a slight twinge of regret, wasting time on something that didn't help him grow stronger. And yet, that regret vanished completely soon after. Because the boy revealed a physique somewhat akin to a demon's, though his regeneration was inferior to that of a demon, the fact that he was still human made such healing a rare and remarkable advantage. Someone who should have lost quickly managed to hold out against Michiro through sheer force of will, and that inhuman recovery ability. Michiro had lost his memories. He didn't know what had happened in his past, only that deep within, there lingered a burning anger. Every action Michiro took now was driven by that smoldering fury. And when he saw the boy's ability, something in him stirred. A strange, unreasonable, inexplicable anger rose within. It was odd, irrational. That boy's ability was clearly a natural gift, not something he had stolen. Michiro shouldn't have been angry. And yet, he was. It wasn't jealousy, nor envy. Michiro didn't even think the anger was truly directed at the boy. It felt more like it was aimed at himself. Fueled by that anger, Michiro stopped holding back. Originally, because the boy was a fellow demon slayer swordsman, Michiro had been restraining himself. But once he realized the boy's healing was far above normal human standards, there was no longer a need for hesitation. His wooden sword slashed like a real blade, leaving bloody wounds across the boy's body. And even so, the boy never admitted defeat. Why is he still pushing forward? Michiro wondered at the time. Admitting one's own weakness wasn't cowardice, it was a rare and admirable form of self-awareness. It was precisely because one recognized their weakness that they would strive to become stronger. And just being able to fight Michiro up to this point, that alone was something to be proud of. Even if he lost, no one would blame him. In fact, losing was the natural outcome. And yet the boy kept going. Even covered in wounds, even though his regeneration was slowing from exhaustion, he still refused to back down. It was beginning to irritate Michiro. Seeing that the boy still wouldn't surrender, Michiro lost his patience. This time, he would truly stop holding back. He unleashed his full speed, deciding that this strike would leave the boy unable to stand again. But once again, the boy surprised him. At the most critical moment, the boy actually awakened a breathing style of his own. Like a starving wolf, like a cornered lone wolf, he abandoned all defense and launched a vicious, lightning-fast attack on Michiro. It was an attack Michiro should have been able to react to. By all accounts, he should have been able to stop it. But the reality was, due to the boy's sudden outburst, Michiro experienced a brief moment of distraction. And in that single instant of hesitation, the boy's blade landed a decisive blow, right over Michiro's heart. "You've lost." The red-haired boy, covered in wounds and breathing heavily, stood before Michiro and declared his victory, and Michiro's defeat. "Your body is covered in wounds, and my clothes aren't even torn. How did I lose?" That was Michiro's first thought. But then, as he felt the sharp pain in his left chest, he understood. He had lost. Even though his opponent was battered and bloodied while he had sustained only a single wound. That single wound had determined the outcome of the fight. For the first time since the moment he had taken up a real Nichiren sword, Michiro Takeo had tasted defeat. And at the same time, he engraved the name Kamado Takeo deep into his memory. Chapter 39, same surname. What a coincidence. The black-haired boy silently sheathed his sword, then turned and walked away, without saying a single word. Takeo watched his retreating figure but didn't bother to ask whether he acknowledged the outcome of their duel. Instead, he took 2 steps back and dropped to the ground with a heavy thud. Phew. The moment that burst of strength faded, Takeo's stamina was completely drained. If that final strike hadn't landed cleanly on the boy's vital point, Takeo wouldn't have had any chance left to continue the fight. Without any strength left, he would have stood no chance against him. Thankfully, that last attack had struck perfectly. Takeo. With the battle over, Iori immediately rushed to his side. She looked at the wounds covering his body, unsure what to do. Takeo caught the worry in her eyes and reassured her with a tired smile. "Heh. Don't worry. I just need to rest. 2 days and I'll be fine." The injuries looked severe, but for Takeo, even relying only on his natural healing ability, 2 days was more than enough to return to normal. And if he used his breathing technique during that time to enhance his recovery, he could probably fully heal in under a day. Compared to the wounds on his body, it was the complete loss of stamina that kept Takeo from getting up at the moment. "Phew, you damn brat, you scared me half to death." Hearing his calm tone, Iori finally relaxed. Then she snapped at him with irritation in her voice. Takeo's battle with the black-haired boy had been so intense that, in Iori's eyes, it was no different from a fight to the death. Only she knew how nervous and on edge she'd been the whole time. With the fight over, Takeo lay on the ground catching his breath, glancing toward where the boy had gone. The boy had turned and left without a word, walking away with the twin girls. He never once gave his name, and Takeo still had no idea what to call him. Takeo had wanted to ask, but after remembering the boy's blunt remarks, he decided against it. Even if he asked, there was no guarantee the boy would answer, and chances were, he'd just throw in another insult for good measure. Better to drop it. Just as he thought that, Takeo suddenly heard the boy's voice. Takeo. The boy stopped walking, still facing away from Takeo, and said quietly, Takeo Michiro. That's my name. And with that, he walked away with the twins, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Takeo. Michiro, huh? Alright. I'll remember that name. Takeo etched the name into his mind, but just then, he heard Iori speak up. That kid, he's a genius, even more talented than you. Hey, I'll admit he's stronger than me, fine. But we're teammates, aren't we? Shouldn't you at least pretend to be on my side right now? Takeo gave Iori a look of exasperation. Seriously? Whose side are you on? Takeo stared her down, and Iori turned to face him, replying with a serious tone. I overheard something from those twin girls who serve the head of the Demon Slayer Corps. That boy, Takeo, before the final selection, he had only been training with a real sword for 3 days. What? Takeo froze. What do you mean only 3 days? I mean he officially started training with a Nichiren sword just 3 days before the final selection. What? Only now did Takeo fully register that he hadn't misheard, or misunderstood, what Iori had just said. If she wasn't joking, and what she said was true, then that boy named Takeo Michiro had trained with a real sword for only 3 days before entering the final selection, and still possessed that level of strength. The fuck? Are you kidding me? Even Anakin Skywalker and Tom Riddle weren't that talented. Is this what it means to be inside the world of an anime? 3 days of training, and he was already that powerful? Is he even human? Not even a protagonist in an anime would be that overpowered. Wait, no, even with my cheat-like abilities, I wasn't anywhere near that level in 3 days. For the first time, Takeo was truly shocked by another person. Sure, he hadn't read the Demon Slayer manga or watched the anime, but he was pretty sure the protagonist was supposed to be named Kamado Tanjiro. Which would make Tanjiro his mysteriously absent older brother in this world. But this Takeo Michiro guy, what the hell is he? Could it be that Michiro was actually the real protagonist, and Tanjiro was the side character? In that moment, Takeo began to seriously question his understanding of reality. High above, a Kasugai crow from the Demon Slayer Corps soared through the sky. Soaring across several towns and streets, the Kasugai crow finally arrived at the outskirts of a remote village. It was now the 3rd day after the final selection, and the information regarding the newly inducted Demon Slayers had already reached the hands of the head of the Demon Slayer Corps. At the same time, details about the hand demon on Mount Fujikasane had also been sent to those connected to Urokodaki. This particular Kasugai crow flying through the sky was on a mission to deliver that very information to someone closely related to Urokodaki. Circling once overhead, the crow descended and landed in front of a young man walking near the village entrance. He had long black hair tied in a low ponytail and deep sea-blue eyes. Though his features were delicate and refined, his cold and calm demeanor gave off a distinct aura of, "Do not approach." He wore the standard Demon Slayer uniform, draped with a uniquely mismatched haori, one side patterned in green and yellow checkers, the other a solid crimson red. This was the current water hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, and a direct disciple of Urokodaki Sakanji, Ju Tomioka. Upon receiving the report from the Kasugai crow, Ju let out a subtle breath of relief. The crow's name was Kansaburo, and due to his age, he often forgot things. Whenever Kansaburo flew long distances delivering messages, Ju couldn't help but worry that he'd get lost. So each time the elderly crow returned safely, Ju would relax a little. Ah, a new mission, is it? You're really working hard, Tomioka-san. Just as Ju Tomioka received the letter from his Kasugai crow, a girl suddenly stepped out from nearby, smiling gently as she teased him. She too wore the standard Demon Slayer Corps uniform, but over it was a haori that resembled the wings of a butterfly. Her long hair was tied back, with the ends dyed a soft purple. A butterfly ornament adorned the back of her head, and her eyes matched the purple tips of her hair. Her expression and appearance gave off a calm and soothing aura. Just one glance at her would leave anyone with a favorable impression. From her tone and the way she addressed Ju, it was clear that she was his equal, another hashira. She was Shinobu Kocho, the current insect hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Shinobu and Ju usually covered different regions, but a recent mission had brought them together in this area. Now that the mission had been completed, they were preparing to return to their respective zones, only for the Kasugai Crow to arrive with new information. Is it a new mission? Shinobu wondered. Tasks assigned to hashira were never easy. More often than not, they involved powerful demons, perhaps even members of the 12 Kazuki, the elite ranks just beneath the Demon King himself. While the lower moons weren't worth much concern to the hashira, they still posed a lethal threat to ordinary demon slayers. So, if this mission really did involve one of the 12 Kazuki, they would need to act fast. But Shinobu Kocho's speculation was quickly dismissed by Ju Tomioka. No, Ju said as he opened the letter. His expression remained flat as he read the contents. It's something related to Master Urokadaki. Urokadaki-san. Is there a problem with the former water hashira? Shinobu asked in surprise. Ju didn't respond. He silently folded the letter, tucked it away, and turned to leave. Shinobu. She knew Ju was always like this, but every time he walked off without answering, as if entirely in his own world, it still annoyed her. And this is exactly why people find you hard to get along with, Tomioka-san. She complained silently in her heart but said nothing aloud, simply following behind him. Ju walked ahead, his face unreadable, but the still waters of his mind had been stirred by the letter. The hand demon, the one who had preyed upon Urokadaki's disciples, had finally been slain. The souls of his senior and junior comrades could now rest in peace. But even so, the guilt that weighed on Ju, for being the only one who survived, remained. The hand demon's death had not brought him redemption. The heavy stone that sat at the bottom of his heart, had not been lifted. But right now, Ju Tomioka wasn't going to dwell on those thoughts. He still needed to write a letter to his master, Urokadaki Sakanji, to inform him about the situation regarding the hand demon. However, among those involved in the hand demon incident, one name stood out, Sakoma Iori. Ju didn't recognize that name. But the other one, Kamado Takeo, caught his attention. Kamado. Kamado. Wasn't the boy and the demon-turned-girl he had rescued a while ago also named Kamado? Ju fell into thought. Then it struck him. They have the same surname. What a coincidence.